Cigar Company is your one-stop shop for all your cigar needs. Whether that's a brand new humidor, a box of those new cigars you've been waiting for, a top-of-the-line cutter or lighter, a place to enjoy the finest cigars and spirits with friends, or the only cigars grown right here in the Sunshine State, we've got you covered. Come visit one of our retail locations for the ultimate cigar experience. Visit us online at coronacigar.com.
Boy!
How about that cigar?
How about that cigar?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Cigars and Baseball 2024. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble. Those are the only three this time.
Rumble, baby!
Do we have to start Rumble, or does it automatically do that?
Rumble automatically starts. We just have to stop it when it's over.
Perfect.
So, and the thing with Instagram is, well, X kicked us off.
Wonderful. We don't need that.
And Instagram only goes like 45 minutes before the stream shuts off. And since we're going to be going like all day, I said, no Instagram today. Today is just Facebook and YouTube and Rumble. And we are here at Cigar. So it is 3:41 p.m. Central Time. The gates opened about a few minutes ago for the VIP guests, VIP ticket holders at Cigars and Baseball 2024.
Which we heard as mostly everybody.
Most of the ticket buyers this year were VIP ticket buyers.
That's awesome.
So as you guys can see throughout the day, you'll be able to catch a little glimpse behind us in that little gap between booths, the baseball field. We are at CHS Field in St. Paul, Minnesota. This is where the St. Paul Saints play baseball. Today we have some local ultra semi-pro and local leagues playing on the field.
Not semi-pro.
Mega,
they're not getting paid.
Mega ultras.
That's the
they're not getting paid.
You can't use. You can't. They're not getting paid to be.
Yeah, and want to let you guys know while we're on. So we're going to be switching things up a lot as the day goes on. We're going to have different people coming and going, and if the time comes where it's time for the national anthem before the baseball game starts, we are going to keep the stream going, but we are all going to do the right thing. We're going to stop. We're going to remove our caps. We're going to stand and face the flag and put hands over hearts, because that's the way it's supposed to work for the national anthem. So if you see us all doing that, that's because the national anthem is happening on the field for one of the games that's starting.
Do you know what's awesome?
What's that?
Awesome? We're back with the 3rd Street Brewery.
I know,
Third
Street Brew House is right across the street there.
Yeah.
And this is another really cool thing, guys.
Wait. Who the heck's this guy? Hold up. Who just sat down? Put these headphones on.
Put on those headphones.
You're in.
So you'll see somebody on the screen who you may recognize from many, many episodes ago on How About That Cigar Live. And coming to us all the way from the United Kingdom.
Across the pond.
The United Kingdom. Across the pond. Mr. John Strange.
Thank you very much for having me.
It is such a pleasure to have you. And not only here,
is that a southern accent? Is that fucking southern? I think it's a southern accent.
I think it is.
You know, when you start off and you think someone's a really good guy, and then the more they talk, you're just like, what a dick.
So not only are you on How About That Cigar Live for the second time, you're on How About That Cigar Live in person.
Oh, that's a bad idea.
I think it's a fantastic. Do us a favor, lean into that microphone a little bit more so we can hear you a little better. So tell us about what brings you to the States this time around, and what your first impressions are. I mean, barely the VIPs have started walking in, but first impressions of Cigars and Baseball.
I mean, this is not only my first Cigars and Baseball event, but it's also the first time I've been to a baseball game. So for me, it's like a kid in a sweet shop. You know, there's all sorts of senses everywhere going off. You know, and it's it's pretty cool. And the crazy thing is that everybody keeps telling me that, oh, wait till it gets busy, and I'm like, shit, it's pretty busy now, and the gates haven't even opened. But no, it's I'm very excited. I'm honored to be here with you guys today, earning my keep and helping out in any way that I can. But no, I'm over here. Garrett's getting married tomorrow, so we're over to celebrate that, and then I'm spending the next few days around St. Paul, around the area. Hopefully go to some lounges, try some cigars, meet some people, and just have some fun.
Nice.
And hopefully not get burnt, because this skin burns.
We got good shade though.
We
had to fight for it. But we got good
Very
shade
good
today. Yeah.
negotiation by us.
Yeah.
We're gonna try to get him in the upper north here. So Ramsey
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
Stogie.
We're gonna introduce you to some good folks around here.
Nice.
Good
Nice.
cigar people.
Okay.
Well, and that's one of the things too that and I know you've experienced this because you've been to a lot of different areas of the world.
Yeah.
And you've got to experience cigar cultures from all over the place.
Yeah.
So not that and I won't ask you to name the worst cigar cultures, but I'll name you to ask some of the cigar cultures that you've seen in different parts of the world that surprised you with how active their cigar culture was. What places you would expect to maybe not have a very active cigar culture.
No, good question. And it's funny. My wife is Slovakian, and we go over to Slovakia a lot. And one of the things that really surprised me, there was a couple of years ago, we went to Slovakia to see her family. And her village is a very, very small village near the border with Hungary, about an hour and a half away from Bratislava. And I was walking through the town or the village where she's from, and next minute there was this small cigar shop, and it's the last thing you expected to see in this town. So Slovakia, Hungary, they're really embracing cigar culture, and they're really, really getting behind it. And what's good is that it's not like the UK where it's Cuban centric. It's not like the US where it's boutique centric. It's just its own little vibe, its own little passion, and they sell just as much New World cigars or non-Cubans as they sell Cubans. So it's, and the people are passionate. They're hungry for knowledge. And that for me is a really interesting market, both as a consumer and obviously as an importer.
So you said that you live near Manchester, is that correct?
Yeah.
So in the UK, I would imagine football, soccer. So I would imagine football, cricket.
Yep.
What are the sports of choice for you and your mates? What are the sports of choice?
For me, it was rugby.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's what gave me this beautiful face.
That's the real football.
Yeah. It's without the pads.
Yeah.
So
That's the man sport right there.
We had Gino Cigars on the show.
Yeah.
Which we met at PCA last year. He's an actor, but before he was acting, he spent a long time in New Zealand, a member of the national team for New Zealand. Wow. Outstanding player, massive individual. I mean, he's huge.
For the All Blacks?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
They're big boys. They are monsters.
Yeah, and he, but yeah, he's been in the acting game, I guess, now for
at least 10 years,
10 or 12 years.
Okay.
But before that, big rugby player.
Yeah. Okay.
So you want to hear something funny? Just hanging around with you for the last 3-4 hours. A couple words that come out, they sound like they got another accent now.
You think
it's rubbing off already.
So originally born. So John, originally born and raised. Where does your accent hail from?
In God-fearing Belfast in Northern Ireland.
Okay, and I caught that Northern Ireland
so bad.
But every once in a while, just because I'm. So I spent, not that I've ever had a chance to go, but I spent a lot of time. I was always fascinated by the history and the culture in and around Scotland.
Okay.
So I spent a lot of time studying that area, listened to a lot of interviews of historians from that area, things like that. People who, from the depths of, not the, Edinburgh proper type, people, but people from, from the back streets, who like from Train Spotting, where you literally can barely understand a fucking word they say. And every once in a while I catch a thing from you like, gosh, that's got just the tiniest little hint of like Glasgow or but I've got to imagine there are there's always got to be overlaps.
Yeah.
Like a little bit of Glasgow, a little bit of Belfast, you'll find little pieces that overlap, but they've got their own kind of vibe.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I mean, we're all pulling from the Celtic pot.
Yeah.
So we are. My boss at Tour Imports, Scott Vines, he's from Scotland, and so yeah, there's a lot of times he'll say this wee thing, and I'll say this wee thing, and so there's a lot of sharing of dialects and phrases and says, etc. But yeah, we're all pulling from the same story of raping and pillaging, like a lot of the Vikings did.
So tell us a little bit about Tour Imports. What do you guys do? Where do you operate?
So we operate mainly, obviously our base is the UK. So we're the largest importer of what we, whether it's right or wrongly, called New World cigars. And that came about once again by Scott. We didn't want to use the term non-Cuban because it's not a nice term. Nobody wants to be a non-something.
Yeah.
And we kind of liken it to if you were to go into a restaurant and say, I'd like to see the wines, and they would say, would you like French wine or non-French wine?
It automatically puts
That's
the thought
a
in
great-
somebody's head that's like negative, and you don't want to have
Yeah.
that first impression, because first
No.
impressions are everything, right?
They are,
Yeah.
100%. And that's it. And it was a negative connotation. And,
Yeah.
and yes, obviously, New World isn't geographically or historically correct, but it's about a new world of tobacco out there for the people of the UK to discover beyond Cuba.
Yeah.
And so, so that's what we do. We've been going for 30 years. We have our own brand, Sheraton, which we bought off Dunhill. We're actually launching that at Intertobac in a week's time.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
So you
it's,
got to be in Dortmund?
I won't be. I'll be in Italy.
Oh,
So
okay.
well, but the
Poor
team.
guy.
I know.
Which part of Italy are you going to be in?
Just outside Milan in a
Oh.
place called Andorra. So
Business or pleasure?
Arona. Business. I'm a panelist for a company called Cigar Sense.
Cigar Sense, yeah.
Yeah. So we're having a meeting in Arona. So looking forward to that. But the guys, Scott and the team, will be in Intertobac. But yeah, I mean, we do what we do. This top I'm wearing, we every year we bring some of our accounts to Nicaragua, and we do a thing called the tour. And we bring them to all the factories and let them see the farms and experience how it's done on a daily basis, and introduce them to the magic of the cigar industry.
Yeah. Nice. It's such a... Sorry, I was just taking one ear off to see if we were having a national anthem coming up.
Thank you, sir. If you guys don't know, I was playing with my cigar cutter earlier and snipped the tip of my thumb once again. So
Once again.
this is my different finger. I did a different finger. I think it was on my other hand. So I'm learning how to use a cutter for the first time, guys.
Cigar cutters
Yes.
can be... I mean, yeah, cigar cutters are no joke. They can be dangerous, so you got to...
But continue, John, with the Nicaragua and with the top, because I love the swag you guys got there. I
That
gotta say,
is-
I love
that
that.
Legit.
And that is legit. I need a black one, all black, please. I'd like a black, like
Black.
this.
Black
Yes.
on black on black.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
it's we got them done for all the guys that came over this year. So
Yeah.
we were over in January, February time, and then we went around a number of factories: Padron, Oliva, AJ, Perdomo.
Yeah.
And then my colleague and I went over to Honduras. But yeah, it's just, I mean, what a fantastic way to work with, to earn a living and to meet these people. And for me, that was my first visit to Nicaragua, and I fell in love with the place. The people were just salt of the earth, just
Yeah.
great people, you know.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
What does a trip like that cost?
For
Coming from UK over.
Well, if you were going, I mean, the way it works for we ask our accounts to sort out their flights to Miami, and then we cover everything else.
Okay.
But for a regular tripper, so the most expensive part will obviously be the flight to Miami, which for a return flight is probably around maybe between £400 and £600,
Okay.
just depending on season.
Yeah.
And then obviously
What is that in US?
About 900.
yeah,
US.
about
Not too
900.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then from
Not as good as it used to be.
No.
My
Yeah,
first flight to Nicaragua so I went from 2015, I went from Minneapolis to Atlanta and Atlanta to Nicaragua, and that was $600.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
not as good as it used to be. But
That was
you're
also
talking
10 years ago.
That was
15
also
years ago.
US. You're talking UK.
yeah, we're
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah.
Oh,
pounds.
that's so that's actually not a bad. Yeah, you're right. That's
That's
not a
just
bad
some-
price at all.
That's just from the UK to Miami.
To Miami.
yeah.
But that's
Yeah.
the-
That's not
the
that
most
bad though. That's,
expensive.
I mean, compared to flights these days in the US, even like $400 or $500 sometimes, that's not for the
Yeah.
extra. Yeah.
But what's the kicker is the fact
Yeah.
that, I mean, for example, with me living up north in England, to get a train, which is only a 2-hour train
Yeah.
from Manchester to London, is probably like over a quarter of the price of the flight to Miami. Like you're
Yeah.
talking 140, 150 pounds for
Yeah.
a 2-hour train journey.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah. Well, and there are times, and it's not often. So when we went to the Great Smoke
Mhm.
in West Palm Beach,
Yep.
that was 3 years ago.
Correct. I was
So-
40. I turned 40 that weekend, I believe.
So 3 years ago, we went to Smoke Inn,
Mm.
the great Abe DeBabna, the Great
Yeah, yeah,
Smoke in West
Yeah.
Palm Beach. I got insanely lucky. out of nowhere. I got nonstop round trip from Minneapolis to West Palm Beach and back again, all included, $67 a seat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
I said that's a no-brainer. There's no way I'm not going to pay for that. Of course.
Yeah.
That makes it'd be stupid not to go
Yeah.
for a price like that. But now, that was 3 years ago. Now it's probably 5 times that.
That's why we have
At
to
least.
schedule this shit a year in advance,
Yeah.
and then we're good. Like, it's already on the calendar. Make your dates now. We'll be proactive, and we sponsor. If you're out there, we could use it. We're good to go. We're gonna do this shit. We're gonna do it right. We're gonna make it big.
Well, and you guys, not just on on the big island, UK, but then you get onto the main European mainland.
Mm.
It's all about trains.
Yes. Everything.
So and people, I know people from different countries in Western Europe, and they talk it's all about trains. I know a lot of people who don't even own a car,
vehicles. Yeah.
but for them, they think, like, for me, I have family that lives in Indianapolis, Indiana. That's about a 600-mile trip, about 9 hours behind the wheel.
Mm.
To me, that's like no big deal.
Wow.
No big deal. I just, gas up the car, make sure the oil's good, make sure the car's in tip-top shape, hit the road and go. No big deal. It's like not even a thought for me. But for you guys, you picture a trip 8 hours, 600 miles, and you think, what?
How many countries are you going through?
If you asked me to drive for 8 hours in the UK, I'm halfway under the fucking Irish state.
So I think I need to do something here real quick.
What do you got to do?
I'll be right back.
Okay. So one of the things I've always been curious about, because I've been outside of the US, but only to Central America and Canada. I've never been to Europe or Asia, anything like that. And I've always been curious about the tube.
Okay.
So have you been through the tube? Maybe multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
What for somebody who's bro.
yeah.
It's
fucking started, eh?
This poor guy is on a mission. He's on a mission to get me schnockered because I'm the only one in the group who drinks.
Hey Matt, here's a whiskey guy real quick. I want to put your sampling while he's gonna come over here.
Oh,
real quick, I
fantastic.
want to get him in the conversation.
Right in there.
Here you go. And tell us about the whiskey that you are sampling over there, Matt.
We'll get back to you later. You'll be here all day.
Yeah, John's good. Sorry,
So
John.
turn that mic toward. So introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm here, Tyler Hardy. We're sampling with Diageo, and we have a beautiful bottle of premium black label Johnny Walker here.
Johnny Walker.
Yes.
Blended Scotch whiskey.
Yes.
Very nice.
Correct.
So one of the things, and I'm gonna give a little sniff because I always smell my spirits before I drink them. Very nice.
He'll be back. We're using them right now.
He'll be back.
He'll
We're
be
just
back in a second.
Oh, very nice. So, Scott, it's funny. Jim Nash, who's one of our local lawmakers, he and I were sort of talking earlier about you have Scotch people and you have bourbon people, and I'm a bourbon person who also really likes Scotch a lot, and he's the other way around. He's a Scotch guy that really also likes bourbon a lot. But it's one of those like gun to your moment heads. It's like if you have to choose, which one are you going to choose, bourbon or Scotch? So for you, as somebody who reps for the company, I imagine you get to sample a lot of different things. What have you been seeing, like, in the market lately for spirits? Because not only are there a lot of big name spirit companies like Johnny Walker out there, there's also a great movement of local, distilleries and things like that. What movements are you seeing in the spirit world lately?
Yeah, you bring up a great point. I'm the same way too, where I do like a nice Scotch, but I tend to prefer bourbon. I think Johnny Walker does a very approachable blend. It's flavor forward, but it's still very smooth. So even if you're not necessarily one to pick up Scotch right off the beginning, this is something that you might want to try and experience it.
Well, and I even told Jim this earlier. Anybody who's out there who is maybe a beer person or a wine person who's never really taken a dive into spirits, don't start the way because I was probably 22. I was in college, and somebody said,
One second.
Yeah.
Do you smoke cigars?
I do not.
Not a cigar smoker. That's okay.
Okay.
That's all right. So we were at a bar, college town, middle of nowhere, Wisconsin. My brother says, "Have you ever tried scotch?" I said, "No, I've never had scotch." He bought me some scotch, and I was like, "This is disgusting. This is horrible." As I didn't drink scotch again for 15 years because what I probably ended up drinking was something that came in a plastic bottle, that had the word scotch on it, but probably was no more closely related to scotch than toilet water is. And then later in life, I was able to try, good spirits, Johnny Walker, some other brands, that put care and quality behind what they're doing. So what's the number one piece of advice you would have for somebody out there who's in a liquor store looking at all those bottles and what to choose from?
I would say be willing to experiment and use an event like today to figure out what you really like, and then go to Costco and pick up that whatever bottle you need. Yeah. Very good. Very good. Well, thank you for visiting with us. Thank you very much for the beverage, and enjoy Cigars and Baseball.
And if you want, we'll get you into cigars.
Yeah. If you're interested.
That's a good deal. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. So, John, we were talking about the tube. Now, I'll say, as somebody who, there's not a lot of tunnels in the United States. I mean, there are a few in New York City, but if you get outside of New York and Boston, there's really not a lot of tunnels. I remember when I was on a work trip in Boston many years ago, I rented a car, and I've got the GPS screen, and it showed the
old
GPS.
Tom-Tom?
Yeah, the old Tom-Tom, and the GPS screen shows blue when it's water, and I realized I'm underwater right now. So I think about the tube and I get kind of panicky. I get worried. Like he's
claustrophobic as it is.
There's 1 trillion pounds of water above my head. I'm thinking, I don't want to be here. So how does one assuage the horror of the tube?
There's a couple of ways you can do it. You can just accept that that's just the fastest, most economical way to get across London and just go with it. Or you can make it a bit of fun and you can just people watch, and you just watch how people just do anything to avoid eye contact. So for me, what's fun is
I found that's a good rule of thumb for a lot of different areas of life. But go ahead, please proceed.
But if you go on the tube and just hang there and just eyeball, it's fun to see how uncomfortable you can make even the biggest of people, especially if you're just rubbing your leg.
But more than that, honestly, I picture myself on the tube and about 4 minutes into the ride, just like starting to rock back and forth, like, I'm going to die. I'm going to die.
How long is it? How long is the drive?
Yeah, how long's the ride?
I mean, it depends where you're going. Obviously, there's zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, etc. So it depends where you're going. I mean, you could be on the tube for literally 2 minutes and be, in a different zone.
So is it like London to Calais?
No, the tubes or the underground will only go so far outside of London, and they don't go all the way.
So the ones under the channel are there?
So that's the Eurotunnel.
The Euro. Okay, so I'm sorry. I apologize. I was getting the terminology wrong.
So the Eurotunnel is pretty terrifying.
The Eurotunnel is what I'm talking about. I apologize. I got the terminology wrong.
So the Eurotunnel, I went on a motorbike trip of my own a few years ago, and so the Eurotunnel is the very basic, where you go in with cars or RVs, as you call them. Or you've got Eurostar, which is a luxury in a carriage underneath. But the Eurotunnel is terrifying, and I'm not claustrophobic, but you're in this.
I am.
Oh, you would shit yourself.
I'm not claustrophobic, like where I think about like we have kind of an awning, not directly over us, but close to us. That it's not that kind of thing. It's if I get in a situation where I can't move my arms or legs.
If I gave him a hug.
Like a constrictive type claustrophobia. Yeah. Or like MRI tubes. When you go in an MRI, I have to be put out.
Okay.
Because I can't take the in that tube with the sides of the tube right up against I don't know if you've ever been in an MRI tube.
No.
If you're claustrophobic, it's not good.
Like
no. They slide you in a tube that's literally exactly the right width for your body, so you can feel the sides of the tube against your arms, and it's horrifying.
Like crawling through like a ducting tube.
which I had to do back when I was working in a construction crew years and years ago. That's how I developed my claustrophobia.
I think it's like being inside the womb again. I don't mind it.
Oh, that's an interesting perspective.
So that Euro tunnel is that basically like what is it? London to what's the France side?
So it's to Calais.
Calais. So and how long is that?
It's not long. It's like 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
Oh, that would be the longest 40 minutes of my life. I swear, I would be 4 minutes into that trip, and I would say, give me whatever you have to give me, whatever substance, whatever narcotic you have to give me to make me fall asleep. I can't. I would actually lose my mind.
Well, and there's no way to turn around in there, is there?
No. Once you're in, you're in.
And how much? So there's obviously the water, and then there's the ocean floor, and then there's the tunnel.
Yes.
How much solid
ground is in between?
Seabed is between the tunnel. Do you have any idea? I don't trust it. That's all I'm saying is I don't trust it.
I know there's enough to make sure that it's. They say that it's safer than
flying
airplanes, and obviously airplanes are meant to be very safe. So, yeah, I mean, all I know is that I felt safe until I went between the two carriages, which you can do, and it's kind of like going in a train between two carriages, but it feels like you're really taking your life in your hands. I did it once, and I said I wouldn't do it again. But the journey, it's very interesting. I mean, obviously you've got window, in some parts you've got a slight window where obviously you can't see anything but silt or the side wall. But it's a very eerie, creepy feeling.
Yeah. So you've been to the States quite a few times.
Yeah.
Over the years.
Yeah.
There are different, and you know this, the same is true in the UK. There are regional foods.
Yes.
You go to one area of UK, some people say, oh, the regional food here is fish and chips. Over here, it's shepherd's pie. Over here, it's bangers and mash, so on and so forth. In the States, you've got Southern barbecue. You've got, what do we have up here? We've got brats and lutefisk. And
have you ever had lutefisk?
What is that? Not a rapper?
This guy with the jokes over here. I see what you did there.
Lutefisk is a white fish that's cooked. I would say cooked in lye.
And what?
Lye.
Caustic, toxic lye. So lutefisk it's white
like
fish.
You would bury somebody if you didn't want to find anybody the body.
Naturally, it's almost like a fermentation.
The Norwegians used to use it to preserve the fish.
Yeah,
but it basically you have to take the fish, and it basically what it does is it desiccates and dries out the fish completely. But then you have to soak it in water and rinse it about 20 times before you can cook it. But after you do that, the texture of the fish that is left behind looks like Jello.
Yeah,
you're not selling it to me.
It's really bad.
Okay,
but there are other things up here, things like pickled herring, which I'm a huge fan of pickled herring, and which is a huge.
It's some of the old ways though. It's like how they used to preserve food back in the day to keep it, fresh and lasting forever with the meats and all that. So it's one way that over the winter they could have fish ready to go.
Well, I had my first deep fried pickle.
Oh wow!
In that cigar lounge we were talking about.
Yeah,
I was given that, and that was a wonderful experience.
Yeah,
right.
So regionally, different areas of the U.S. that you've been to. You got East Coast like classic New York pizza, or Chicago style deep dish, or Southern barbecue, or you go out west and you got like regional.
I love
Catalina style Mexican food, or you go down to Texas, you got Tex-Mex and things like that. What are your favorite regional styles of food in
the U.S.
in the States?
I mean, for me, I'm a big pizza whore. I just love pizza.
Oh, okay.
Last night I went to a pizza place just down the road from here, and just had a couple of slices, because that's another thing we don't do in the UK. We don't really do slices. It's just
a whole pie.
Yep.
So I love pizza, but I also love the different regions that you can get. So the different influences from other countries. So the Latin American style of food. Obviously there's Sawadi, the Thai restaurant.
Yeah, Sawadee. Yeah.
Sawadee, yeah.
Which I'd love to because I've been to Bangkok a load of times, and it's a fantastic cuisine. So yeah, for me, I don't like to sort of say I'm only going to eat this. I'll always have pizza without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
But I like to try, different things. I'm not sure about that fish thing you were talking
Yeah,
about.
the ludicrous, right? The rapper, the rapper. Yeah.
Lutefisk.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah, ludicrous, good. Lutefisk, bad.
So tell me, curry? Yes? No curry?
No.
Okay.
That's one thing. My wife.
Okay.
So my wife loves curry.
Okay.
It doesn't agree with me.
Yeah.
I think my stomach is racist. It
Okay.
just doesn't want it. but see, Chinese food, Thai food, all that, I absolutely love. But Indian food just doesn't agree with me.
Right.
Don't get it.
Yeah.
So, of the times that you've had a chance to visit southern states in the U.S., have you had a chance to try
Southern barbecue.
U.S. Southern barbecue? What have you liked? What have you enjoyed from U.S. Southern barbecue?
I've been to Texas, and then I've been to
New Orleans
a couple of times, and all the grits and all, I mean, I love.
Oh yeah,
and that for me, like
shrimp and grits.
Yeah.
I think if you were to say to me, like, you can only have a type of food, be it well, all the choices that are out there. For me, it's comfort food. It's similar to like Slovakian cooking, which is comfort food, and Southern food is comfort. And you've got to just take all this calorie nonsense out of your head and carbs first.
Potatoes and starches.
Yeah.
Bring them on.
Yeah,
Bring them on.
Yeah, I want to leave sweating.
You got the meat sweats.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's Joey Tribbiani pants.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving.
Yes.
That's where I live.
Yeah. The Al Bundy with the pants. With the hand down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All day long.
Yes. Now here in Minnesota, Minnesota's mostly Norwegian, Scandinavian, northwest European, Viking type people.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a great mix of, I mean, you can in this what we call the Twin Cities area, Minneapolis and St. Paul, you can get really good pizza, really good barbecue, really good Indian food, Thai food, Chinese food, Japanese food.
We're quite the melting pot here.
Really do.
There's a little bit of everything in Minnesota in general,
Yeah.
But,
so there's good stuff.
Me growing up in New York,
the
pizza's not the same out here.
Okay.
It's just not.
Yeah,
the same.
he's got a bias for because he grew up in New York. See, he's got a bias for New York.
We haven't been spoiled with the New York pizza, so for us, it's like, I get it.
New York pizza is phenomenal. I mean,
they say it's the water.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, baby. The Ninja Turtles from New York. Come on now.
The closest I've come to a New York slice in Minnesota is Vittoriano's in Stillwater.
Okay.
So Vittoriano's makes a classic wide slice, thin crust, nice where they put some char on the bottom of the crust. Not too much, but just a little bit of char on the bottom of the crust.
Ooh.
Are they the place that gets water from New York?
They might be.
So are we saying this is like a date night? Like we're taking the ladies out or something, or what?
Hey, I'm going there on Saturday for haircuts.
I can't go on Saturday, brother. We got the cup coming up, but you know.
You know how many times we invited your ass out as couples? More like half a dozen.
Oh my gosh!
Liar.
Oh.
All right, let's get back to you.
So let me ask this. So as a ex-New Yorker,
a New Yorican,
yeah. So there's two pizza places, one over the Brooklyn Bridge, side by side. Very famous pizza.
Mm-hmm.
What are they called?
Don't care. I'm from Manhattan.
Oh, okay. And
one is Ray's.
Yeah. And then the other
is Gino's.
Gino's is the Philly place.
Oh, that's the Philly cheesesteak place.
Because one says that they started the original site and then they sold it and then opened right beside it.
Yeah.
And so people are always they're that one or the other. Now I can't remember the name, but one of them, which is
I think it's Ray's. I feel like I could be wrong about because I'm not a New Yorker. If anybody's in the comments, and by the way, Garrett is in the comments. He was a few minutes ago when our friend from the Johnny Walker was over here. He said an Irishman who doesn't drink and a whiskey guy who doesn't smoke cigars. Go figure.
What's the world coming to?
I know, right? I know. But I think it's Ray's.
Is it Juliana's?
That sounds right.
Yeah, Juliana's.
Juliana's. Okay.
So Juliana's. He originally had the pizza restaurant beside, and then he sold it, and then he opened literally the exact same thing. And that pizza for me, like anytime my wife and I've been over, we go there and it's just heaven.
Yeah.
Okay, since we're talking cuisine, have you been to Manhattan?
Yes.
Have you tried Cat's Delicatessen?
Yes.
Is that not fucking phenomenal?
What did you think of it?
Yeah, yeah. But the funniest thing about Cats, I watched this and I saw this on social media, and this guy was like, I want a cheese sandwich and Cats. And it's just this stack of cheese. It was amazing. So American.
He ordered a cheese sandwich,
A cheese
and it's just 2 pieces of bread with about 3 pounds of cheese.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
mental.
sounds delicious.
Did you try the knish when you were there?
Yes.
What do you think of that? That's got to be different, huh?
I loved all that. See all
The
the
matzo ball
all the
soup.
cold cuts and all that style.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And what's their phrase? Send one to the boys in the army. In the army?
In the army?
Yeah.
It's not on New York. The army.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I lost my accent. I've been white and I've been living here.
So in the UK, specifically you're in the Manchester area.
Yeah.
Are there places where you can get decent American style food?
The thing is, American cuisine has been sort of bastardized in the UK.
Okay.
So everywhere that we'll do sort of, because we still have TGI Fridays and
Oh.
chains like that.
Oh.
Yeah. So there's a lot of places that do it. But with that said, there's more barbecue places that are opening up.
Okay.
And they're not doing too bad at it.
Okay.
They're doing okay. There's where we have moved to. There's a small chain called Hickories, and they went out and trained in southern states and learned how to do the pits properly.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good.
One of the things I'd be curious about, because that's another thing, when they talk about, because it's so funny, because maybe people from the UK, other areas of Europe, when they would say American style barbecue, well,
Barbecue is
there's
only American.
probably 7 or 10 different regional types of American barbecue.
Yeah.
You've got Eastern Carolina, you've got Western Carolina,
You got Texas.
you've got Kansas City, you've got California, which is more the barbacoa style, you've got Georgia style. So there's so many different styles of American barbecue within, like, subsets within the main American barbecue. So when people, who aren't from the States talk about American barbecue, it's so hard to, and the same honestly is probably true for UK food, for Indian food, because you've got, even Italian food, because I know Italian food, like Southern Italy, they've got a lot more seafood because they're closer to the coast. Northern Italy, different parts of the country, even though Italy isn't that big of a country, they've got regions that, based on what they have available, that's their signature type of food. So maybe the northern is more.
This guy just got whacked with a
pasta.
ball.
I know.
What's that?
This guy just got whacked with a ball behind us in the head.
You got
Are you serious? It went over the net?
Yeah.
Oh.
You got to keep the baseball.
Did we get that on camera?
I don't
Probably.
know.
Oh, I love it. I mean, I'm sorry you got hurt, but But that's one of the things in the U.S. that even living here my whole life, you could go to, like, somebody will take the exact same cut of pork from a pig, and somebody from Eastern North Carolina, somebody from Western North Carolina, somebody from Texas, and somebody from Kansas City, and that exact same cut of pork, by the time they're done preparing it, will taste very, very different.
Okay.
Because of the way they prep it, the type of sauce they use, the type of seasonings they use. And the same has got to be true for,
Bangers and mash.
what's the regional the regional dish of the Manchester area, for instance?
Manchester, is
Manchester a hodgepodge?
Yeah, because years ago it would have been your sort of your pie and peas, or your fish and chips, or it depends where you go. Like, obviously different counties within the north, like Yorkshire, they have things like spam fritter, which is just, it sounds horrendous, it looks horrendous, but it's actually really tasty.
Spam, like from that we made in Minnesota, spam?
Interesting.
But it's sort of battered and made into almost like a patty.
Oh, sign me up, and I'll.
It's like
I'll
spam balls, the deep fried spam balls. Yeah,
literally the factory where they make that is just.
Yeah, so I was told. Gareth told me that.
Not far from here at all.
Yeah. Okay, we need to go.
My family and I have done the tour, and it's do a tour. Oh, it's wonderful. We can go while you're here.
There.
Yeah. Absolutely. So spam fritters.
Spam, yeah, and that's a very Yorkshire thing. But you've got, one big thing that's very popular the world over, obviously, is roast, like Sunday roast.
Sunday roast, yeah.
And that's the ticket.
With peas and carrots and potatoes.
Peas and carrots, roast potatoes.
Yeah.
What's your name, brother? The mic's right here.
Yeah, Bob King Jr.
Bob King Jr. How you doing today, brother?
Great.
How like cigars and baseball so far?
Love it.
First time?
No, he's been here a few times.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about my fourth year.
He's a burn guy, right?
Yeah.
Espinosa
repping that. If you're out there, Espinosa Cigars, baby.
Espinosa every day.
Yeah, there we go. I'm smoking one right now. The La Raja right here.
There you go.
Boom.
Are you going down? In November?
Palooza? Oh yeah, I'll be there. I'm every year.
Nice.
Every year I'll be there. Yeah.
So Bob, what keeps bringing you back to Cigars and Baseball? What do you love about it?
Well, I think it's a good cause.
Yeah.
And that's what draws me. It's to help the kids out, and I really that's something I implore.
So how long have you been part of the cigar culture in Minnesota?
Minnesota, probably the last 5 or 6 years.
Okay. Before Minnesota, were you somewhere else?
Yeah, I live in Iowa, so
okay.
Yeah,
he comes up just for this.
Yeah.
So you live down in so whereabouts in Iowa?
Des Moines.
Okay, so there's that. I can't remember the name, but there's a big shop. That's like I've heard stories about. Like it's such a massive shop in the Des Moines area. Is that right?
Yeah, there's a couple. Yeah, there's the Leaf. There's the Iowa Cigar.
Okay.
The Source. Yeah, there's quite a few.
I know people from Minnesota who drive down there just because they have such a big selection. Is that true?
Yeah, there's a pretty good selection now.
Are you part of Ash Holes of Iowa too?
Yes, I am.
That's nice. I thought I recognized you from.
Yeah.
Nice. So
you guys bring up about 4 or 5 people with you?
Oh yeah, we bring up a lot of people.
Yeah.
So you guys drive. What's the drive like? How many hours?
About 3 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah. 3 hours. John's like 3 hours. You people are crazy.
Well, that's nothing. We went we went to Boulder, Colorado here about a week ago.
You went to
Rocky Mountain Cigar Fest.
You drove?
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah. And then before that, we went to Brew City Cigar Fest.
Brew City Cigar Fest
in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
We could around.
You go to all of them.
I try to make some of them at least.
Wow.
So being in the cigar culture, what do you like best? Like, what does the cigar culture mean to you personally? What's your personal experience? Is it the community? Is it what does the cigar culture mean to you?
You go around to different cigar lounges and you find just a bunch of great people. You can sit down, have a cigar, and just relax. And that's what I enjoy about cigars. Is that it's peaceful, and the people you talk to are good people.
Breaks down all kinds of barriers too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but you don't have to worry about it.
It breaks down all the barriers of life. I had a tough day. Fire one up and you're good.
So of the areas of the country that you've traveled to for cigar festivals, I imagine you also take the time while you're in town for that festival. Right. To visit a couple shops in the area.
Oh, yeah.
What are some shops that have stood out to you that you've been like, man, never would have thought a shop this great would be in a place like this, but it's what are some shops that have stood out to you?
You wouldn't think the burn would be as nice as it is for a small.
Legit.
That one definitely shocked me.
Yeah.
We go to Tampa, so Grand Cathedral and some places down there, Davidoff, which is now Corona. Cigar International, that was a big surprise.
Yeah.
I didn't think that one was going to be as nice as it was.
Yeah.
It really is.
You ever make it down to like Fort Myers?
I haven't been down there.
So if you make it down that way, the world famous cigar bar.
Okay.
Yeah, really nice spot.
Yeah.
Really nice spot. Good humidor. Good, if you want to sit and have a cocktail or whatever while you smoke your cigar, great spot.
Yeah, Smoke Inn's a good one.
Yeah, Smoke Inn's great. Smoke Inn's great.
And the Go, yeah.
Yeah, right on. Well, brother, thank you for visiting with us. Thanks for supporting Cigars and Baseball. Thank you. Thank you.
Brother.
Thanks for the support, brother.
All right.
Nice to meet you. You have a good Cigars and Baseball.
I'll see you in Miami.
I will.
All right.
You might see me too. We'll see. Probably not, but we'll see. I'm always hopeful, but it's just I never have enough time. So I think
getting back to your
while you talk, I'm gonna grab this cigar box.
Yeah, you should. So getting back to your bangers and mash.
Oh, I love
Honestly, do you ever want to move back to Ireland?
No. I mean, I love Northern Ireland. I love Ireland as a country, but for me, it became too insular, and I've lived in England for such a long time. But no, it's nice to return to, but I don't ever see going back there. So.
That's how I feel about New York.
Okay.
I love visiting there, but I don't ever want to go but live back there again.
It seems to be changed a lot over the last few years.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's
kind of been yuppified.
Yeah. Everywhere.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
The way New York's changed. And I asked him if he would have ever moved back to Ireland, and he's the same way I would have about New York. I'd love to visit, but I wouldn't move back.
I really want to go back to. So I've been to New York twice, but I was a teenager. Well, I was a teenager or really young adult, like late teens, early 20s. Both times I went. I haven't had a chance to go there as
an old man.
As an old man. Yeah, you're not wrong. But and see the stuff that isn't pre-planned for you by the class trip or whatever it might be.
Go sit down.
And so I haven't had a chance to really see the New York that I want to see. I want to bring my wife there.
Yeah.
And
take your kids to Cat's Deli.
Go to Cat's Deli. Yeah. Go to do the like old school tourist trip. Go to the Empire State Building. Go to the Statue of Liberty. Go see Ground Zero. The 9/11 memorials.
I've been there, and that is chilling.
Yeah, it's got to be, because I was in those buildings back in 1990 and 1991, and to go there this many years later and realize that none of that stuff's there anymore. The whole landscape of the city's changed.
It has changed.
So we got Dax here. Let's use him before he gets up and walks away.
Absolutely. What's going down, Dax?
He's a big timer now.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Dax, brother, thank you for being with us. Another year of Cigars and Baseball. I know you're crazy. We're not going to keep you too long because I know you got a lot to do. But just talk us through how 2024 is kicking off really, really well for Cigars and Baseball.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell, it's the biggest year ever. So talk us through it.
I would say last year was probably close to the biggest year, but this year we're good. I mean, we're well over 500, close to 600 people this year. The doors are about to open here for the general admission, the classic, and the regular cigar packages.
A lot of VIPs here today.
A lot of VIPs. That's the preferred ticket, right? So you want those extra cigars.
You
want that extra time in here. So to see who's here. I mean, we have a lot of different vendors this year that we didn't have last year. We have a lot more different vendors. If you notice, if you're walking around the park, we're well around left field now. And then we have that pavilion that's out there that's full of vendors this
year. You got rid of the
So
band this year.
Got rid of the band out there. Yeah, we found that that's not the right thing, right? So we got 3 different acts, but they're on small stages playing music. That's great. We don't want to overcrowd the people with music, although music's part of this thing, obviously.
Yeah.
But we got Nate Moore that's out there. He'll be playing our national anthem later in between games. Incredible. Everybody's going to want to make sure they hear that. He's amazing. But then, I mean, we're here for the Miracle Leagues ultimately. So we're so happy for all the support of the vendors, the restaurants, over 20 restaurants, some of the best restaurants in the country, or in Minnesota, excuse me. But, we got the cigar vendors. We have 20 different breweries. We have $1,000 cash raffle today.
Yeah.
Our silent auction is as big as it's ever been. That brings in a ton of money for the Miracle Leagues. So
we're trying to do our part ourselves here.
So while the event is going up, for those of us, and we've talked to people about, if they weren't able to make it this year, if they had kids events or something going on, they couldn't make it. But while the event's actually going on, we walked everybody, our viewers, through the raffle items and everything last year. It's incredible the amount of fantastic and there's some stuff that's genuinely one of a kind.
I mean, there's an African safari trip.
Yeah,
If you're a hunter,
yeah,
there's Twins tickets, Vikings tickets, there's trips, there's hotels.
Yeah,
there's There's kid packages. There's lots of different things. I mean, it's amazing. There's well over 100 items. I just saw a Pappy Van Winkle over there. There's a Whistle Pig that's over there. That's rare.
Yeah. So bottles that on the secondary market would fetch like $2,000-$3,000.
Yeah.
You could buy a raffle ticket.
They're
for
here. Yeah. You could bid on them. Yeah. So you can get them.
So one of the things we wanted to do for our viewers who live, really far away, we got viewers and listeners from all over the world.
Yeah.
Honestly, we wanted to give people a chance to participate in Cigars and Baseball.
Yeah, and you guys
even if they weren't able to make it. So I went in the humidor. I grabbed a full box of Diamond Crown Maximus Robusto No. 5.
That's amazing.
So
that's a beautiful box of cigars.
This, depending on which retailer you go to, this box of cigars is going to set you back $250 to $275.
Right.
So that's a full 20 count box. And so throughout the day today, we are going to be doing a live raffle for this box, and every penny that goes to the live raffle, How About That Cigar is going to give that money to Cigars and Baseball.
Where do you buy a ticket? Because I want to buy one too.
So that's gonna so that money is going to go to Cigars and Baseball, and it's going to which in turn goes to Miracle League of Minnesota.
Right. Awesome.
So because this was kind of last minute, so we worked on this yesterday. So in the future we'll have like a really streamlined way to do this, but for now, because we don't have a direct chain, and you guys know How About That Cigar, you guys know you can trust How About That Cigar.
Absolutely.
So
I'm a big fan of the cast.
So PayPal, everybody knows PayPal. So if you make a payment to, and I'll figure out a way to get this up there, but everybody who buys a raffle ticket, let's say $20 is going to get you a raffle ticket.
Right.
That $20 is going to get you one ticket.
I like it.
To potentially win this box. So if you PayPal $100, that's 5 raffle tickets to get a chance to buy this box, this full box of Diamond Crown Maximus. Yeah. So that's what we're putting out to our viewers right now.
That's great.
Everybody who PayPals, and I'll put it in the comments here, everybody who PayPals Matt at howaboutthatcigar.com, and we're going to do full transparency after everything is said and done. I'm going to transfer all that money through PayPal to Cigars and Baseball.
Yep. New LLC this year. And yeah, it's we literally decided on this yesterday. So, but we wanted to do something extra to help.
We're in the flow, baby. Let's keep going.
Yeah, so everybody who PayPal's Matt, and you can do Venmo as well. So PayPal or Venmo, Matt at howaboutthatcigar.com. I'll put that in the comments. If you PayPal or Venmo $20, that gets you a raffle ticket. If you PayPal or Venmo $100, that gets you 5 raffle tickets.
Awesome.
Well,
and so on and so forth and so on.
Let's sweeten the deal. Let's sweeten the deal. If you put
make a banner,
$100
Matt,
in,
make a banner, please.
If you put $100 in,
if you're $100,
we're going to give you 7 tickets. How about that?
Say that again.
$100 gives you 7 tickets.
All right. So $20 gets you 1 raffle ticket.
If you're a $100 dropper,
$100 gets you 7 raffle tickets. So $100 normally would get you 5. It's going to get you 7.
Yep.
So instead of 5 entries, you're going to get 7 if you donate $100 to Miracle League of Minnesota.
Right. Awesome.
So we're going to put all the details up as we're live streaming throughout the day. I'm going to put a banner up that'll scroll the whole time.
Let's keep it going
while we're going.
Yeah, I mean, the Miracle Leagues is the special thing for us, right? It's close to us because of baseball, right? What we're doing here is all the proceeds from Cigars and Baseball 2024 goes to help build adaptive baseball fields, adaptive playgrounds, things like that, bleachers. These kids need bleachers that are safe and secure and accessible. But we have 14 different chapters in Minnesota that are the Miracle League chapters. We pay their $500 dues that they owe every year to be part of the larger organization. Mm-hmm. That comes out of this event. And then we give them money. I mean, we gave $100,000 last year to different Miracle League organizations.
Beautiful.
And that's so kids with, special needs and mental disabilities and physical disabilities can play the game of baseball. We build adaptive baseball fields and stuff where the field itself isn't dirt. The field itself isn't grass. It's a flat surface, so they can use stuff like walkers and wheelchairs and things like that. So we want everybody to play baseball.
And it's not even just the kids too. It's more than just the kids, right? It's for everybody.
Adults.
Like it's for anybody that actually has use of the park can be able to use that.
Right.
And no matter, I don't call it disability. It's just who they are.
Right.
But we need to. You guys do a great job making a reference of that and putting that out there, and giving back to the community like people are giving here. That's what it's all about at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, hey guys,
Well,
I
thanks
gotta
for your
run.
time. Beat it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Beat it.
we know you
Thanks a
guys
lot,
have a lot of work to do.
Jack.
Thank you, brother.
All right, we'll check in.
All right, thanks, brother. All right, so I'm going to keep typing this up here. We're going to have it scrolling across the bottom of the screen throughout the broadcast.
Justin likes the hugs today.
So if you buy a $20 raffle ticket, that's going to get you. Or if you put in $20, that's going to get you one raffle ticket to win this full box of Diamond Crown Maximus.
PayPal or Venmo.
PayPal or Venmo. And if you put in $100, that's going to get you 7 raffle tickets.
Are you buzzing?
And Venmo is Venmo at a huge nerd is what Jay Davis asked. Is that what we're using?
I think so.
I believe so, Jay. So we'll get that up on the screen.
I'll put it up on the screen once I recall.
I got it up here. A huge nerd.
Like I said, this was kind of last minute, so thank you guys for being flexible with us. We want to raise some money for a great cause here.
And then I'm going to get your QR code.
Okay.
Thank you, Kelly. We're going to work on that. We're working on that. We go.
Is it national anthem? Is it national anthem? I don't want to be sitting with my hat on if they're doing the national anthem. All right. Well, we'll keep. Yeah, guys, we're continuing to broadcast here from Cigars and Baseball.
Cool. I'm Justin.
I'm Chris.
Cool. Hi, Chris.
You don't know Chris?
I don't know Chris.
Hey, what's up,
brother? How you doing?
Good.
Okay, well, everybody knows this guy. Now I know Chris.
Well,
This is the
I
Chris.
go by Nacho.
Yeah.
Nacho. Now I know. Now I know the
That's not
alias.
Chris, that's Nacho.
Okay. Now I'm with you, brother. What's going down?
I know, enjoying Cigars and Baseball here.
What's this now?
Seeing all my friends.
Sampler.
Yeah.
Great time.
Guy over.
Awesome.
I'm gonna wait until because if he's
Hey, Keeper's Heat.
Oh.
Keeper's Heat. Get in here real quick. Let him tell us about Keeper's Heat real quick.
Hold on. All right. Switch with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No. He can stay in. John, you want to step up just for a second? Let's get everybody in here. So, we're gonna have Nacho here, but I want to hear about this drink that we have. The spirit over here.
Keeper's Heart.
Sorry. Okay.
So Keeper's Heart. I will tell you this.
Minnesota company.
I have been a fan of Keeper's Heart spirits for a while.
Fantastic.
So, and we really appreciate the fact that you guys support Cigars and Baseball. So tell us why Cigars and Baseball is important to you.
For sure. Yeah. So my name is Chris Silver. So I'm the lead distiller over at Keeper's Heart.
None of us drink but him, so I'm trying to get him shit.
I'm the only
I'm trying to
Do you drink Nacho? Give it to Nacho. Nacho will take it over here.
All right. Well,
Nacho's got it. We got to
You gotta drive home.
I'm not driving. My wife's
All right.
Okay, good to go. Got to check on our brothers over here.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So Keeper's Heart. So we're out here. I mean, again, supporting the cause. Really, just because we're a good whiskey that pairs really well with cigars.
Tell us about the 3 whiskeys you have with you today.
Yep. So like I said, so we're carrying our flagships, our 2 of our flagships. So the first one is going to be so basically Keeper's Heart is the best of both worlds, the best of Irish whiskey and the best of American whiskey, and the best of those distilling traditions combined together. So we take 2 different types of Irish whiskey. So an Irish pot whiskey, more like your Redbreast, your Powers, mix that with an Irish grain whiskey, much like your that would be a Jameson counterpart.
Yep.
And then we combine that with either an American rye, 95% rye, or an American bourbon. So those are our 2 flagships.
Okay.
We also do our own distillation too at the distillery as far as triple pot distilled rye, bourbon, as well as Irish style. We have to call it Irish style because it's not made in Ireland, but the same traditions as Ireland. And that really harkens back to one of our kind of claims to fame is our master distiller, my boss, who I work under, is Brian Nation. So he was the master distiller at Olive Irish Distiller, so basically Jameson, up until about 4 years ago when he came on and helped us start up our distillery. So we're doing the same traditions as they would over in Ireland, except we're taking that, again, going back to that American spin on any of the brands that kind of we're doing. So
So Nacho, you're sipping on this whiskey over here, right?
Yes.
With what cigar you got going down
I
there?
got the Epic Maduro.
The Epic Maduro?
Yep.
Okay, and then how would you say that pairs with the whiskey that you're trying out there?
Just a little backstory. Last year when I came here, it was the first time I had Keeper's Heart.
Yeah.
I loved it so much. My son, who's a Marine, when he came home on deployment, I'm like, this is the bottle we're sharing tonight. And he loved it. I love the bourbon. I love the Irish whiskey mix.
Yep.
It's great.
So you're saying this brings back memories
This
from your
brings
first experience with your son, that
Exactly.
a veteran, right?
The first time I tasted it here last year, I was like, whoa,
Yeah.
this is awesome. It's a good whiskey to share with them.
Awesome.
That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
exactly what we're trying to do, and that's So this is the cast strength that we're sipping right here. Again, so that's our two different Irish whiskeys mixed with that American bourbon. But we take that right out of the cask, so it's 118 proof.
Yes.
And again, if you're gonna be puffing on a cigar with it, that's actually the one I would recommend.
Yeah.
Because again, that full proof, but again, it actually drinks smoother than our 92 proof for some reason. But you get the better mouthfeel, and again, it's just a really good sipper. Yeah, like you said earlier, it's just people are gonna have to try it to believe it, as far as really taking the best of that smoothness of that Irish style. But again, it gives you, it's got the oomph that the American whiskey brings you. Stands up in a cocktail, stands up for just a plain sipper, because a lot of the Irish whiskey, I mean, if you put JMO in anything, it's neutral. I mean, it just kind of goes away. So,
well, that's one of the things we talk about on the show a lot, because we do a lot of not them. I do a lot of whiskey tastings on the show and pairings with different cigars, and I'm a big texture guy.
Yep.
You know, if I get a spirit that's too thin and watery and just dissipates immediately, it kind of leaves me wanting more.
Yep.
So I appreciate, a spirit like this that's got texture, and it's got kind of an unctuousness, almost like it coats the palate, and I appreciate that. It makes the drink more enjoyable.
Yep. A lot of that too is, again, that pot still whiskey. Pot by itself is a lot more oily than either your American column distilled whiskey as well, and then the grain distilled whiskey. So again, we're blends are really nice because you can take the best of both. I mean, of all the worlds, and kind of put them together and kind of hone exactly where you want to go. Where sometimes a straight whiskey is, again, it is what you get, which is a great thing. But also the blending thing is its own art form too.
I believe.
Well, and one of the things about Cigars and Baseball is, and we've talked about this so much, but it's a great cause. We're all out here as cigar companies and food. There's great food vendors out here, and spirits and beer and all that stuff, all for a great cause, for the Miracle League of Minnesota. So, we appreciate that. And we know you guys have supported Cigars and Baseball for multiple years. So we appreciate what you do for Cigars and Baseball, and wish you continued success, and can't wait to see what you guys keep working on.
Well, sweet. Yeah, I appreciate you guys inviting me on, and would love to see you guys down.
Why don't you tell our viewers how to get a hold of it? Give us your
your
social
Instagram,
media,
social media. Give your plug. What's the plug?
Man, I don't know. They usually don't let us production people out of the distillery
right.
often,
You
because
guys
we
got
don't
a
have
website, probably, right? Like,
so
if they just Google Keeper's Heart whiskey,
Keeper's Heart whiskey, and then if you're in Minnesota or surrounding states, I mean, we have the state-of-the-art distillery right across from Surly Brewing Company, right by the football stadium.
You guys do tours?
Amazing tours. Best tours you're going to get in this state. I mean, by far, as far as we take you through all the components. Have multiple bars, restaurant there.
Yes, the full experience.
Yep. If you're a whiskey person, come on down, and you'll actually, again, you don't have to travel to Kentucky or Ireland or Scotland to do it. So,
Ruben, if you're listening to this out there, I know where I'm taking you for a day trip.
Cool.
There you
go.
Right.
Well, I appreciate it, guys.
All right, thanks. Have a great day, brother.
Appreciate it.
Enjoy that cigar.
So, Nacho.
Take that one.
Yeah.
Back to you. I see this red sticker. What's this? It says, "Ask me about Red's Lounge" right here.
Okay, so I'm a member of a private cigar club here in Minneapolis called Red's Lounge.
Okay.
Or Red's Workspace.
Yeah.
And basically, it's a group of cigar enthusiasts that like to get together. Backstory on it: I walked into a Ramsey smoke shop.
Yeah.
And I met a guy named Josh.
Yeah.
And he said,
whoa! Stop. It wasn't just Josh. Historia.
Okay, you were there too.
Okay. You hurt his feelings, okay?
Okay.
No.
Raul was there too. And so he said, I was like, almost like, have you heard of Reds?
Yeah.
And I said, no. He goes,
tell me more.
you need to go check it out.
Yeah.
And I went and check it out. I talked to Red on the phone, and we had a little meeting. And at the time I was like, I don't know if I could, fit into my budget
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
I got to crunch some numbers with my wife, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so a couple months, I went there on visits and I went there to go, meet some people, and it was great. And I was like, I pulled the plug on it because people like, Jesus and Red and everybody else are so welcoming.
Yeah.
And me not being from California and not having a lot of friends.
Yeah.
This was a kind
California.
of yeah.
That's where I'm from.
Yeah, Los Angeles area. Yep.
Santa Ana. Yeah.
So I was born and raised
Thank
there.
you, ma'am.
And to come out here and people who are not from Minnesota know it's kind of hard to make friends out here in Minnesota.
It is.
When you're an outsider.
It is. It can be.
It's really clicky.
really.
It's Minnesota nice if you know us, but until you get to know us.
There's a certain way you got to do it.
Oh, okay.
gotcha.
Okay. That's what it
So
is.
of all 5 of us sitting at this table right now,
Yes.
how many of us were born in Minnesota?
Jesus, you the only one?
None of us.
None of us.
None of us.
None of us.
Wow.
I'm LA.
LA,
So,
baby.
LA, not LA, but you were born in
Santa Ana, California, baby.
Yeah, all right here.
Yeah. The Cali boys right here. West side. From the
Manhattan,
west side of the table.
and me bumfucked Egypt, Indiana. Banjo style, like hillbilly Indiana.
So
Yeah.
you want to say you're from Minnesota?
Got him.
But I didn't move to Minnesota until I was like mid-20s.
Yeah.
And
I got here when I was
I was
13.
about 27 when I came here.
I honestly, except for the weather, the winters, the winters can go hang. I fucking hate the winters, but honestly, I mean, come on, look at this out here right now.
Can't beat it.
How could you beat this? This is beautiful. I mean, if we were having this event, in Miami right now, it'd probably be 95 degrees. We'd all be wanting to die because we're so hot. So you can't beat this.
No, and our first winter out here, me and my brother, we had like a lot of learning to do, and we had no idea what was going on. We had no family, no friends out here to kind of teach us the ways of how to do things. So there's a lot of crashing through snow berms early in the morning because when they plowed the snow, we didn't know that it was going to be like that. My first car here was a Honda CRV, which got no traction or anything. It was crazy. I wiped a lot of that out of my memory because it was so traumatic. But it's good to go now.
So we also have Jesus here, who's a lifetime member. He's always on our show. So now you can put the face with the name. That's
Jesus Santos in the house, in the flesh, baby.
And why are you smoking such a nice cigar on this day?
It's a beautiful day. It's a great event for charity.
Mm-hmm.
I go have a good smoke.
There's a lot of good smokes here. That's a special one.
But I still want to have a good special smoke. So
what's up, my brother? How you doing?
It's a nice Don Siglo Opus.
Ooh, did you say Opus?
Yeah, he's popping that open.
Boy,
I'm eating, by the way.
I got the banner all set up.
Set up.
It's scrolling across the bottom of the screen.
Yes.
You guys are going to see it throughout the stream.
Yes.
So
can you add your last 4 behind your Venmo, please, of your phone number, which happens to be 8270, in case anybody needs to input that on Venmo, because it did come up. So just add that. Say
I will add
last
that.
4 of
Thank you,
phone
guys.
number is 8270, please.
Yeah, thank you guys for asking. I honestly, like we said, this is last minute. We wanted
Don't worry about it, brother. No worry.
Together some extra money.
You don't even have to say it.
Yeah,
you're good. Just keep rolling. So Jesus, what else do you do in the cigar community? Don't you work at like some shop?
I think.
You think? Like you show up every once in a while and just like make an appearance or like
help out at Stogie's on Grand.
So what's Stogie's on Grand for all the other people listening out there that don't know?
Nice little shop in St. Paul.
Okay.
Nice great little walk-in humidor.
Yep.
Got some great chairs, sit down, get couches, all that, watch the games, tables to do work, free Wi-Fi, all that stuff. But a great lounge to stop by, some great selection.
And if you're lucky and you know W,
yeah,
he's got a special room though.
Oh,
yes,
the downstairs. I think I went down there once with you, Raul. Thank you. That's the only time I've ever been down there.
I like special rooms.
Yes.
Yeah.
So at Stogie's on Grand, obviously there's like the people that go there every day, and then some people that just come in. But like, what's your favorite part about working at Stogie's on Grand, or just being on that side of the fence of the cigar community?
Oh, it's just helping people, especially the newbies, find something new.
Okay.
Like they're people that haven't. I want to try something that's different. You
Yeah.
know? And then it's getting them to learn a new cigar, get out of their comfort zone.
Okay.
I mean, it's great to see the regulars, but sometimes they are set in their ways.
Yeah, they're
Right.
It's always going to be
Right.
this.
Right.
And it's like, do you realize what other cigars we just got?
But then you
There's
have
a
these new
whole
guys,
new
and then you
world.
have these new guys
I'm
coming.
not going to be doing Aladdin.
But then you have the new guys coming, and it's like you get to experience your
Yep.
first cigar experience all over again, right? So
Yeah.
it's like it brings back memories to you, right?
Oh, yeah. It's enjoyable. That's helpful.
They
Then
get
I'm
that scared look in their eyes when they're in the humidor.
Right.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
like you go first. I'm like, what do I do?
you got this.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
They're like,
So, like,
I just say I'll take one of each.
Well, if we perform, that's
I got this.
I got feedback.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mute that.
Good to go.
So we've talked before. This is one of the things that I've encountered before in the cigar world. I know you have too. I imagine everybody sitting here has, and probably a lot of the people walking around here. That cigars is one of those things that, you know, because we all run into situations in our life that are tough, situations that are even tough to talk about. And cigars is one of those vehicles that can help us to open up about stuff that's tough to, because that's another thing too, is for the most part, guys are kind of shut in. We're kind of closed off. We're kind of like, oh no, I gotta stay strong for my people, whatever. And cigars is one of those things that we can just kind of like,
Let
all right,
loose.
let's just real talk.
Yeah.
Real talk. We're struggling with something, whatever it might be. So I don't know. I don't even necessarily have a question based on that, but just on for both you guys, your experience of just like, hey, you know, I'm going through some shit right now, and the cigar, sitting down with some friends with a cigar, gives me a chance to just like open up about some stuff that otherwise I probably would have kept closed in.
Yeah. So
Definitely.
I could talk to that. Being a Marine Corps veteran and coming to a place where I don't know a lot of people and going to the cigar community, people like Raul and yourself, and you know, this guy right here, Justin. You know, so we're all, like, just being in the community makes a lot of things better when you're smoking. You know, like I said, you got that cigar therapy, and it's all great. I really
That's
do
it too.
appreciate
Cigar therapy.
it. Yeah.
Cigar therapy.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do appreciate that. Like I said, Raul's been, just as an example, he's been talking to me about a lot of stuff, and we're in the same kind of public service type jobs, and it's really good to have people who can just bounce stuff off of.
Yeah. Well, and Jesus, you and I have had, you know, a couple conversations about some deeper shit,
oh, yeah.
you know, in the past. And, you know, what have been some of your experiences about having these cigars as like a vehicle to open up about the things in your life?
Well, one of the things I find that's nice is it's a great equalizer.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what, I mean, I bring that example up with everybody. You go to a bar, it's hard to talk to anybody. They have their problems. They don't want to open up. They want their drink, and that's it. You have a cigar, people are willing to, they don't care who you are, what you're doing. They're willing to talk. You start bringing up anything. It's hard to rush a cigar. You can rush it, you're going to get sick. But at the same time, you got to sit back and enjoy it. So, and you start relaxing, letting your troubles go, starting to enjoy this, starting to then all of a sudden talk with somebody. It's a great relaxer, great stress reliever.
And they have the connection, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's got its own camaraderie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
in the military, the fire department, police.
Mm-hmm. Everybody can relate to
Sports,
one way or another, whether the cigar is just the tool to like bring us together, right? Like Matt was saying. Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, just look around. I
Right.
see so much variety of people.
Right.
It's like, but at the same time, we're all here because of cigars. Charity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great cause.
I mean, all these people around here that you can imagine of, okay, it's like, I'm here because I want to enjoy some really good cigars, some good food, good drink, you know, good friends and all that. But at the end of the day, we can all do that any day of the week. But this event, your ticket price, you know, and all that stuff gets some extra money to the Miracle League, so that there's some kids out there. There's some kids out there that are struggling with disabilities that can have a chance to experience a few runs on running around the diamond on a baseball field that otherwise they probably wouldn't have a chance to do.
Well, also, like you said, not just kids. You found out it's adults too.
And yeah, I just found out
because I didn't know that
for years. I thought it was just for kids, and then I found out it's for kids and adults with disabilities.
Which I find that cool too.
So I say go for it. So, my friend, we have another special guest. So introduce yourself and tell us why you're here.
Hi, I'm Wyatt Rogers. I play for Baseball 365, and we got the opportunity today to play here at CHS.
Congrats.
Yeah.
So what position you play? How long you been playing ball?
I play shortstop, and I've been playing baseball since T-ball.
Yeah.
Honestly, I can't even put an age. I have no idea.
Yeah. How old are you?
23.
23. Oh my gosh, I'm very old. All right, so 23. So you play shortstop.
Yeah.
Is that your preferred position? How much have you shifted around?
I love shortstop.
Okay.
Nothing like it.
So how is this your first time playing on the field during Cigars and Baseball?
Yep, first time.
So it's got to be kind of weird. Like, I just came here to play a baseball game. There's all these people up here like drinking drinks and smoking cigars. It's got to be kind of weird. What do you think of it so far?
I mean, it's awesome. There's nothing like it. Baseball's unbelievable. Gets everyone together. It's nothing like it.
Yeah. Honestly, the thing I love the most about this is because everybody who watches the show knows I'm a huge baseball fan. Baseball is my number one love. It always has been, always will be. I love hockey a lot too, but hockey's still going to take a second place to baseball. And the fact that there's an event somewhere in the world where we can enjoy, one of our favorite hobbies, which is cigars. We love cigars and we love baseball. And to do those in the same place, because growing up, I watched those old, the baseball documentary, watching videos or old time movies of people sitting in a ballpark back in Babe Ruth's day, smoking a cigar, while they're sitting in the stands watching a baseball game. I was like, I'm never going to get to do that. And here I get to do that, and you guys, come out to play, and you enjoy some time out on the field while we're up here enjoying some cigars and giving to a good cause. We really appreciate you guys being out here and, putting on a contest before us and just letting us enjoy this event.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
We appreciate you guys having us out here. There's nothing like playing at CHS. Nice to see you'll play at besides Target Field. So nothing like it.
So, Twins fan, obviously?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Born and raised in Minnesota?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, favorite Twins player of all time? I know it said that. Yeah. It's not an easy question.
I'd probably say Kirby Puckett.
Kirby.
Yeah. Kirby's hard to beat. Harmon Killebrew.
Hunter.
Torrey Hunter. Yeah.
Joe Mauer.
Yeah. Been some phenomenal players. One of the things, so I'm from Forest Lake. So seeing Matt Wallner out there, Matt Wallner born and raised in Forest Lake, play at Forest Lake High School. My own son's going to Forest Lake High School now. So I'm like, my son is going to the same high school where Matt Wallner played. I mean, that's kind of, for me to wrap my head around that is kind of crazy. And
I went to school with Joe.
You went to school with Mauer?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Seriously?
Yeah.
Damn, I never knew that about you, Jesus.
Yeah.
Holy
I
shit.
think when he stopped by at Stovey's, I waited and then
I wasn't there that day. I wasn't there that day.
Everybody's like, congratulate. I waited to
Well,
and I was like, Joe.
One of these days, I'm going to be at one of the cigar shops when one of the athletes stops in for a cigar.
Hunter showed up the other day.
Hunter shows up a lot, I've heard.
Yep.
Yeah. So we appreciate you stopping by very much.
Thank you for having me.
Whatever you're doing, whether it's baseball or whatever comes in life, continued success. Thanks for supporting Cigars and Baseball. And we appreciate you being on our show for a few minutes.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thanks.
I was going to ask, can you smell the cigars on the field?
Oh, that's a good question. Ask him. Can you smell the cigars on the field?
Oh, yes, we did our mission.
Smell the cigars on the field.
I was just wondering if it's like,
I love it.
So I see these sandwiches sitting here, and I haven't had mine yet. Matt, you haven't had yours.
I've been so busy talking, I haven't had a chance.
And this beautiful soul over here, what is your name?
Jane Mancini.
Jane Mancini. Oh,
And-
the OG right there. We found the person.
And we're from Mancini Char House.
Oh.
Okay. Love Mancini.
Been in business since 1948.
Okay.
And
For a little while.
Yeah.
A little bit. And then we also have a place called Mancini Al Fresco at the Minnesota State Fair.
Yep.
And so what you guys are eating is our Messi Giuseppe. It's an Italian.
Did you say Giuseppe's, like the other restaurant that's in Northeast too?
I don't know.
Okay. I know. Okay, I know. Yeah. Okay. Messi Giuseppe. Okay.
And it's Italian
Yeah.
sausage
Yeah.
that we cook
Yeah.
and we have made for us for the fair. And then my son came up with the sauce for it. So
Okay.
Really good.
It's
Oh,
delicious.
It's really good.
It's so good.
So how does it go with the cigar, Matt?
Honestly, it's really good because I'm smoking a Tatuaje Fausto, which you guys know is a really bold, really spicy cigar. And there's a little bit of heat in the sauce, a little bit of heat in the sausage, but there's also a little sweetness. So honestly, you know, having the sandwich with that lingering heat on the palate and then taking puffs of the cigar, it's awesome. It's great because the cigar is bold enough that it can stand up to it. So it's really good.
So now I want you guys to take a sip of the whiskey with the cigar and the food and tell me if that changes the same taste profile.
Oh, that's a good.
Like the Voltron. Of
Yeah,
flavors.
right.
The Voltron,
Right.
the Voltron of flavors. Oh yeah, because I still have the spice on the palate from the sandwich.
I did too, even with my root beer over here.
Yeah,
Yeah, with a little sweetness.
So, how many years have you guys been coming to Cigars and Baseball?
oh, a long time.
Long time.
In Minneapolis. This is the
But, yeah,
second-
back when it was at the pavilion.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
brother-in-law John usually does it, but he's working tonight, so it's my son, myself, and my sister.
So for Minnesota to have an event like this that brings together people who love cigars and people who love great local Minnesota food like yours, great local Minnesota distilleries, breweries, all for a cause that just helps people with disabilities to have a place to play baseball. What does that mean to you as part of the fabric of Minnesota?
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's just wonderful.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and we're really we broadcast this show among all our other shows throughout the year because we want to bring attention to Cigars and Baseball, what it does for Miracle League, what it does for the kids, and for the Minnesota companies that are here, yours included. We appreciate what you guys do, not just for the communities that you're in, that you serve, that you feed, but also for Cigars and Baseball, for the kids who are going to have, the kids and adults who are going to have a chance to experience a baseball game where they otherwise may not have had a chance to experience it. So thank you for supporting Cigars and Baseball. Thanks for coming on our show for a few minutes. Thank you for this delicious food.
Oh, that's great.
And keep up the good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Yeah, this event is, I mean, I've said it for the last 4 years. This is my absolute favorite event.
My favorite day. It's my favorite time of the year. Yep.
Believe me, I would love it if I had the money and the time to go to every cigar event around the country. Because there are a lot of great cigar events around the country. There's Cigars and Baseball here in Minnesota. There's Brew City Cigar Fest in Milwaukee. There's Rocky Mountain Cigar Fest in Colorado. There's the Great Smoke in West Palm Beach. There's probably 100 more I'm not even remembering right now. But Cigars and Baseball is special because it's not just, there's something on the other side of it. After you've got you buy your tickets, you get your cigars, you get your swag. It's all fun and cool because, well, all of us as cigar smokers, we love the great cigars. We love fun swag, all stuff like that. But at the end of it, that these cigars, this cigar event is going to benefit kids and adults who otherwise may have never had a chance to swing at a baseball, may have never had a chance to hear some people, after they swing at a baseball, and if they're in a wheelchair, to have somebody help wheel their chair to first base and hear the crowd cheer for them. I mean, I'm super romantic about baseball just because I love the sport, and I think there's a lot of nostalgia when it comes to baseball. And imagining a kid who probably grew up thinking I'm never going to get a chance to play like my friends do because I'm in a wheelchair or I'm on crutches or whatever it might be. And to see that kid maybe come out for the first time to one of the Miracle League fields that's been retrofit to assist kids with disabilities, that they get to do that. This event makes that all possible.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's good. It's a good feeling to have your money go for something like that.
Yeah.
And on top of great food and great cigars and great people.
Yeah.
I just feel even better with seeing the community that, these are places I like. And now they're like me, they want to help. I feel much better supporting those restaurants and breweries and such like that.
Support the community that supports you. Because
Yeah.
like at the end of the day, like that's what we're trying to do is like spread that positivity, like, right, you know, take care of those who take care of you at the end of the day, because that's all we have is like community. And you know, where we're at today, it can get deeper there. I'm not going to go there today, right? Like, you feel me? Like that's kind of where my head's at with that. It's like, just give back. It's a good thing. And you know, maybe it brightens somebody else's day that otherwise was looking at something, you know, down or whatever, just because you did that positive thing for them or whatever, you know, not meaning to, just being just kind-hearted and don't be a dick. That's the rule. That's our
rule number one.
Don't be a dick.
So Raul has an issue.
He's not here. Raul, we love you, brother. When you hear this later, we love you.
I know he's not here. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yankee fan.
So one of the things I want to ask you guys about too is, because we have a close-knit cigar community in Minneapolis, St. Paul. There's a lot of communities around the country, around the world for that matter, that have cigar communities that maybe they're smaller cigar communities, maybe they're up and coming. So let him answer this question.
Somebody coming. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Thank you for what you guys do.
It's all
Thank you,
good.
guys.
I'll be back.
More. I haven't even finished this one. I'm still trying to get all my stuff posted here, because I'm trying to help everybody get their QR codes.
Oh, you don't need all that. Just leave it like you got. The ticker's fine, Matt.
Are you
ticker's
sure?
fine. Yes.
No, but people were asking for like a QR. Is everybody okay?
Yeah, the ticker's fine.
But I want to ask our viewers and go. You go ahead and throw those headphones on. I want to ask our viewers that if anybody needs like extra assistance as far as like a QR code or
put it in the comments.
Put it in the comments.
But everything's on the ticker.
Yeah.
You're good for that. If you can't figure it out, let us know.
Throw those headphones on there.
And then you guys share this mic right here.
Yeah, you guys can go back and forth on this mic. And I want to remind our viewers that before we start talking to these friends here, I want to remind our viewers that as we speak, there's a live raffle. Justin's going to grab it now. We are doing a live raffle. So for those of our viewers who are not from the Minnesota area who couldn't make it out here, we're doing a live raffle on PayPal and Venmo for this full box of Diamond Crown Maximus that I pulled out of my humidor.
No, put it over there.
Yeah, put it over there. So we're doing a live raffle right now for that. So the PayPal and Venmo information is in the comments. And if you need it, let us know. And it's scrolling across the bottom of the screen. So $20 is going to get you on PayPal or Venmo. $20 is going to get you one raffle ticket to buy that full box of Diamond Crown Maximus from my humidor.
To win that full box.
And a chance to win that full box. And $100 is going to get you 7 raffle tickets for a chance to win that full box of Diamond Crown Maximus from my humidor. And all of that money for this raffle is going to go to Cigars and Baseball, which directly benefits
Miracle
League of Minnesota. So sorry, so much going on.
Who do we
right
have
now.
here?
Gentlemen, welcome to How About That Cigar Live. Welcome to Cigars and Baseball.
I feel like
2024.
This guy I've seen before.
We have definitely.
But this gentleman
seen
over
Jeff
here,
Hogan on the show multiple times.
I don't know this guy over here yet. What is your name, brother?
My name's Armin Brockman. I'm Jeff's and Kruk's business partner.
Okay.
You know what? I've learned the industry. It is phenomenal.
Isn't it incredible?
Awesome.
Such a great business to be a part of.
Oh, it's fantastic. And to have such a great mentor to teach me the business and how to blend cigars, how to find the best tobaccos. I mean, that's just been a real treat. Just a real treat. As you get older in life, kind of looking for those fun things to do. This is absolutely a fun thing to do.
Yeah. Keeps you young, right?
Armin and I have been, we've known each other for 25 years. and he's like the older brother, even though like tonight people said, "Is that your
Someone
son?"
said I was your father.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're a little closer in age than that, maybe. However, he's always been there as a mentor in my life and business, and you know, he's obviously been very successful in his career. And he came to me, I don't know, 7 years ago now, and said, "Hey, you about ready to take your company to the next level? I can help you get there." So Armin is the greatest asset to Crux Cigars, and owe a lot to him. He keeps me focused every day, keeps me accountable on things, and more importantly, it's like working with family. We have fun,
Awesome.
and our only goal is to connect people through our cigars and allow people to become a thread in the communities of cigar shops across the country, enjoying our cigars. And what he
You know
said
what?
is,
Yeah, I tell you, Jeff. I mean, we take a real pride in making sure that we have a high quality cigar, the best tobacco that we can get at the best price point that anyone can afford. You know, that is so important, especially in today's economy. You know what?
Absolutely.
Everybody now is a little stressed. You know, who knows where things are going? You know, I've got friends come to me and say, "Boy, man, I'm stressed out. My wife's stressed out." You know what I tell them? Go light up a Crux and sit in your and all of a sudden it takes the edge off.
It does.
That's right.
It does.
It takes the edge off.
Yeah.
It's nice to hear that you have a mentor, because I've known you. I know that you've mentored so many other people in the business.
Yes.
Whether it's other cigar owner shops or cigar brands, and even me when I was talking to you about running a humidor. So it's wonderful that you have somebody to lean on too.
Well, like Armin's always taught me, I'm going to teach you what I know. Your only job is to pay it forward, right? And so that's what we do, right? And you got, there's so many great people in this industry that all just want to do good for the industry, right? And you guys putting the time in that you do for How About That Cigar, one of my favorites, by the way.
Thank you.
It's always something I enjoy tuning into, because you guys are good guys. More importantly, you try to get to the truth. And what we try to do as an industry is help people understand that what we manufacture, what we sell, what we're all about is community.
Community, yeah.
It
Amen.
You know, we're not inhaling these things. We're not hurting anybody else. We are just trying to connect people, and the best way to do that is through fine cigars. That's how you get human connection.
Well, and an exciting, thing coming down the road, because I remember this was back before How About That Cigar even started. I remember back in the day watching, a younger Jeff Hogan.
Less gray?
A little less gray.
No,
on some cigar podcasts back in around 2015, talking about this brand new cigar brands, Crux Cigars, and I was like, man, those guys seem like, and I watched the interviews on some podcasts, and I listened about the blends and the process and everything, and went and tried it and found out they were from Tobacco, the Tobacco Grove, Minnesota Twin Cities area. Went and checked out some of the blends, tried them. I was like, oh my gosh, this is legit. This is the real thing. And so as you guys approach, because 10 years is a milestone, because there's a lot of business. Business is tough. I don't care what you're making. I don't care if you're making cigars. I don't care if you're making doorstops. I don't care if you're making whatever it might be. Business is tough. So when you reach a 10-year milestone in any company, that means that there were a lot of people, and there was just a lot of things that went into making that approach of 10 years a success. So what is coming up on 10 years, mean to you guys? What are there plans in the works to celebrate 10 years of Crux Cigars?
Sure. 10 years in this industry is a
lifetime in some.
Yeah, it's a lifetime in some. Yeah, and definitely for some people. But 10 years for us is a new beginning. 10 years for us means that we are recognized in the industry as somebody that is here to stay. There's a lot of people in the industry that get in and they know they may have, for whatever reason, they don't get over that hump. They don't get to that 10-year mark. It's a hard industry to break into.
Yeah.
It's a hard industry to stay in as well. And so we look at our company in 10-year increments, not 1 to 2 year increments. Decisions we're making are by decade, right? To build truly a generational brand. A generational brand is, the historic brands that we're all familiar with. They're generational companies, right? So 10 years in the business is like we're still the babies in the business, okay? And we're learning every day. So our only goal is to continue to make the best cigars that we possibly can as we increase our distribution and our volume to maintain quality and increase process and efficiency and try to build cigars for what the consumer wants, not necessarily what we want.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of pain to that, but it's also very exciting.
We could have grown a lot faster, but we wanted to stick to quality. Right? Yeah. And, it's like aging a good wine. It takes time.
Yeah.
And we basically said, you know what? We're in no big hurry. Let's do it right. Let's make the right investments with the right people, the right product, right rollers, tobacco, all that, and stick with that. And as long as we continue to produce a good product, we're investing in the future. And I always tell people, it's basically the future that counts. It's not today. Invest in the future.
Yeah, that's one thing Armin's always taught me too, is his term, deferred enrichment, right? So, he and I, everything goes back in the company. I mean, for him, all we want to do is continue to grow this company, hire the best people we can to come into the company, and to continue to expand this into a global brand. But we're going to do it on our time. We're going to, like Armin said, we could go out there and sell it everywhere, going a mile wide and an inch deep.
Yeah.
But our goal is to one retailer at a time.
Yeah.
Build those relationships, connect those dots, create those human connections.
Yeah.
Create loyalty and confidence in the brand.
And what you're saying with that too, like you said, the connection with that and with the brand. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
We can get you back.
Yeah, you're talking about the brand and the connection with the family of that. And then what struck me the most is the 10 years, like the generational family over and over again. And for me personally, I feel that that's kind of lost today, right? The generational wealth and family and continuing that legacy, even when the rest of your family is gone. And when you said that, it's like a lot of stuff I've been thinking about lately too, because it's like, that's the true connection. It's being selfless, would you say? Like, and not making it about the money. Like, is that fair enough to say? Like, is that what I hear? Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's really important. It's important to pass on your work ethic,
yeah,
your hard work to future generations.
Yes.
Not enough people in today's world appreciate deferred enrichment. It is so important. Everybody nowadays wants immediate,
instant gratification.
Instant gratification. Absolutely. Yeah. But you know what? You can have instant gratification just by smoking a large cigar. Apply that to business.
Right.
It's a long, hard road to haul. And, we're committed to continuing to build the best cigar that can be in the market at the best price point. And we'll do whatever it takes. And we're going to take our pace.
Absolutely. So I got two questions. One, I hear you are bringing back a classic. You got a new cigar in a way?
Oh, is he speaking out of school?
Top secret.
Is he speaking out of school?
We used to have a cigar called the Classic.
Is the Passport coming back?
Yes.
Oh, you heard it.
Touchdown call.
A lot of us are very excited about that.
I'm so happy about that. I mean, I knew I like believed in my heart of hearts because that was the cigar that made me fall in love with the brand Crux Cigars back in 2015. That was the blend that made me fall in love with Crux. And I always knew, I was like, okay, we're going to see it again. And you and I have talked a little bit over the years, but I understand you keeping things close to the vest. I get that 100%. But I'm just grateful that you guys, because I appreciate the fact that you didn't rush it, just like everything else you've been talking about. if you're gonna bring the passport back to market, it's got to be right, because otherwise, what's the point? If it doesn't taste like the passport is supposed to taste,
Correct.
What's the point?
So when Crux first started, when I was doing all the blending for these different cigars, sometimes we have a I think for a young company, a smaller company, more mid-sized company now,
yeah,
we have a good portfolio of products. So from light to full body, we have a good portfolio. Anybody in the humidor can take somebody and say, hey, maybe try this one. This might be right for you. Most of the blends that we create, we're creating for the end consumer. What is the market demand? What's the market need? Once in a while, you create a blend that truly is what you love, and then you just hope that there's a natural customer that'll find that as well.
Yeah.
The Passport is that cigar to me. The Passport is a cigar that when it was blended, when it came out initially, gave me goosebumps every time.
It was blended for you.
It was blended for me.
Yeah.
And, like we have another cigar blended for Armin called the Elefante, right? There's certain cigars that we have that are for us, but it may not always translate into sales.
Right.
The Passport is a smaller format cigar. So in the terms of moving the needle in revenue, it's not going to be a huge revenue generator, right? Because they're not 50 ring gauge cigars. Right, they're 44 to 48 ring gauge cigars.
Yeah, the big
perfect
three.
range. Yeah,
Robusto, Toro, Gordo, those big retail ranges.
It's not those. It's something that you enjoy, that you're saying, okay, I'll pay a little bit more for a very, very unique, sophisticated blend, and I want that experience.
Yeah.
And it's very clean, so if you still have time, you can enjoy another one as well. The Passport originally came out, was very successful for us, much more than a small ring gauge cigar should be. In terms of volume, we had some issues with some wrapper years ago, where we were processing it through Plasencia. It was probably brought to higher temp fermentation. It just wasn't right. So we made the decision. We're going to pull it from the market. Like we always say, if we can't produce the best cigars, we're not going to have them. We're not going to go back to the market, right? And so we fixed a lot of those things. We've reorganized that line. And it's now going to be called the Crux Passport Super Selection. It will come in 3 different vitolas, from a Corona to a Corona Gorda, right?
Lovely. God bless America.
And they're pretty exceptional. They go into production very soon.
Okay.
Packaging's in the works. For, the files are all done. So yes, that's coming out.
So can we hope by PCA?
Oh yes, well before PCA.
Nice. Nice.
I did have Christmas presents.
The other cigar, and this is, I mean, we've talked about it.
Yeah.
But we have another cigar which will come out, which is really kind of celebrates our 10 years in the business, which is the Crux Astoria 10-year anniversary, and that will be 10-year-old tobaccos. It will be manufactured by Plasencia, our number one manufacturing partner, and it will have elevated packaging. It will retail for $25 or less. That will be coming out in the next 4 or 5 months as well.
Oh.
We're excited about that one.
Nice.
Lower production, much lower production, but because of the aged tobacco. But it's something that we wanted to acknowledge our top manufacturing partner, the Plasencia family. So we said, let's get your best tobacco. What are you most proud of? Let's put your top rollers on it. It's something Armin and I can celebrate and say, hey, 10 years in, I know we're still a young company, but once again, that will be our new beginning cigar. And we have several new products coming out. And as you know, we're not a company that comes out with new products every year or twice a year. We're a company, we came out with the Epicure Romano. That was our first release.
And I love that
in 4 years.
Great release.
Right?
Great release.
And so,
thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Anyway, so to finish that, we don't come out with a lot of new cigars. So we're going to
thank you.
Sorry, we got to stop for the national anthem, guys.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stars to the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were together. The
Got goosebumps.
Same guys last year, wasn't it?
I don't know about you. It gets me every time.
Yeah, I got goosebumps on that one.
And we're back.
It gets me every time.
But we're sitting there talking about how we're coming out with some new things. We don't come out with a lot of new stuff all the time. We want to make it special. And one of our goals is when we do come out with a new line, a new cigar, we're doing it for our customer. And we want to make sure that it's the best experience they can have. So it takes time. It takes time. It takes time finding the right tobacco. It takes time to come up with the right blend. It takes time to age that tobacco and age that cigar after it's made. So, we're taking our time, and we just hope that our customer has a phenomenal experience when they sample some of our new stuff. Absolutely.
I can't wait for both of those releases to come out.
And to just add to what Armin said, I mean, it's known in the industry, we're a company that we come out with it when it's right, not because it has to come out.
Yeah.
And if people say, oh, yeah, well, they took another 4, 5, 6 months, a year. I mean, for us, sorry. I mean, like Armin's saying, when it's right, when we can say, yeah, thumbs up, green light, that's when it goes out. But we have several things on our innovation calendar over the next 5 years, and we'll pace them out based on, market acceptance. And, we got to keep our sales guys fed as well.
Yeah.
So, but we're still not going to be coming out with new stuff on a monthly basis,
Well, and there's
nothing wrong with this. It's not our model.
I appreciate your philosophy behind that, because there's no point in just spending all your time and effort putting out new stuff just for the sake of putting out new stuff. Because if you're putting out new blends,
shout out to
because
Bob
there was it was probably 4 or 5 years ago that you gave me a bag of test blends and said, hey, try these out, send me your thoughts. I sent you my thoughts, and you could have conceivably put all of those test blends into production just so that you could get them on the market and make a buck. But you didn't do that because you wanted to make sure you're not going to put blends on the market that aren't right. And if you get feedback from you and your whole team, and you gave me a couple test blends, I tried them out, gave you my feedback, so on and so forth, a few other trusted people, so on and so forth. I appreciate that. The fact that you don't just throw noodles at the wall and say, yeah, let's just put it all on the market, because I'm sure they'll one way or another we could develop some tricky marketing plan that would make it all sell. But in the end, if you don't like the blends and you put together a tricky marketing plan and you've got your salespeople trying to move that product, you're like, I don't believe in it. At the base layer of it, I don't believe in that product. And I appreciate the fact that you don't do business that way.
Well, I think it's a testament of how we approach the business.
Yeah.
Armin and I, we're in no hurry to grow this company. We just want to do it the right way. There's only one way of growing this company, which is the right way.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, to your point, throw it at the wall, see what sticks. That's not our model, right?
Yeah.
And so, in a way, everything that we have at market now, sometimes we kind of wish that maybe when you look at what's hot in your portfolio and what's not, you could say, oh, that's an easy one to pull out of the portfolio so we can plug something new in.
Yeah.
We haven't had the what's not yet. So, I mean, somehow that, all of our core lines are connecting with certain retailers and end consumers across the country. So, I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
I think the other thing that takes some pressure off of us,
you know what I'm saying?
We as a company have no debt. Okay, you've got a lot of your
And
competitors
that is
have
huge.
debt, and they're concerned about, they got to make their loan payments and such. So they got to come out. They got to keep doing it. We're in a fortunate situation that we're going to put the cash in to grow the business. So you don't need to worry about, hey, do I got to make the payment to the bank?
Yeah.
And that affords you the opportunity to take your time and do it right.
Well, and
that's right.
I think a lot of people, you guys understand that, and I appreciate that you understand that. I think there's a lot of people that don't understand that debt is just as destructive to a business as it is to a household. Like if you have household debt, let's say a household has credit card debt beyond what they can manage to also keep their mortgage paid and their property tax and all that. It's just as detrimental, if not more, to a business enterprise. If you have debt, and because the debt means that you've got to choose between paying the debt or paying your employees. That's because of course you're gonna choose your employees, because your employees, their kids need to eat and so on and so forth. And the fact that you guys have been able to accomplish this in a way that's lean and responsible, and also brings really good products to the market. It's a testament to the way you guys approach the business, the way you guys understand the cigar culture. It's more than just because somebody can come into this business and understand business, maybe the ones and zeros, but they don't understand the cigar culture. And you guys understand the cigar culture. And not only do you understand it, you identify with it. You're a part of it. You appreciate it. And I think that makes a huge difference.
Well said.
Yeah. So I appreciate what you guys do.
Art and I have fun every day. And if we didn't have fun, we wouldn't be doing it.
Wouldn't be doing it. No, if you don't like it, get out of it. Because if you don't like it, you're going to do a bad job.
Yep. Yeah. So this, being Cigars and Baseball 2024, Crux has participated in Cigars and Baseball for a while. What does Cigars and Baseball mean to you? Because there's a lot of cigar events around the country that you could participate in. Why do you continue to choose to participate in Cigars and Baseball?
Well, the easiest answer, it's in our own backyard.
Yeah.
I mean, we live in Minnesota, so logistically, it's pretty easy to get to. But even if we didn't, you look around Cigars and Baseball, you're going to see people flying in from all over the country and some people from out of the country. This is a special event. This is something where the community comes together to raise money for a great cause. Everybody participates. The amount of volunteers they have at Cigars and Baseball is remarkable. Kurt's team, the ownership of the baseball park, what they did to get this passed through city council, what it gives back to the community, and building ballparks for underserved markets is simply remarkable. And
I agree with what you're saying. I think it comes down to, why do I feel good about this venue?
Mm-hmm.
This is a way where a community has supported us. This is a small way that we can be part of giving back to the community.
Yeah.
And the fact that they've organized this to be able to help improve baseball fields in lower income communities that may not have the resources to do it.
Yeah.
It's just a real positive way of saying thank you for your support and being able to give back to your community. I think that's really what this is about.
And honestly, we've been saying this for 4 years. What better place to have a cigar event?
Yeah.
I mean, we look around this concourse now, and our viewers, they see it on the show, that even people who don't live anywhere near Minnesota want to come to Cigars and Baseball because they see this event. They see the beautiful weather in mid-September, because yes, there is still beautiful weather in mid-September in Minnesota, and great cigar people, great cigar brands, just like Crux, great food, great drink,
and you get to watch baseball.
And you get to watch baseball. I mean, what more could you ask for? So we appreciate what you guys do, not only for Cigars and Baseball, for the cigar industry as a whole. Keep doing what you're doing, and we will continue to celebrate your brand, enjoy your products, and appreciate what you guys do for the industry.
And I just want to say thank you for your guys helping support the cigar industry, it's a healthy passion. I mean, like I said, we don't inhale them. I mean, I don't know anyone's got cancer from smoking cigars.
Nope.
So, thank you for getting the good word out, and good luck in the future. Let's keep it up. Next year we'll be back.
Well,
that's right.
We'll be back.
We need to have both of you on the show when the passport comes out, right around there.
Yeah, when you
absolutely
We'd love to have you on the show.
when the official date comes down, we'd love to have you guys on our regular big Monday night show.
And we'll come to you.
Talk through all the and we'll come to you.
Yeah,
We'll come to Tobacco Grove. We'll set up so you guys can just relax and just have a good time.
The farm.
Or
The farm, yeah.
Come to his farm.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
As long as you got a good internet signal. That we need a good internet signal.
Strong. And let me ask you a question. You ever seen a full-size mount giraffe in a trophy room in somebody's house? Or an elephant?
I heard something about you flying by here. Your airport's right over there.
He's like, shut up, shut up.
No, we'll do it at the farm, and we'll grab some of those cigars. We'll have a fun time.
We would love it.
And we'll do it before it gets released, right before it gets released. Because I know you guys are big fans of the passport.
Yes.
And we'll make sure.
We'd be honored.
We appreciate that.
Absolutely honored.
And you're local, so
Yeah, that's right.
keep doing great things. Do what you do. You guys have one of the best out there, and really appreciate you guys having us on today and being here.
Yes.
This great cause.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All right. Enjoy the rest of the event.
All right.
Crux Cigars, ladies and gentlemen. Find them at your favorite local retailer. If your local retailer doesn't carry them, ask your local retailer about Crux Cigars.
Yeah. Oh, good.
So, speaking about Crux,
Yeah.
that Epicure Habano is one of my favorite cigars.
It's a
He's
really
really
good
huggy
cigar.
today.
Yeah.
Justin's really huggy
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
He's feeling it today.
He's deep in his feels.
He is.
Deep
he
in the
is.
feels.
In the
Let's
field.
get Red. Red.
Red.
Have a seat.
My idea is I'm working with
Who-
Put on those headphones. Point that microphone toward your mouth hole.
We've got like 10 products for the company, but I'm starting to think my focus is just help other people start brands, collaboration.
Get that microphone pointed toward your
Yeah,
mouth
so we don't
hole.
have to hear. Yeah.
You got me?
We got
do.
you. So, Red, tell our viewers who you are and what you do.
And why you do it.
And you're smoking a Crux.
I am smoking a Crux.
See how appropriate.
I'm a local community guy.
Yep.
I own a 4,000 square foot private cigar lounge in Minneapolis. I've been running it for about 3.5 years. The whole idealism behind what I do is camaraderie, community, and cigar culture.
Yeah.
I built it from the ground up, interviewing people that want to come in and be members, and it's a private membership place. It sounds kind of bougie when I say it like that, but it's really to ensure that the guys coming in are first cigar guys,
Yes.
then good culture guys, and then from there we branch out in everything else that a person is. Because when you sit down with a cigar and a group of people that are diverse and different walks of life, it really brings everybody
Yeah.
together.
That's funny because the way you say it, I know based on the way you set things up from the very beginning was it's actually anti-bougie.
Correct.
Because the only reason you're curating your membership carefully is so that you don't get, because you want regular people, and those regular people could be multimillionaires or they could be bricklayers.
Absolutely.
But you want people who they don't care about any of that. They don't care about the money. They don't care about the status, any of that. They just want to sit in a comfortable, well-ventilated lounge with TVs and spaces to either work or relax or watch the football game or whatever. They want to have a space or have good conversation about family, or even maybe some more like heavy conversations about politics or whatever it may be. You want to have those. You set up that space so people have that sort of venue to have those conversations, watch the game, play some cards, do some work. If it's their day job and they got to sit down and log into Wi-Fi and do their work, where they can do that, and there's no BS behind any of it.
Correct.
You know, the guy who makes $600 million versus the guy who makes $600 a week. They're all in the same boat. They're enjoying cigars. They're enjoying the community, and that it's all a part of the same thing.
Absolutely.
So what led you to, because I know you were a member of the cigar community for a long time. And then at one point you're like,
I want to do more.
I want to do more. I just feel like this is my place to like continue this, and not only continue, but improve and enhance this cigar community for the people of Minnesota.
The catalyst for me was my previous profession.
Yeah.
So I was a police officer in this area for 15 years. And throughout the riots and different things and the issues that came up with that and the pressure.
The 2020, like George Floyd riots, stuff like that. Yeah.
I had a snapping point.
Yeah.
And what was waiting for me while I had that snapping point, that of the hundreds of guys that left like me, I think I was lucky. I think you make your own luck, but I also think that I was lucky is I had this cigar club that was going under, and I was using it as a sanctuary.
Yeah.
And the 10 guys that were left at the place became therapy. They became a safe place, a sanctuary, a happy place. And they pointed me in all the business directions that I needed to go. I think you just had Jeff on. He was a big help to me.
Big mentor.
I mean, all I had done was work for the government for a paycheck before that. So I needed people to help me with answers. And I wasn't in the best mental state.
Learning about how to start a business, how to run a business, stuff like that, right?
Very interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
And so as I built it,
Get over here, please, sir. Come on. Sit down.
as I built it, I wanted that to be what it was for everyone else.
Yeah.
And I realized the easiest thing interviewing a person about trying to find out whether they wanted the same thing that healed me was, what kind of cigars do you smoke? Where do you smoke at? Do you know what a lounge is versus a bar versus a nightclub?
Right.
Do you know what it's like to just sit and do old man drinking or or just simple conversation?
Yeah.
And once I got through those interview questions and they all clicked, those were my people. And then once they got in, the reason my club is built isn't because of the amenities that I provide there. It isn't because of me bringing them in and making sales pitches. That gets them in the door.
Right.
But what keeps them is the community that they grow to love and the friendships that they make and the ability to, as you alluded to, sit down and talk to people about different subjects because they trust each other.
Right.
I've got a Biden sticker in the parking lot and I got a Trump sticker in the parking lot.
Right. Exactly.
I've got black, white, Somalian. I've got 70-year-olds. I've got 30, I think is my young. I think 30 is my young.
30 year okay.
It's hard to reach deep there, I guess, on that end. But they're all walks of life. And I've got guys that make a lot of money and guys that are $20 an hour guys.
Yeah, right.
And it becomes, I'm not searching for customers. It ultimately becomes, I'm looking for friends.
Yeah.
And I interview the guys, and I have the police background, so I can sniff out.
Mostly.
I can sniff out bad intentions.
Right.
And that's where it doesn't matter to me about how much money you make or what you do for a living. It's all about character and those types of things. And I grow it through the guys that are around me. Word of mouth has always been my deal. I do have a website now, redsworkspace.com. And it's a workspace for some guys. It's a NFL spot for some guys.
An escape for some of us.
Escape, absolutely. Yeah. And that's open to women and men. I'm mostly men, but
yeah,
got a couple women there.
We actually had a couple meet at my place, and we threw the wedding reception there 2 years later.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, there's I think there is kind of a longing in the cigar community to have a space because there are, I mean, obviously we got some great cigar shops in the Twin Cities area. I'm sure our viewers who are from outside of Minnesota, all over the U.S., we have people who, you know, have their favorite spots in whatever part of the U.S. it may be. But shops have to have closing hours. You know, and having a private place where you can be a member, where you
and it's open 24 hours a day.
24. If you're a member, you can be there 24/7. If you want to show up at 2 a.m., show up at 2 a.m. If you want to show up at 5 a.m. and leave at 9 a.m., do it.
Yep.
But I think there's a growing need for that for the cigar community, because who knows what hours people work.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody's pulling underground cable, you know, at 2 a.m. because they have to stay quiet for the neighborhood, you know, so be it.
Hold on. I don't mean to be rude, Red, but this man is a busy man right now.
Yes, sir.
Red, do you mind? You guys mind?
Go
Let's
ahead.
get to him real quick.
So
how you doing, sir?
Kurt Detlefson, the founder. I call you. You would probably disagree. I call you the founder of the feast, Cigars and Baseball. So 2020 Cigars and Baseball 2024 is looking like a great success. So what are you seeing so far at the 2024 event?
Well, I was just talking to someone, and they said, you know, you have parties and you have events where kids get together and have fun.
Yeah.
And that's kind of neat to have an event where big boys and girls get together and smiles on everybody's face, and everybody's just having a ball, and they're in their league where they want to be, you know, to be smoking cigars, maybe watching baseball, sipping on a dozen different bourbons and scotches, and you know, it's rewarding, and delicious food and great craft beers, and so yeah, we've got a team of about 70 volunteers, and they're working their butts off, and when it all comes together, it's very, very rewarding.
Yeah. Well, and this is our fourth. For How About That Cigar? This is our 4th year at the event. And even in just 4 short years, this event has evolved and improved and grown so much. So as an event planner, event coordinator, how do you handle the growth, not just of the vendors who want to participate, but also the consumers who want to buy tickets? How do you handle the growth?
Well, one thing we're going to be doing this year, everybody that leaves is going to get a little postcard-sized card thanking them for being here, but also saying, save the date, September 18, 2025. So tomorrow morning, we're going to start promoting for next year, because we know unbelievable facility here, and
incredible.
There's room to grow.
Yeah.
And the challenge is reaching the cigar community, you know, getting the word out that this is the date. And it's always disappointing. I've got many friends that are out of town or can't, you know, they had a family trip or whatever it is, you know, so
now they can plan around
they'd
it.
like to be here, but they have things, but there's no excuse.
That's
you
right.
know, here's the date, you know. And so,
and if correct me if I'm wrong, we have this venue for the next 5 years at least, right?
That's what Tom Whaley said.
That was awesome to hear today.
Yeah, that's a great thing, because I mean, I've talked about it so many times over the last 4 years and multiple times today on the show. I cannot think of a better venue to have a cigar event.
Yeah.
Because you've got the concourse around the ballpark. You've got most of it is covered, and there's so much space for every vendor to showcase their products. There's so many spaces for the people who are here to enjoy their cigars, to just sit back and relax. There's live music. There's some of the best food in the state of Minnesota, some of the best beer and distilled spirits in the state of Minnesota. Some of the best cigars in the whole cigar industry are here. And this is one of the best cigar events, not just because of all the things I just mentioned, that you can get some of the best of the best of the best, but the fact that the proceeds from this event benefit the Miracle League of Minnesota.
Yep.
So I know we've talked about it before, but I want to keep getting the word out about what the Miracle League of Minnesota does for so many people, for in and around the world of baseball.
From Hibbing to St. Cloud, Mankato, Woodbury, Lakeville, there's 3, you know, I could name a few others. There's Chaska is on the drawing board to build a complex. Prior Lake has a ceremonial breaking, moving forward event coming up later this month. Shakopee's fundraising for an event. So that's really the greatest reward. I'm a volunteer. Everybody here wearing the shirts, they're all volunteers, 100% committed to putting on a great event. But when you put on a great event, you're going to make some money. And, the Miracle League is one of the best organizations, worthy organizations to fundraise for. So, and I know many of the cigar vendors that are here, vendors, they maybe don't have a real strong presence in Minnesota, but they are so committed to what we do and why we do it. They want to be a part of it every year.
Yeah.
It's an awesome event. I want to ask on a personal comment. You told me about a new diet you're on, and I freaking love it. Can you tell the people, our viewers, what your new diet is?
Well, I'm down 100 pounds from when we did this event a year ago.
Yes, sir.
And I try and walk whenever I can. I'm walking, and it's a lot easier when you lose weight. But, there's all these fad diets, and there's Weight Watchers and Go Low and all these different things. And I created the cigar diet.
I love it.
Late in the afternoon, light up a premium cigar. It's going to take an hour and a half to enjoy it. And, dinner time's over. Rather than going home for dinner, sit at the warehouse and smoke a cigar. And if you think you're hungry when you get done with that, light up another cigar. And even if you don't think you're hungry after that, light up another cigar.
Zero calories.
I'm so sold. I'm so sold on this diet.
We're smoking salads. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, because these are leaves. It's just leaves. It's organic and 0 calories.
0 calories.
0 calories. I am sold. I just have to, while you were talking about your great new diet, I was like stuffing my face with some incredible, delicious.
You need to eat a little bit of something,
brisket sushi or
I've been feeding you bourbon. You need to eat.
You've been feeding me. Yeah. He's trying to get me, to drink too much, but that's another one of the things, because so many fantastic companies are represented here. And as an event organizer, I know it's a tough kind of balancing act, because you want to welcome in every company who wants to participate in Cigars and Baseball, but you just can't. It's not feasible. So if a cigar, or if any company, whether it was a restaurant or a brewery or a cigar company, wanted to participate and be a part of Cigars and Baseball, what is it that you look for? How do you like decide which companies are gonna be a part of the big event?
Well, one, we want to have a balance. There's with the food, there's pretty much almost everything from pasta to ribs and brisket. I mean, there's a good variety. We're very loyal to the people that have been with us, and we want to, everybody that's here, we want to have them back. And if somebody for one reason or another can't be or won't be, then we'll say, okay, who can we fill it in? Who's a good fit? And, I got to give a shout out to Johnson Brothers, probably the largest liquor distributor here in the area. They represent so many brands, and those brands, very, very top shelf bourbons and scotches are all available for sampling here. So they handle a lot of the liquor. It's kind of like who they bring in. And the craft beers, we have the same ones back every year because they have a good time and get good exposure and want to be back.
Awesome.
But kind of in answer to your question, an email, info@cigarsbaseball.com. And, if somebody's interested, we'll definitely respond to them.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. There's some great people here, though.
Well, we know you're a busy man, and we appreciate your time. Thank you so much for having us out here every year.
Yeah, we love promoting this event. We appreciate you having us out here, because It's an event that we love to promote and get the word out about, and because of not only the great camaraderie of the cigar community, but because of such a fantastic cause for Miracle League of Minnesota. So we appreciate being here every single year. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
Enjoy.
All right. Thank you, Kirk.
So alongside of Red, we got this guy. He's got a president's patch.
Tony, you can move over to Justin's seat.
Yeah, we don't. Justin
and Jim.
All right.
Jim, you can sit right there.
How about
So Tony.
So let's talk to Tony. Tony Corey is the president of
Minnesota Ashhole Cigar Club.
Ashhole Cigar Society, Cigar Club.
Mr. Nash, are you a member of the Minnesota Ashholes yet?
I am a giant ashhole.
He is an ashhole. Yeah. So Ashhole Cigar Club, Minnesota.
Get that mic a little closer to you.
Put it to your mouth. You know how to do that.
Perfect.
All right.
So Ashhole Cigar Club in Minnesota is a local chapter of the Ashhole Cigar Club worldwide. We are the largest social club for cigar smokers in the world. We have chapters through North America, South America, Europe, Middle East, wherever you can really think of. We have chapters for our members.
Oh, let him keep talking. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, keep going. Whether it's an all-day telethon, baby.
Don't worry about me. I'm good.
Yeah. So our goal again is to be a social club, place for cigar smokers to get together. We try to meet once a month here in Minnesota. Other chapters do pretty much the same thing. Get together at local shops, support our brick and mortars. Get members out to just get together, sit, have a cigar, and enjoy stuff like this.
Yeah.
Enjoy the community.
Yeah. Because I think in the social media age, I'll say for myself, I went through a phase during like the last, 10 years or so where the social media age kind of got me in like a rabbit hole where I was like, in my house, in my garage, smoking my cigars by myself. And not that there's anything wrong with sometimes like enjoying a solitary cigar, just with your own thoughts and your own whatever. But I got stuck in that place. Mm-hmm. So having groups like the Ashhole Society and other just group and places like Reds, where you can get together with cigar smokers, and I almost said like-minded,
but it's not.
It's not like-minded.
We're not like-minded.
Not always.
No, but it is.
We're like-minded about this.
So I'm Representative Jim Nash. Happy to be back on the show. But here's the important thing: cigar smokers are not one type of person. So you've got
exactly.
I was sitting in Victoria's at Churchill's. Across the outside table from me was a guy who was a welder. To his left was a doctor. To his right was a cop who was off duty, and me. So you've got a full gamut of whatever. And the thing that people need to realize is that there isn't one type of cigar smoker. And the funny thing is, if you remember back when I was doing the bill to lower the tax, the anti-tobacco bedwetters were there, and they were saying, "Oh, all you rich Republicans lighting cigars with $100 bills." I'm like, well, no, because I'm fiscally frugal, I would never light a cigar with $100 bills. I would use like a $9 lighter. But thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's the best thing is
I can't remember the last time I saw a $100 bill actually, but
yeah, my wife knows what they look like. I just don't ever get to see them.
I don't know what they look like. My wife does.
Yeah. But that's the beauty of any of the brick and mortars or the clubs is that chances are you could be sitting across the table from somebody who on any other issue you may not agree on anything.
Yeah.
So earlier at lunch we had Senator John Hoffman, who is a DFLer. I'm a Republican.
Mm-hmm.
He and I routinely have been photographed outside the Capitol smoking a cigar on the Capitol lawns, and we're pals. That's the beauty of what we enjoy doing as cigar smokers is you get to expand your horizons to meet people you may not have met before and do something that you both like.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and it's a like what I was saying a minute ago, sometimes I have gotten stuck in like the online world.
Yep.
Where I'm on my phone, I'm on my computer, in the online world. And I think there is a place for that, but I think it's a small place. And I lost sight of the community where we get together at places like Reds, and we get together at cigar shops. We get together with groups of people where you'll go on Ashhole and you'll set up an impromptu herf.
Yep.
And a dozen or more people will get together just to smoke cigars, talk about life, talk about the game, whatever it may be,
and expand your horizons a little bit.
Because we're going to learn from each other. From somebody's going to have different perspectives than the person next to them. They'll have different backgrounds. They'll have different ideas about politics, different ideas about the society of the world, different ideas about whatever it may be. But we can all. I just feel like we can all learn from each other.
Oh, for sure.
And the cigar community in my life has been one of the places that has been the most open and friendly to opposing, views. I don't even like using the word opposing, but differing views on what the world should look like, what society should look like, things like that. So in Tony, in your experience of putting together events, participating in events with local cigar groups, what have you seen from examples of people coming together who literally you can see almost so funny because sometimes you can see across the room like these people have nothing in common whatsoever except for this. That's literally so what have you an example of that you've seen?
So I think the one thing to note is, when most of us get together, we don't necessarily know those opposing political views. We don't talk about it.
Right.
We're there.
We're cigar nerds.
We're into what we're there for.
Yeah.
We talk cigars. We talk bourbon. We talk other things.
Yeah.
That
Sports.
Politics, sports.
Sports.
We get Yankees fans. We let them come around too. So we really talk about what we love.
Yeah.
And that's what we're here for. So there's guys that I've known for years. I've been smoking cigars since the mid 90s. And, there's guys that I sit with. I couldn't tell you what their political views are because it's not something that's important to us.
And you don't necessarily care.
I don't care.
Which is it's kind of cool. It's okay. It's like, hey, whatever.
An interesting thing when I show up at shops and people ask, well, inevitably as guys or cigar smokers, what do you do? What do you do?
Oh, you say I'm a politician, and they're
I say I serve in the House.
Okay.
And they're like, well, why do you care about cigars? And I tell them, and then they find out about the bill. They're like, oh, we didn't know that you would have cared. And I'm like, yeah, I care because it's what I enjoy doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm both a social cigar smoker, but then after a long week of nonsensical garbage, I'll go sit on my deck at maybe 1 a.m. and I'll have a small glass of scotch, I'll have a cigar, and I'll just kind of let the whole week melt away. So there is a place for that solitary stick where you just want to, you don't want to talk to anybody, you don't want to interact with anybody, you just want to kind of let the week melt away.
Yeah.
But events like this, I've been walking up and down and it's a lot of fun. I'm defined in part by what I do in my full-time, part-time job at the Capitol. But there's a whole other world out there that I do. I work in IT. I have a family of 6 kids, and this opens it up to that conversation. When if it was just, oh, hi, I'm Jim Nash and I'm a politician.
Yeah.
People would say, yeah, I got nothing for you.
Yeah.
Well, and Red, for you, when you put together a place like you've put together, I've been to multiple either events or just get-togethers at Reds where there's so many people who have on specific, topics, whatever you might want to say about it, completely opposite views. And yet I've never seen a single shouting match. I've never seen a single shoving, nothing. Everybody's just like that. For the most part, we're all kind of cigar nerds.
Yeah.
And we talk about cigars, like you said, Jim, we talk about cigars, we talk about bourbon, scotches,
your kids,
our kids,
how much pains in the asses they are, but we love them to death.
It kind of becomes like the tree of trust.
Yes.
So when you walk in, you start to learn stuff about other people, and they're more open. It's almost like a surrendering type of environment.
Yeah.
You're comfortable in what I called it before a sanctuary, like a surrendering in a happy place. To the point he was talking about, Tony, I've had it before in my theater room where one guy looked around and was just like, where would we have all been from?
Yeah.
Where would the six of us?
World? In what world exactly?
We have all cared about each other, and you start to care, even if you disagree. Like, I hate the Yankees, but I hate them less because I know that it'll make one of my friends happy if they win.
I don't, Red. I hate them the same.
So, but hold on a second. I've been a member at Reds for a couple of years now, and you know what I haven't seen at Reds?
What's that?
Is an Ashway event.
That's true.
Let's make that happen. I'm a member of both.
Very true.
I think
I would come back.
I feel bad for Tony because I think Tony just got called out in the air, and I don't think it's warranted, Tony. I don't think it's warranted.
Oh yes, it is.
I'm gonna.
Yes, it is.
So,
Mr. Nash will be there. He said.
I'm your Huckleberry. I'll be there.
Jim, as we continue, because you and many others in the state of Minnesota did us a great service in the last 7 or 8 years of getting this ridiculous tax
and
law.
we thank you.
But as we go forward, we all know that the big machine that is the federal government is never going to stop when it comes to the acronym organizations like FDA and so on and so forth, because it's even still going on with the FDA appeal of the Judge Mehta decision and so on. So as individual cigar smokers, people who are watching this live stream, people who listen to our show weekly, as individual cigar smokers in the United States, how do each of us sort of enjoy our cigars, which is great. We enjoy our cigars and our scotch and our bourbon, but yet just take one tiny little step further towards serving the community of cigar smokers in the realm of maintaining our natural rights.
Yeah. So a policy decision like the bill that I passed is only one legislative session away from being repealed.
Yeah.
So get to know your elected official. Let them know in a non-confrontational, friendly way, like, hey, my name is Joe and I like cigars, and I just want you to know here's my position on them. And do a lot of people will say or can say, I don't care about cigarettes. I don't care about flavored things. I don't care about vaping. I like a premium cigar, and I would really like it for you to educate yourself on what that means.
Yeah.
And then as you head off into the body that you make policy in, keep me and my thousands of friends in mind, because you'll be given maybe one perspective as to what that means. So if you listen to the anti-tobacco people, after this cigar event, we all might go home and just die. Yeah. We're just going to fall over dead. But
I prefer not, but
whatever. I'm voting for not, but they make it such an emotional issue that somehow by being an adult and making adult decisions that we're causing other people problems. Here's the interesting thing for Minnesota. With the legalization of recreational marijuana, I think that the attack on cigars is going to be lessened because they legalized smoking.
Yeah.
And as I said at lunch, I had asked one of the reps that was anti-tobacco but pro-marijuana smoke. I said, so is marijuana smoke like a salad for your lungs?
Yeah, exactly.
So please educate yourself. I don't inhale cigars because if I did, I would be on the ground vomiting right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the best thing that you can do, not just on the cigar tax, but also on what could be next. We talked about the wholesaling aspect of it. We talked about do you pass a policy that allows people to serve alcohol in a cigar lounge? There's a myriad of other things that happen that we need to talk about, we need to learn about, and we need to make sure that our elected officials know. So I get calls from people all the time that said, well, I didn't know that you would answer your phone, and I didn't know that you cared. So take a moment, figure out who your elected representative is, and reach out.
Well, one thing that I'm curious about, and it's kind of based on when we were having the lunch before the event started. I'm not going to claim this as my original thought, but when this person brought it up to me, I went, "Oh my gosh, I never thought about that before." And you and I have talked about this before, as far as the state of Minnesota being sort of stuck in I'm sure many other states are also stuck in this sort of old school prohibition era mentality of, a cigar lounge with consenting adults who want to enjoy a premium cigar also may enjoy a glass of scotch or bourbon or tequila with their premium cigar.
Yeah.
And that you and I know you mentioned a few years ago that was probably like 0.001% ever going to happen. And I realized that because of the cannabis explosion that may be changing now. But one of the questions that was brought up to me that I thought was a question I never thought of, when you look at that, if it expands where we can get city councils and even the state government of Minnesota to sort of broadly say, okay, yes, you can come into a cigar shop, you can get your cigar from the humidor, you can sit down at a bar and order a nice bourbon and enjoy that with your cigar. For a lot of us in Minnesota, Tony, I know you feel the same way. It's like that would be so incredible if we could do that. But that also introduces, and this friend brought this up to me, it's potentially could introduce some, not necessarily threats, I won't use the word threat, but some possible complications from the quote unquote big boys,
the very large
Cigar International, and so how do we balance the possibility of making it legal for us to sit down with a cigar and a beverage, adult beverage at an institution in Minnesota, while keeping the big boys from hurting the mom and pop local brick and mortar shops?
I think that the way you write that bill is you attach it to the gross revenue of that shop per year, or maybe the square footage of the shop per year. I don't know if I'm sure we've all been to there's a JR cigar place out in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a warehouse.
Yeah.
It's a giant warehouse that you could literally.
It's like a Walmart.
Yeah. It's like it takes 10 minutes to walk across the entire place versus one of the brick and mortars that we have here.
Yeah.
So I think that if you constrain the policy to say, if you are X number of square feet in your humidor or in your shop in general, you can do this. And we do that with distilleries that have a tasting room. So we confine the level of their sales to the size of their distillery. So the possibilities are there. And I agree, we don't want to invite the 800-pound gorilla in the room and squash the guy that has a shop where he's got maybe 10 leather chairs and would like to just have a modest bar. Mm-hmm. So I think that's where thoughtful legislators come in and say, okay, we want to do this, but we don't want to make it so that 6 months after enactment, we have the largest cigar store in the world.
Yeah. Right.
I don't want a Buc-ee's cigar store mentality. I don't want to fill up with gas and then buy a cigar and a truck full of liquor. I just want us to be able to go do the thing that we do and enjoy it and be able to have a dram. So for me, I'm a single malt Scotch guy.
Right.
I want somewhere that has a great selection that I can sit down in the middle of winter when you're either in your ice house smoking a cigar, your garage freezing your butt off, or at a place like that, and enjoy what you like to do.
And what a great benefit that would be to so many of us and it's not just Minnesota, the Dakotas, Wisconsin,
Iowa,
all throughout the Midwest.
Yeah.
Where it's the middle of the dog days of like late January, early February. And most of us out there cannot afford a heated, ventilated garage. So if they want to enjoy a cigar, they have to go during business hours,
right,
at one of the local brick and mortar shops, which is fine. But a lot of these people, they don't have the time, because the shop probably maybe closes at 8:00, and they're still doing events with their kids and putting their kids to bed and doing the dishes and all that stuff. And then it's like, okay, 8:45 p.m. Okay, now I have time. My wife said she wants to go to bed, so now I have time for a cigar. But it's 2 degrees Fahrenheit in my garage. All of us are nodding our heads like, yeah, I've been there before.
Yeah,
it's 2 degrees in my garage, and I don't want to go in my garage and have a cigar.
I go to Reds.
Yeah.
70 degrees.
And Raul's like, I go to Reds. So to have a place where that's, maybe got a later hours option open, where, again, you go, a consenting adult goes into a cigar shop and says, I would like to get one of those Tatuaje Black Labels and a dram of the Balvenie 14-year Caribbean cask.
Which would be nice.
And enjoy that with maybe there's a game on, a replay of a game from earlier in the day on a screen above them. And maybe there's a couple friends nearby talking about, oh, my week's been so busy. My kids started driver's ed, and my wife just got a new job, and so on and so forth. Or my kids going through some struggles with something or other. And you talk about your kids' struggles, you talk about your relationship struggles, whatever it may be. And this is, I think, a lot of the lawmakers that you have had conversations with approach it from, they don't even see that aspect of it. They approach it, all they see is the word tobacco,
and it's bad,
and it's all over.
Yeah.
They refuse to go even 1 inch further than that. They see the word tobacco, and it's all over.
Yeah.
How do we, as members of the cigar community, help people understand our position?
Well, I think some of it starts around the idea that I, as a consenting adult, until they pass a law that says it's illegal, I'm going to enjoy a cigar, and nothing that you do, no PSA or, Sarah McLachlan music playing in the background with abandoned dogs, none of that's going to change what I like to do. And there's a therapeutic angle to all of this. There's a mental health issue. I mean, you guys have seen it, that somebody, maybe it's a former cop like you, that you're having a really rough go of it. So you need to go and just kind of find something that you can invest into and let the stress fall away. For those that don't want to partake in alcohol, I have a lot of friends, we probably all do, that a cigar has gotten them out of alcoholism. That it's a huge part of them staying sober.
Yep.
I want fellow legislators to realize that as well, to say, you have been taught since you were like 3 years old that tobacco is evil and that everyone's going to die. But here are the things that you're not thinking about. And I really want them to understand that. But coming from me, that has X number of value, but coming from, Joe Six-Pack on the street, that has as much, if not more, value.
And Minnesota has a large community of cigar smokers that are sober.
Yeah.
It's helped a lot of us out. So that's a great point.
The number one trend of getting away.
Oh, turn that microphone towards you so we can hear you.
The number one trend, I think, of getting away is his expertise is in the legislature. Mine's in selling the idea. And the idea that he said a million times in it is
the idea of community.
We're not smoking.
Right.
We're enjoying a cigar.
Yeah.
That's the word, that's the change.
And not just enjoying the cigar, but enjoying each other's company, each other's ideas, each other's, that one day I might be going through a struggle that you can help me with. And 2 days later, you might be going through a struggle that I can help you with. And it's that reciprocal arrangement, that reciprocal relationship of everybody goes through shit.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm going to be the person that I have a little extra. I heard a relationship person go through this once where they're like, oh, marriage is 50-50. Bullshit.
We talked about that. Yeah.
We talked about that. Marriage is not 50-50 because sometimes I am at a strong point where I'm able to give 80 and my wife is at a point where she barely has like 2%. And I have to make up that extra percent so that we make up a full 100 and vice versa, where sometimes she's going to be at a really good place and I'm going to be really down low. And the same is true with friendships and relationships where in cigar communities, cigar shops where somebody's going to be in a dark, and Raul and I have talked about this where I've been going through some dark shit and he'll help talk me through it and vice versa, where it's a reciprocal relationship. It's never a 50-50 mix. There's always like one person has more to give and another person needs more from the community.
Well, I'll give you a Jim Nash example. So if you read the Star Tribune, some of you might have read that this last legislative session, I carried a bill that increases penalties on people who abuse children. I grew up as an abused kid. So for 17 years of my life, my dad beat the living hell out of me. In passing that bill, in many ways, it ripped the Band-Aid off of all that stuff to the point where I don't sleep much now. I have friends who have said, Jim, you've got PTSD from your childhood. There have been times where I will go and I will sit down and I kind of went in with the intent of please just leave me alone. I want to sit here, and I bump into people and they're like, hey, you're the guy I read about in the paper. And that's happened twice. Without a cigar shop, that may not happen. And, so if somebody else has gone through that and you bump into them in a place like a brick and mortar cigar or at a lounge or a social club or whatever, they may say, you know what, I've been there. How can I help you? And you may have that thing in common, and that's it.
Yeah.
But being able to have exposure to somebody who has that same experience could be huge because, for me, here I am trying to change the law to benefit kids, but at the same time, it's dredging up a lot of my background in my life, and it sucks. Yeah. So I lean on people who are there for me, and I bump into them a lot at cigar stores. So
well, I even had with somebody at a shop right here in the Twin Cities area who has been a friend of mine for years. And I know that he and I have pretty divergent ideas on the ways of the world, whatever you want to say about it. But it was late night. We were closing things down. And we had a fantastic, thoughtful conversation about probably the most contentious subject of the last 100 years, which is abortion. But we had an extremely thoughtful, kind,
loving,
empathetic conversation about the subject of abortion that without the sort of equalizer of the cigar, I don't know if the conversation would have been as cordial.
Right.
Because we both approached it as though we approached the conversation from a pragmatic and empathetic point of view, knowing that I disagreed with him on certain subjects, and he disagreed with me on certain aspects of the conversation, but that at the end of the day, each of us want to land on a place where everybody is
respected
and free.
Right.
Right. And in a world where we are so heavily politically polarized.
Yes.
Artificially sometimes. Being able to just go in and like, hey, Red, what stick do you have in the last 6 weeks that jumps out in your mind? And you talk about that. You know,
what's your notable smoke?
yeah. So I get questions like that. People know that I'm a big Scotch guy. Like, hey, on 99% of the things, I think you're a rat bastard. But I know you like Scotch. So could you help me out? Those are the things that make us human again. And I think that with the speed of information and the polarity of social media, it's nice to be able to sit down and say, you know what, I may not agree with you on everything, but let's work together to find out. You know, like I could sit down and say, Red, what are 5 cigars do you think that we would have in common? I like this profile. Tell me what you like. And then you have a conversation around that. Then you sort of chip away at the artifice of what you may have as a preconceived idea. And then the next time you see them, you're like, yeah, I kind of like that guy. I'll go sit down next to him and talk about it at the shop.
It becomes a disarming moment.
That's a great. So say more about that disarming moment.
And I used to use that in law enforcement, where you find a way to be empathetic. The word you use, where you look at something,
with a subject that's maybe keyed up or whatever it may be.
Find out what is a person thinking about from their point of view. Put yourself in their shoes. That's what empathy is. That's what made a good cop. And having the cigar as an equalizer, not smoking it but enjoying it, creates immediate empathy.
Yeah,
it creates a disarming, surrendering, open environment.
Totally
right.
And
I think that's the biggest thing, as Matt was talking about, kind of this social media thing. We're all used to just throwing something out there, and it's just there. Versus when we're sitting in a lounge talking to somebody, you're actually listening to people.
Yeah,
It's not just the next guy getting their statement out there to be heard. You know, we actually have conversations.
Trying to get cigars, I guess.
You leaving? You going home?
Well,
and next time you come by, bring some cigars.
That's one of the things. That's one of the things, Tony, that I've learned over the years, because I gave it up. I used to be one of these people on social media that was really, I had my opinions about X, Y, and Z, and I would post it. And if people posted something that was alternative to what I believed, I would comment and I would try. And I was like, after a few, I was like, what the fuck am I doing?
It's draining.
It's not doing any.
It's exhausting.
Because I realized social media is a wall. And I learned this from, I don't even remember who it was. I watched somebody interviewed on a podcast, and they said social media is a wall, and there's people on one side who have their ideas and people on the other side that have their ideas, and they take their idea almost as a grenade and they throw it over the wall, hoping that the person on the other side of the wall changes their mind. And then the person on that side of the wall takes their idea in the form of a grenade, throws it over the wall in hopes that I'll change my mind. And after a couple of years, I was like, what the fuck am I doing? No, I'm not changing anybody's mind, and nobody's changing my mind. And yet I know that these are people that I respect, that I love, that I care about, that it's family members of mine that I was having social media arguments. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? And I gave all of that up. And the only thing I post anymore on social media is stuff that's positive.
That's right.
And if I'm going to have a hard discussion about something deeply important to the world, I'm going to do it in private, in person, face to face with somebody, and even around a cigar. And I've had so many deep, important conversations about very contentious subjects with people.
Like the Yankees.
Like the Yankees.
We don't want to talk about the Packers, do we?
So, or the Packers.
We hate them too.
So, Matt,
we love the Packers. I love the Packers.
So, Matt, every year I have to put out almost a disclaimer. If you want negative stuff on Facebook, you can find it. It's not going to come from me. You know, I'm going to put out all the positive stuff in my life.
And if you want to find it, it's endless.
It's there.
If you want to go on it, if you want to go on X or Facebook, the negativity is, you won't have any trouble finding it.
Right, and you can always find your team on any of us, right?
Your team,
you
whether
can
it's
find that
your
that
far left,
50%,
your far left
your
team, your far right team, your Vikings team, your Packers team, whatever it be. If you want to find your team, you'll find them. But if you want to find positivity, if you want to find true, like, personal, like, introspective understanding and growth, you'll find it like this. You'll find it face to face with other people. You will never, ever. And it took me some hard lessons to learn that. And one of the things that I heard, again, this is not my own wisdom. I heard this from somebody else, and I shared this wisdom with my son when I took him camping, just the two of us, just to try to, like, understand each other. I said, based on something I learned from somebody else, nothing wonderful will ever happen in your life while you're looking at a screen.
Yeah. Except for our show.
Except for, how about that cigar life?
Duly noted. Yeah.
But I said, I said the greatest moments of my life, when I met your mom, when we had our first dates, when we got married, when you were born, when my phone was nowhere. It wasn't even a thought in my head. Nothing wonderful.
When the Vikings won this. Oh wait, they haven't won a Super Bowl.
Oh, that's right. That's true.
Sorry, guys.
It's true.
Yeah,
it's true. Yeah. When the Jets won the.
They did win in 73, by the way.
73, I know. Yeah,
still,
but
before the Vikes.
Wait, how long was 51 years ago?
That was before the Vikes.
There's only a couple people here old enough to remember that, though.
I'm one of those people.
And we're going to talk about championships. Let's talk about 27.
No.
Let's talk about 27.
Here we go.
All right. So if you're going to talk about championships,
look what I did here, Red.
Then
we realize you're a winner.
The Green Bay Packers.
But I am a Jets fan too, so it all equals out.
Of all, then the Green Bay Packers have 13.
Yeah, that's not 27.
More than any team.
That's not 27.
The Green Bay Packers aren't a baseball team, asshole.
I'm just going to put a plug in for my Denver Broncos because
yeah,
we beat the Packers in an important Super Bowl, which was one of the better days of my life.
I was very sad that day.
I was very happy that day.
I was so sad that day. I was really happy the year before.
Yeah,
but that day when John Elway did the helicopter, I was like,
best moment in sports right there, baby. Best moment in sports.
As soon as that helicopter happened, I was like, they just won. They just won. Green Bay lost. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate the time.
We appreciate you.
Thank you so much for what you do, and keep doing what you do, brother.
Will do.
Right.
See you guys.
Thank you, brother. Representative Jim Nash, great state of Minnesota. Thank you, brother, for being on again.
All right.
So, Tony, let's get back to something that's important.
All right.
We should have a winter herf, since I'm a member of Minnesota Ashholes and I'm a member of Reds. Let's put this together.
We can make that happen.
Let's make it happen.
All right, we need Justin to get back on the ball and get.
He's too busy talking about.
We need our friend from 3rd Street Brew House.
I'll get him.
I need a beer. I need a beer over here.
You guys stay and keep talking.
He's getting thirsty.
I'm getting thirsty. Not that I haven't. Daniel, put those headphones on. All right, Justin, talk to our friends from 3rd Street Brew House. See if we can get a little get them over here to talk, and also I need a little
some beer. And tell Kefley to send a couple cigars over too.
Daniel, so let's get that microphone up.
Who is this guy anyway?
So Daniel is one of our great friends from here in the Minnesota cigar community.
Hey guys.
It is fantastic to have you on the show, but also we've been friends for a really long time. And one of the things we've been talking a lot about so many different subjects today, but one of the things that we've been talking about is kind of the sort of the mental health subject. And you're an expert in this subject. What are the mental health subjects or aspects of the cigar community? That a lot of us get stuck in this sort of social media loop or social media like blockage where we can't get into real conversations. So in your experience as not only a mental health professional, but also a true cigar nerd, I know you as a true you love the brands, you love learning about the leaf and how they make it and all this stuff. So as like the cigar community, what do you feel like is our sort of role to people who are entering that cigar hobby for the first time, who maybe, you know, are struggling with mental health, men or women coming into the cigar hobby? You know, how do we as cigar members of the cigar community have sort of a responsibility to bring other people into the fold, but also at the same time, what is it about this hobby in particular that can be beneficial to individual mental health and sort of community mental cohesiveness and awareness?
Yeah, for sure. You know, listening to podcasts, and Nick from Foundation Cigars, he always talks about how tobacco is medicine, right? It does have some really good qualities where it relaxes us. It opens us up. And I do think, to answer the other part of the question, people in the cigar community are super open and non-judgmental. And I think the tobacco has something to do with that.
I think it's the breathing too.
For sure.
The breathing
Sure,
in and out relaxes me, you know.
Well, I have seen some studies, a number of studies actually in the last 5 or 6 years about nicotine, its effect on receptors for things like dopamine and so on and so forth, that can actually be in the right amounts and the right frequency be very beneficial. So, but beyond just the chemical, the nicotine and so on and so forth, we had a group of us sort of at an event at Ramsey Smoke Shop.
Yep. There's a few of us sitting in the back.
You know, a conversation just about, you know, that all of us go through, that everybody goes through shit.
Yep.
So as members of the cigar community, what do we, you know, how do we sort of foster the people coming into the cigar community, and also just sort of stay open to what, you know, because we talked about it a minute ago with some other people, that no relationship is ever like 50-50. Like there's going to be one member of that relationship that needs, like, that they're really, really in a bad place and they need more. So the other person's going to have to give 75% because they only have 25%, and so on and so forth, back and forth. So as members of the cigar community, how do we be good stewards of what we want to foster in that community?
That's a deep question. You know?
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah, sorry to go like super
good.
existential.
You know, just thinking about it, we all have these defense mechanisms, right? And the one thing that I notice about smoking a cigar, it kind of puts them down. You know, we're able to like feel more calm, more relaxed. And those things kind of naturally come down. And I think that's why you see so many bonds in the community, right?
Yeah.
And so I think we're doing it, to be honest. I think that's happening right now. I think we're doing it.
Well, I've even seen, even beyond cigars, because there's so many different groups that have their different hobbies. You know, some people are really into cigars. Some people are really into, it could be guns or shooting sports. Some people are into Magic the Gathering. Some people are, the list of hobbies is beyond insane. But cigars in particular are one of those hobbies where the rabbit hole is so deep. And I honestly believe beer is the same way. But the rabbit hole is so deep as far as the way you make the blends, the way the tobacco is fermented, the way the tobacco is cured, the way it's grown, you know, the way it's rolled, all that stuff. It's like a community sort of, because everybody nerds out, quote unquote, nerds out about something. And would you say that's true that people in the cigar community or even the beer community have found that thing that they enjoy so much that they're going to nerd out about it so much that it brings them together? And then after, because I know this about myself, that after a certain point, it's like, okay, these 5 people around me, I have built enough trust with these people where I can open up about something that's real. I'm not talking about the cigar anymore. I'm not talking about the blend. I'm talking about something that's really going on in my family and my life that's real. Have you experienced the same thing?
100%.
Okay.
For sure. And maybe to add to that, like to answer the original question, I would say maybe that's what we need to do is focus on being real more, when you're smoking a cigar or you feel that, right?
Well, because we do get caught up in those sort of nerd conversations, whether we're talking about, this varietal of hops that was added at this point in the brewing, or this varietal of, half a leaf of Ligero in the blends on the filler that's going to make this. And then while it feels like it's at a certain point, all of us are sitting back kind of like, I really, really want to talk about the deep shit that's going on in my relationships, but I'm scared to. So I'm just going to keep talking about the shit that I'm nerding out about. Yeah. No, and I think we all go through that. But it's good because regardless, even if it takes people longer to get there,
we get there.
This, whether it's the cigar that's the vehicle or the beer that's the vehicle, whatever vehicle can help us get there, as long as it's not a vehicle that's like outright destructive. I mean, heroin obviously is a vehicle that's outright destructive. That maybe eventually it'll get you there, but by the time you get there, you're all going to be dead. Cigars and beer and distilled spirits, for a lot of people, you get to that point where you can finally open up and say, okay, here's what's really going on in my life and in my relationships. By the time you finally get to that point where you can be honest and get beyond the nerd stuff about the Ligero and all that, you're going to have that space to do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So speaking about beer, we have our friend over here from Third Street Brew House.
Thanks for having me back. I'm Lindsay with Third Street Brew House, and I think the last 3 years we've been kind of hanging out by each other.
That's right. A little bit different look this year, but still, we were glad to have you right across the way.
Yep, and I feel like if you're talking about like all the different types of hops and all that kind of stuff, I got 2 of the brewers over in our booth working with us today, so they're great guys, and it's a great event to get to get out of the brewery and get in to see people. When you're in the brewery, you don't see that many people. These guys get to come out and do this, and they love doing this event every year, and it's a lot of fun. So, so Third Street Brew House out of Cold Spring, Minnesota. We're in central Minnesota, and we've been part of this since I think the inception when they started tailgating. Yeah, and Angelo, one of our former sales guys, was very instrumental in getting this started, and we want to keep the tradition going. So.
Well, and I learned about your brewery for the first time here at this event, and it's great because I do a lot of fishing way up in northern Minnesota, like places that a lot of people would be like, I'm not going there. That's too much work. I go to fish in those places, but the good thing is places like, when you get up to like Cloquet or, Two Harbors, it's like, there's shops up there that have your beer available. And this exact beer, Minnesota Gold Lights, this exact beer. So it was the second week of July, and I was up with the same. So four of us, me and 3 of my friends, have gone. The same 4 guys have gone on a fishing trip. We pick one long weekend, Thursday through Sunday, every year for the last 5 years.
Sure.
And for the last 2 years, I've been able to find either at Cloquet or somewhere up in way like Arrowhead region of northern
Well,
Minnesota.
you'll find it all the way to Grand Marais. Grand Marais is a
I've
great
been able to find
city for us.
I've been able to find this beer, and it was great because I saw it. And I was like, oh my gosh, I met those guys at Cigars and Baseball, and their beer is really
I met
good.
those guys.
And my friend, I have a friend, Mike, who's one of the guys that goes on the trip, and he's an old school, like, I'm only going to drink like established big name brands.
National brands.
I'm going to
Sure,
drink
yep.
Coors Light, or I'm going to drink Busch Light, or I'm going to drink Keystone Light, or one of those.
Right.
I call them Walmart brands. Don't tell anybody I said that. But I said, Mike, so I bought a couple cases of this, and I said, Mike, you have to try it. He said, I'm not going to like it. I said,
If
okay.
you've never tried it, how do you know you're going to?
If you never tried, okay. And I said, all right. And he said, that's one of the best beers I've ever had.
We just had people here tonight too, so that it puts one of the other big national brands to shame.
Yeah.
And I always say this about our brewery, because we do so many other products at Cold Spring that aren't ours. Our quality team has to be second to none. And that spills over to the beer, obviously. Right? And Third Street's the only beer brand that Cold Spring owns.
Right.
So, and we do so much other stuff with other national beverage companies, energy drinks, and all that stuff, that it's so nice to have a quality team that can make a really good beer at a really good value. So, 24 pack of 12 ounce cans, Minnesota Gold Light will run you. I've got one liquor store doing them at $15.99 a case on special right now. It's crazy.
That's what I
mean, it's 15 to $20 a case for really good quality beer that's made in Minnesota. It's made
exactly. Why not support your own in your own state?
Yep.
And that's one of the other things that because I think, okay, if I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna spend, even if I get a deal, let's say someplace has some ridiculous deal because it's about to, the date's coming up on the cans.
Yep.
And I get a case of XYZ big name brand.
Yep.
And they've got a deal. It's $10.99 a case for a 24 pack. Okay, but $3 more out of my pocket.
You can get a local brand.
More, $5 more out of my pocket. I can get a local brand that I know probably the beer was put into those cans probably within the last 3 weeks.
Yep. And that's,
I would rather do
that's
that.
the thing, fresh beer is a great thing. And local is a great thing. When you're talking about, like, I always tell people, this is made with Minnesota water.
Yeah.
This is made with, the glacial waters from Cold Spring. We don't use the spring anymore. There's a spring right outside the brewery still.
Yeah.
That in 1874 the settlers started, brewing beer there, and it's a great piece of Minnesota history. Well, and we just celebrated our 150th anniversary of brewing beer on the site of the brewery. So we're the second oldest brewery in Minnesota behind Shell's, but we haven't been owned by the same family over, we're the Shell's family and now the Martys that own. That's been family owned since the inception, and so we're still obviously a very important piece of Minnesota brewing tradition, and we want to keep that tradition going, and Minnesota Gold Light's been very successful. It's an easy drinking beer.
It is. This is so one of our traditions, like this trip that we take, this fishing trip we find a place way up in the Arrowhead region, somewhere in the middle of nowhere. And we bring our boats, and we typically try to find a campsite where the only way to get to the campsite is to put all the gear in the boat and then
portage over.
It's great because the fishing, the fishing's going to be good.
The fishing's going to be great.
And you can still put your beer in the lake and keep it cold.
Yeah. So we get there and we know, okay, we're gonna be enjoying these So we only bring what we need. So somebody brings, okay, I brought breakfast for this day, and I brought lunch for this day, and so on and so forth. And I say, okay, I bring beer for every day, and it's actually good beer. It's from Minnesota. It hasn't been sitting in the can for the last 10 months.
Correct. Yeah.
And for the last 2 years, my wife and kids and I have camped. We've gone camping at this place in Clearwater.
Sure.
So
they're not that far from the brewery.
It's not that far from the brewery. So we've gone camping in Clearwater, but we go with the whole family. So like all extended, we go to the same campground, and there's like 6 families. And I say, can we please go to 3rd Street? And they're like, no, because we got things for the kids to do and stay. And I'm like,
well, you need to come up and visit us sometime. Let me know when you want to come up. I'll give you the tour. And actually, I will arrange for the brewers to actually give you a way better tour than I can.
Nice.
I can take you through and show you what's going on and that kind of stuff. But the brewers have all the insight, and they know how everything operates. And we can go into the production facility, and you can see stuff being canned. And,
oh my god!
And everything. It's and we just this summer put in 3 brand new fillers.
Nice.
In what we have 2 production facilities, but the old brewery has 3 canning lines in it. So the new brewery
continuing to expand.
Yeah, we've grown a lot in the last few years, and these new canning lines, that's a big deal. You just can beer. Well, canning is really important because you don't want oxygen in your beer. And so these new lines can keep oxygen down in the beer as it's going through the filler into the can, and then the lid goes on.
Okay.
So you want to talk about nerdy technical stuff? Well, there you go. So
I love it.
Yeah, the new canning lines are amazing, and it makes canned beer even better.
So now that we talked about all the nerdy stuff and stuff I can't enjoy, you know what my question's going to be? When are you coming out with NA?
So as a matter of fact, we've had several people stop at our facility or at our booth here and ask for it tonight. It's such a growing segment in the industry, and we'll have to see. I know that the equipment is very expensive to produce NA, and I was talking to one of the brewers. He goes, "It's not out of the realm of possibility that we could do." And it is an ever expanding market. And I know that a lot of the beer distributors have someone that just deals with NA products because it's growing. And
I spend a lot of money on NA beer because I love the taste of beer.
Right. Yeah. And if you don't drink and you love the taste of beer, it's awesome.
And I know my father-in-law still loves the taste of beer, but he doesn't drink anymore.
Right.
So NA beer it's like every time we have a get together with my father-in-law, we make sure to have NA beer on hand.
Yep.
And we'd love to have some of yours.
There's so many different flavors out there.
It's not, like I said, it's not all the realm of possibilities.
Yeah. Next year this time.
We need it. Yeah.
Next year this time.
Well, and if
you're growing,
like
you said, if the cost of entry for the equipment to make NA beer, we completely understand.
Yeah.
It's like,
right. No,
you have to weigh the pros and cons of,
That's him being nice. I don't understand. I want NA beer. I want to taste how good this is.
I know. I understand. I understand. I'm with you. 100% with you.
Well, so one other thing that, we've talked about before, but we want to, for those who are watching our show right now that haven't heard from you before, remind everybody why you continue to participate and support Cigars and Baseball.
Well, I think overall it's the cause.
Yeah.
This is a great charity to support. This event is amazing. We get to see a lot of people that we don't normally see through, beer festivals and samplings at liquor stores and other things that we do. So you get to see a whole different group of people. And people that love cigars and know way more about cigars than I do. And I'm like, is there a Maduro? That's like me. I'm like, oh, I want a Maduro, and not being a heavy cigar aficionado or whatever. And I probably smoke
Every once in
a dozen cigars a year, maybe, or maybe a little more. But
two of them are here.
But two, I always have two. You guys know I always have two when I'm here. And I get home, my wife's like, "You're smoking cigars." Well, it was Cigars and Baseball.
Cigars event. Yeah.
So guess what I was
What do you
doing?
want me to do?
Yeah. So, anyways, but it's a great cause, and you know, I think it's so cool that we've always been set up by you wherever we are at CHS Field. We're always set up by you guys. Like, hey, it's like being old friends, and it's just a great tradition, and honestly, our employees love it. They love coming here. It's you know, like I said, the brewers getting out of the brewery and coming here, they're having a blast. They love this, and they love to see, you know, hear real-time feedback from people that are on the street, you know. And I get to do it all the time. And, you know, I get to hear our feedback all the time. So that lime beer that's in by your laptop there. So that was just released this year. I think we're probably the only brewery in Minnesota that has like 5 light beers. And we've kind of gone down that path. We're like, we want to be the easy drinking beers in Minnesota. So, you know, Minnesota Gold, our flagship, Minnesota Gold Light, both easy drinking, you know, but this micro line. So micro means low carb, low calorie. So we came out with this micro beer, of course, during COVID, 1.4 carbs, 88 calories. What we've been able to do, we partnered with a company that takes natural juice. So lime juice, peach juice, raspberry juice. They take the sugar out of it and we add it to the beer. And that lime was on fire this summer. We had a Bloody Mary bash up in Duluth. It took first place for best snit for Bloody Mary.
Oh, I love the
So I've talked to friends about this before, that typically when it comes to like sparkling water or seltzer that's lime, I usually don't like it, because it's usually kind of it usually has this kind of soapy,
almost artificial,
astringent, artificial. But this tastes like key lime pie. There's like a sweetness on the back end of it.
Yep.
It doesn't have any of that like astringent.
It's real juice. That's the great thing. Yeah, it's real.
This is outstanding.
It's real juice.
So
we have a raspberry and a peach. The peach won the Brewers Cup, Minnesota Brewers Cup. Won first place for fruit beer this spring. So that was quite a count. And it you know, it all really goes back to our brewing team and our brewers. They're amazing. That's red. That's pink. They do a great job. And I can't.
Good.
It makes my job easier.
Yeah. Yeah.
People are like, you only drink that beer because you have to. I'm like, no. I drink the beer because I actually like it.
Because I hire people that are really good at what they do.
Right.
And it happens to be great beer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate what you guys do for, you know, I appreciate it as a beer drinker. I know Daniel does.
Yeah, this Minnesota Gold is really good.
Thank you.
It's enjoyable.
You. Yeah. So, and it's a full-bodied lager. I always say it's a harmless beer. It's just you know, it's everybody's like, oh, I don't want something so hoppy. You know, like it's not. It's just a good,
not at all.
Good American lager. That's all it is.
That
you know? And
that's one of those beers that you could, you know, drink one every couple hours during that whole 4th of July day.
Yep.
And feel fantastic at the end of the day.
Minnesota Gold Light, same thing.
It's the same way.
It's lower alcohol. I mean,
it's low alcohol. I've had this during like pretty much entire days of fishing out on the water with a cooler in the boat. And we're catching fish. We're having a great time, drinking great beer.
Yep. Our brewmaster, the reason he did that, he's like, it's 3 point. I want a beer that I can drink all day and not get wasted.
Exactly.
I just want to have beers, and I don't want to have a big buzz. You know. And
I hear you.
Just one below 25.
I hear you for 3 years, and we'll see. We're gonna work. I know we're gonna. I'll see what I can do.
Keep hearing how
I just wish. I'm like, you know, that whole thing where I just say I just work there.
If only the equipment investment for brewing NA beer wasn't like, you know, $400,000.
Right. If it wasn't, we can.
There's actually a Minnesota company that's all they do. It's called Hairless or
no, but we want.
Well, and Athletic is another one that's come out that's really big. That's NA.
There's
that
all
one's
companies
national,
that's
but
all they do.
They do a good job.
But we want NA from 3rd Street Brew
We
House.
want it from Minnesota.
I will. I'll pass that along to the bosses and see what happens.
Well, we appreciate what you guys
Thank you,
do.
brother.
And keep doing it and keep supporting Cigars and Baseball. And we will continue to support you. And just thank you so much for being on our show for a little while.
We appreciate you guys.
All right.
A lot.
Thanks,
Cheers.
brother.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Cheers.
Salud.
Cheers.
Thanks for the beer.
You're welcome. No problem.
All right. I want to see if we can get Lavelle.
Talk to Justin. He's right behind you.
Justin, can you see if you can find Lavelle Neal?
He's got a book signing that way.
He's got a book signing down there.
Hey, don't have.
Yeah.
I might want to take one of those raspberries home to the wife.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it, brother.
Thank you, brother. Keep doing what you're doing.
You should try to find Dave Brooks, Herb Brooks' brother. He's here too.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh,
if I see him, I'll bring him over.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I can't wait to. I hope they do.
So
make
we are at
NA
the 3 hour and 20 minute mark.
That's it, huh?
Which honestly,
doesn't feel like
that's like not even very long when you compare it to
How
like.
you feeling?
I'm definitely buzzed. I would not drive home right now.
Well, lucky you got a chauffeur.
I appreciate the fact that you're driving, but I don't feel drunk. I just feel like okay. I'm definitely buzzed.
It's a herf, right?
It's a herf. And I
It's
know
a giant herf. Yeah.
So if I knew that I was going to have to drive home today, I would be taking it way more easy than I am. But Raul picked me up at my house. We loaded the podcast gear and all the stuff into his truck, and I was like, I don't have to drive. I can.
Let's party.
Plus, he's an instigator. He's like, okay, so I don't drink anymore, but I know Matt still does. So I'm going to bring him as much booze because, case in point. Yeah, he brought me 2 beers at the same time. You brought me 3 whiskeys at the same time.
I've been bringing you whiskeys. I have to give Justin brought you the 2 beers.
Oh, well, still. It's
same team.
You're a vicarious drinker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and we were talking about the NA beer earlier. There's so many wonderful flavors out there.
Yeah.
You can go from having a really dark one to having a nice light one. The hops waters are magnificent now.
Well, it's funny because NA beer used to mean just like your basic beer, like plain Jane, like
Sharp,
Budweiser, like plain Jane beer. If you wanted NA, that's all you could get. But now you can get non-alcoholic, like IPAs, non-alcoholic stouts, porters.
All of them.
Beautiful. And a lot of them are pretty good.
And they're not cheap neither.
No, they're not cheap. It's just like
you're paying for that equipment, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Because I am not. Well, I was not joking when I said it would probably cost them $400,000 to bring in the equipment that it takes to brew like a sustainable, like large swath market availability of non-alcoholic beer.
Well,
it's very expensive.
With their
here comes Lavelle.
With their lineup, it'd be awesome.
Yeah,
it'd be awesome.
I
to try
agree.
this stuff.
Before Lavelle gets in here, I'm going to bounce out.
All right, brother.
Hey, thanks, guys, for being
Thanks
on.
for sticking on and chatting with us.
We
brother.
appreciate you guys chatting with us very much. All right. We are at the 3 hour and 22 minute mark. We have. Oh,
you win?
What do you got there? Did you win?
I'm trying to see if I did. You never know.
Hey, Lavelle.
What's going on?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about that Cigar Live? We have Lavelle Neal with us on the show, and we're trying to see if anybody won any raffle prizes.
Yeah, that's the timing of all.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. It's been a good day.
Good. So you've been down the way signing copies of your brand new book. Tell us about your book.
Yeah, it hit the stores on June 11th. It's called The Franchise, Minnesota Twins, the history of the franchise, going back to the early 50s when they first began to dream about bringing a a major league team to Minnesota. So it's been great. The response has been 99.9% favorable, so that's good. Twins officials have read the book and liked it. So Triumph Books published the book. They allowed me to have freedom to write the chapters I wanted to write about. So I did a chapter on how the Twins came here, which allowed me to write about Carpole Ladder. Did a chapter on Calvin Griffith. Did a chapter on the 87 and 91 World Series team.
Oh yeah.
Did a chapter in each of the stadiums: Met Stadium, Metrodome, Target Field. So I got into all the good stuff. All the great players from St. Paul, other heroes like Jim Codd and Tony Oliva and those guys. So really covers the history, a bunch of essays that really explains how this team became to be and how it has existed since coming to the Twin Cities. So I spent last summer writing about it. I think I started in March, and I think by the end of September I had 93,000 words. So
wow.
So I hope everybody says so far it's a good read. I hope it's true.
So what would you say when you go back to those pre?
Okay.
Got to hear those numbers.
That was the one for the $1,000. So.
Oh. So the numbers, those years before, because it was 1961,
right,
that the Washington Senators moved to Minnesota to become the Minnesota Twins.
Correct.
Just the like quick version, because we want everybody to read all the details in your book. But the quick details, or the quick version, what was in your mind the number one contributing factor to the Twins moving from Washington to Minnesota?
Well, the dream began in 1952. That's when I researched and found a story about how they were looking to put together a committee to try to bring Major League Baseball to the Twin Cities. So It goes back that far. Now, my conspiracy theory, it's a hypothesis, so I don't know if it's officially a theory, but in 1951, Willie Mays was playing for the Minneapolis Millers.
Okay.
In 47 games, Mays hit like 470 and was just magnificent and got promoted to the Giants.
Oh yeah.
And there was such an uproar over losing Mays that the owner, Bill Stoneham, took out a full-page paper ad in the newspaper explaining why they made the decision. I think that was a kind of a tipping point for people here to say, that's it. We don't want to be a minor league team and have players just come here for a year or two and then leave. We want our own major league team where people are staying for years. So I think it went from there to the movement to talk Major League Baseball into expanding. Getting approval to build a stadium. Got the stadium built, but then other cities used that stadium as leverage. The same stuff that goes on today. Using it as leverage to get better deals where they're at. Or we're going to move to Minnesota. They were in that position for a few years.
Yeah.
And finally, they were able to strike a deal with Calvin Griffith to bring Clark Griffith to bring the Senators to Minnesota. So, and the Vikings and the Twins both showed up about the same year.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you feel like that momentum was sort of a contributing factor to the expansion of the NFL with the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, the push for baseball was first, but then the NFL was more quick to agree to expansion. So technically, the Vikings played first, I believe, before the Twins. I believe that's right.
Yeah.
But it was just a great time to be in the Twin Cities because there's a lot of energy involved with Major League sports. It felt like it was a Major League city, and it was a tough go here because from 1900 to 1950, the population of the United States doubled.
Yeah.
Right? But Major League Baseball had not expanded west of St. Louis.
Right.
They had still had the same teams there, opening up their doors and making cash and not even thinking about expansion. So they had to break through that.
And you had teams in towns like Decatur.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
yeah.
Well, and also, Branch Rickey threatened to start a league called a Continental Baseball League.
Right.
And that was going to become a third major league. And
was that like 46, 45?
That was late 50s.
Late 50s?
Yes.
Even after
and so that's
Jackie Robinson.
Yeah. So
Okay.
this is after Robinson.
Okay.
So I found, doing my research, I found letters from Branch Rickey to officials here trying to give them advice on how to go about doing their business.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm like, this letter is 70 years old, people.
Oh,
I'm
man.
Like, come on. So that forced Major League Baseball to finally say, okay, we're going to expand. So, and a lot of people thought the New York Giants were going to move here because the Millers were the AAA affiliate. So they figured it made sense for them to move here. But the Dodgers were headed out west. And the owner of the Dodgers called the owner of the Giants and said, hey, I don't want to be here by myself. Let me introduce you to the mayor of San Francisco, and I'll buy the scotch. And next thing you know, Stonham's taking the Giants out west.
Can I ask a Metrodome question?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Lavelle, what's your thoughts on other major league teams saying the Twins use the air conditioning system to gain home runs?
That was an argument really pushed forward by, I was on the beat then. The Detroit Tigers thought the Twins manipulated the air pressure in the Metrodome, and they would, put tape up against the vents, and they weren't moving early in the game. But in the late in the game, they're blowing, and they were furious about it. Now, here's the truth about the dome: the roof was supported by air. Okay, so when it got to the late inning, they knew that thousands of fans are going to start leaving the dome, and all that air pressure is going to escape out of the dome. If you went to a game at the Metrodome and you're leaving at the end of the game, and you open up the door, you're getting blown out of the dome from the air pressure.
Oh, absolutely.
So they had to pump up the air pressure to offset what was being lost when the doors were being opened.
That's right.
So it was a logical reason. They weren't trying to fix games by doing it, but Alan Trammell and Kirk Gibson were convinced that's what the Twins were doing.
Well, I remember because I was born and raised in Indiana, and the Metrodome in Minneapolis and the Hoosier Dome, what was originally known as the Hoosier Dome in Indianapolis, same architect, same design.
Oh, really?
And you can the same thing when you leave that stadium, when you left the Hoosier Dome in the mid 1980s in Indianapolis, you literally got pushed out.
Right.
And it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. No difference.
Yeah. So, the Tigers were barking up the wrong tree on that one. So,
yeah.
We don't have to worry about that now because they finally moved outdoors to Target Field. We went to that stage where everybody got their stadium. The Twins got their stadium. The Vikings got their stadium. The Gophers got their football stadium.
Yeah.
That was the end of the dome as we knew it.
Yeah. Well, and that transition period when the Vikes had to play in the bank.
Yeah.
That was interesting because some true Minnesota like outdoor cold weather games.
That was Favre's last game.
Remember he got knocked out of the game someone sacked him. Someone for the Bears sacked him, I believe.
Yeah.
They knocked him out of the game. That was his final game with the Vikings.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, they showed the pictures of his leg. It was purple. His whole leg was purple from bruising.
Yeah, you think about all the events that occurred in Metrodome, all the games they had, football. There are some great Gopher football moments, good and bad. I mean, everybody remembers the game.
The
Michigan game when they were up by 20 points, I believe, in the second half against Chad Henne and who's the running back? Chad Henne was a quarterback, and the name of the runner, Michael. The running back's name is escaping me, but it was a quality Michigan team, and that would have changed the course of Gopher football if they had won that game, and of course they blew the lead.
Well, I mean, there's so many stories for a lot of franchises, but Minnesota sports. I know you've been through it. You've talked about so many Minnesota sports teams that it's like either there's a long stretch of just misery, or there's that they get right on the precipice of the next level, and it just goes south.
Yes.
At the last second, whether it's a missed field goal, whether it's a double doink or whatever it might be, it's like and for me, so I'm a weird case because born and raised in Indiana, a young kid before the Colts even moved to Indianapolis. I didn't really have a football team. And then I moved to Wisconsin. So of course you moved to Wisconsin, and I moved there in 1990.
You're in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Still.
So I moved to Wisconsin, and I get my new Wisconsin driver's license and a cheesehead and a Don Mikowski jersey.
Or you gave up really quick.
Yeah, it's like it's like you are now a Green Bay Packer fan. It's like, okay, I'm a Green Bay Packer fan, and I have been ever since. But because I didn't really have a team to root for growing up.
Right.
In Indiana, there's no major league team or no NFL team, and until I was 14, I was like, nope, I don't really care. And then I lived in Wisconsin for about 8 years. Then I moved to Minnesota, and I'm still a diehard Green Bay Packers fan, but and you guys know I'm a diehard Minnesota Twins fan, diehard Gophers fan, diehard Minnesota Wild fan. And there's so much, you know the stories of so many years of the Minnesota disappointment, whether you're talking about the Twins, whether you're talking about the Wild, whether you're talking about the Vikings.
Wolves.
And the Wolves. Yeah, even this last year. Oh my goodness. I mean, so and Minnesota is not the only place where there are sports franchise groupings that are fraught with peril. So how does a fan maintain like some kind of rah-rah sensibility for their club?
Talking about keeping the faith.
Keeping the faith.
Exactly. Keeping the faith. I know.
Yeah.
It's been a tremendous fan base, because it's wins for the last of the original old school teams.
Right.
To win the championship, because the Minnesota Lynx have since won. The women's hockey team won in the first year here.
Yeah.
So they know how to get it done, and the men are still trying to.
The men are still trying to figure it out.
I think the Vikings actually have. I think over the last 5 years they're in the top 5 in winning percentage.
That's right.
Camp Cigars. They're in the top 5 over winning percentage over the last 5 years. What have they done in the postseason? I know.
Yeah. Well, it's like I put I think in the last 10 years, the Vikings and the Cowboys are in a very similar spot where they have such really solid, encouraging regular seasons, and then you get to the playoffs, and it's like
Barry Switzer did win a title.
Yeah,
I think Johnson too. Yeah, they've won a couple.
Yeah,
the Vikings haven't had that, and then when they've lost spectacularly. The 2009 conference championship.
Yeah,
having such a good team a couple years ago, and not getting past the first round. So yeah, it's heartbreaking.
So for me, and I'm a fan of NFC North teams. Obviously, I'm a Green Bay Packers fan, but once I know the Green Bay Packers are eliminated, if there is a remaining NFC North team, I'm on board for them. And the same was true back when the Minnesota Vikings played the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC Championship game. And that was back in January of 2018.
Right.
2017 season, the NFC Championship game. And I happened to be in Nicaragua. I was at the Nicaraguan Cigar Festival, and I was in this tiny little cafe after I finished a meal. I'm sitting there having a cigar on this tiny little TV up in the corner watching the Vikings play the Eagles. And I was encouraged because I thought, okay, the setup for this is perfect. We have hold up. So the Super Bowl is in Minnesota. The Super Bowl is going to be hosted in Minnesota.
Right. In their nice, shiny
new stadium. And the Vikings are going to have a chance to host the Super Bowl at their home stadium. And even though I was sad the Packers were out of it, I was like, all right, let's go Vikings. And what does a fan do to maintain like loyalty after shit like that goes down? How do we do it? How do we maintain?
You always think next year is going to be better. You always think there's somewhere there's a pot of gold under the rainbow. At the end of the rainbow.
Ignorance is bliss.
It's going to show up one of these times. And trust me, Rocco Baldelli's hearing it. Kevin O'Connell's hearing it. People coming up to him and saying, "Before I die, just before I die, can you win one for me?" They understand that Derek Bobby and Rocco didn't understand the losing streak the Twins had in the postseason. We weren't here for a lot of that. Yeah. But then they went out and lost 7 straight playoff games. And then they realized we owe it to the fans to try to do more than just get to the postseason. And thank heavens they did last year. But then he upended all the momentum by reducing the payroll going into this year. So people are mad at the Twins again. And it was just when they finally got some goodwill going, built some momentum. Well, the TV deal's going haywire, so we got to cut back on our payroll. Well, they didn't keep pitching. And look at them now. They got 3 rookies. They got 3 rookies in the starting rotation trying to make the playoffs.
Even though I'm a transplant, like my wife and I live in Forest Lake, Minnesota. And even though I'm a transplant, my wife was raised, grew up, went to school in Forest Lake, Minnesota. And seeing Matt Wallner for the last couple of years make a name for himself, hitting bombs, making great defensive plays.
Right.
I love seeing that kid on the field. I was surprised that he was down at the beginning of the season and they had to call him up again. Like in what was it, like late June?
Yeah.
I was like, why was he not already here?
Well, yeah, he got a god awful start. It was awful.
Listen,
Yeah.
you know what happens?
I get
when
that.
any Twin gets too good, they wind up a Yankee.
The farm system for the
fucking-
Yankees.
No, they want
Either you almost went to the
Boston. Yeah. Let's not
Dave
no,
Ortiz.
No, R.I.P. David Ortiz. I know he's still alive, but he should have retired the Twins.
So Warner had to make some mechanical adjustments to how he was swinging. He did, and he had. You see what he's done in the last couple weeks for the Twins. He's hitting a lot of bombs now. So the Twins actually have a lot of like 20-something guys who still have their best years in front of them. This team can be pretty damn good next year.
They hold the talent.
Yep.
If
Well,
they hold the talent.
So
the young guys are promising, and they're not expensive yet. Now, ask me if I think Royce Lewis is going to be here in 2028.
No.
I don't know. I don't know.
No way.
He's a Scott Boras client, number one.
the Jekyll and Hyde that is Pablo Lopez. I mean, I don't even know how to. I mean, he's either. I don't even know, bro. What
Pablo's been the man since the All-Star break, though.
Well, since the break, yeah. But before the break, it was like. Shut out, give up 6 runs.
He's like
shut out.
He's 15-8 now with a 3.70 ERA.
No.
He now looks like one of the top 15 pitchers in baseball.
Yeah, but he does. Yes, but before the All-Star break, it was like, why did we pay so much money? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Baseball's not that easy, man. It's hard to be. It's hard to sustain success for a 6-month season when you play every day. You have your ups and downs. You go. Yeah. Royce Lewis was slumping until yesterday.
He was, and so I got to give a shout out too, because it's not Minnesota Twins, but it's Colorado Rockies. So many years ago, this is a long time ago.
They've been terrible since the last World
No, they have,
appearance.
but this is a personal thing for me. So many years ago, I was doing music. I was a music director for a little tiny church plant up here in Minnesota, somewhere in Twin Cities area. This family comes up, the Halverson family, and they were from Illinois. And the pastor, good friend of mine named Brent, he made a name for himself back in the 80s and 90s as an up-and-comer, possible left-hander pitcher, and a really good basketball player for Northern Illinois University.
Okay.
So their son, Seth, works his way up the ranks, goes to a great local school, and then gets recruited to Mizzou, and then transfers from Mizzou to Tennessee, and then gets called up from Tennessee to the Hartford Yard Goats, and then goes from the Yard Goats to the Albuquerque Isotopes.
What sport is this?
Baseball.
Okay.
Albuquerque Isotopes.
Okay, I recognize that name. The first one I was like, whoa.
So the Yard Goats, Isotopes, and Rockies. That's the system.
Oh.
So, and then he finally gets called up. He's 24. He finally gets called up to the Rockies.
Yeah.
He's a closer.
Young guy playing in the Mount Get High City. Go ahead.
Yep. So, and he throws 100 plus with motion on his pitches. The kid is legit, and he's made his first few starts. He had his first recorded major league strikeout on August 31st, 2024.
Really?
Yeah.
This isn't the kid that hit 105 in the game.
I don't believe. I think the highest he's gone is 102.
Okay.
But no, it's not the kid who hit 105. So his name is Seth Halverson. He's a closer for the Colorado Rockies.
Okay.
And he is legit. And I've known him since he was 9 years old. And he is legit. And he throws, not only does he throw with great momentum, he can throw 101 with motion on the pitch.
Let's see how long he stays healthy. You know, we're in such a weird era now for baseball because these guys go to drive line to may have the most perfect mechanics. Everything's max effort instead of taking a little bit off for control. And these guys are blowing out more than ever. You know, and when I first started covering ball, it'd be like 15, 20 pitches for 200 innings in a season.
Yeah.
Last year was like 6, you know? And then you get the stat geeks telling you, oh, the third time through the order, you don't want the pitcher to go, oh my God, the third time through the order. We got to pull him out. You know, so now you start to use the bullpen earlier in games, and that's playing like reliever roulette. One guy's having a bad day, and it blows up all your strategy. You know, so it's this game is managed so much differently now. And it's all about power and spin rate. And these guys are trying to max out their deliveries, and they're burning out their arms.
Well, and it's funny too because the way you mentioned that makes a lot of sense.
This man is like collecting all kinds of stuff here.
Oh,
and he doesn't even drink.
He's basically trying to get me drunk. Oh, that's for your wife.
This is for the wife.
So, and there's
So I
such
get lucky.
one of the things that I've noticed in the last 5 or 6 years. There's so many because there's such a big difference on a closer for a team that sucks like the Rockies do right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, are we going to lose by 4 or are we going to lose by 8? You know, bringing in your closers from the bullpen. How does a team manage that from not just from a mechanics perspective, but from a team morale perspective?
Well, and the thing is, too, is that if he's on a crummy team, how many save opportunities is he getting?
Yeah.
How much experience is he getting pitching in the 9th inning against the higher of the order?
Well, and they put him in like 7th.
Yeah.
Like their starter will finish, 6. He'll go through 6, and then they'll bring him in bottom of 7. And it's tough for him because he's in a tough spot because he wants to get those save opportunities, but he's not going to get them if he's on a team that's always going to be down by 4 runs at the end of 6. And so I feel bad for him because he's not getting those opportunities.
This is very entertaining over here.
It is.
We got Tony Hogan from Crux Cigars.
Here, Tony.
I don't even know what just happened.
I almost grabbed him by his fucking ear. He's sitting in my seat.
Wow. Did you bring me some more booze?
Has he had a Snickers yet today?
Right there. And I got another one.
Ladies and gentlemen, while they're bickering, here's a copy of the book, The Franchise Minnesota Twins, available on Amazon.com, available on BarnesandNoble.com, and available in local bookstores across the Twin Cities. And if you catch me on the street, I may have a book in the back of my car that I can sell you.
Are you going to sign them?
Yeah. If anyone who buys a book from me personally will get a signature. That's what I've been doing all day today. We've had a good turnout for buying a book. So
nice.
And I'm donating some of the proceeds to the Miracle League.
Nice.
That's awesome. Thank you, brother.
Well, one of the things we've been doing all day is we are live raffling off that box of Diamond Crown Maximus cigars while we're on the air here. But we also want to get you on our Monday Night Live show one of these days soon.
Yeah.
And maybe auction off, raffle off one of your autographed copies of your book and maybe give those proceeds to Miracle League.
Sure, we can do that. Absolutely. I'm down for that.
Awesome. Well, brother, thank you for being on. Thank you for talking baseball with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Good being here. Great cause, great event. You guys had a lot of flavor and other things to this day.
Thank you, LaBelle. Really appreciate it, brother.
Why don't you start drinking up? You got 3 things in front of you.
I got a lot of you're trying to get me drunk.
Well,
why are you trying to enable?
Because I'm right home.
Drink up. Because I don't have to drive home.
Drink home, baby.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks, LaBelle. Appreciate it.
Lavelle Neal, ladies and gentlemen, Lavelle Neal.
If I was a Twins fan, a diehard Twins fan, I would buy that book in a heartbeat.
Lavelle knows. I mean, he is such an encyclopedic knowledge of Minnesota Twins baseball. It's scary.
Yeah.
I mean, literally he knows how many RBIs that Kirby Puckett hit in August of 1990. That's how he knows.
Who's this fucker across from us?
Kids show.
kid
No,
show.
it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
We are at 3 hours and 48 minutes right
This
now.
is my brother from another Tony.
This is no kid show.
Perfect.
So
They're all sleeping.
if any of you guys don't know him, that's Tony.
Tony Hogan.
Tony Hogan.
Crux Cigars.
Awesome dude. He busts my balls all the time, but I love him to death. That's as nice as I'm going to get,
guys
brother.
talk for a minute because I got to go to
To the potty?
Yeah.
What do you
So-
rate the bathrooms? Did we get that?
I've only used the.
He's only using women's bathroom. So, my brother, finally, we got you on the show.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Oh boy.
So, how's your day going?
It's great. I love being out here every year for this.
It's well, you missed 1 year.
Yeah, not by choice.
Yeah,
Not by choice.
but ooh, that feels good. See, that's why I get him drunk. Why did that start over? Oh, there it is. So, tell us about your journey and what you do for that's your cousin that went by.
I know that guy.
Jeff.
You got to
Jeff
talk to
is your
him.
cousin, right?
Yep.
So, tell us about the business that he hasn't told us. How it's all family.
I didn't get to listen to what he said because I was.
He was talking mainly about the overview of the business.
Sure.
Tell me about how your family. It's a family business, pretty
Family
much.
business. He's been in the industry for a long time on the retail side and started this 14 years ago now.
Yeah. More about the other family members in the damn company. Come on, people over here.
No one cares about Casey.
Yeah, we do.
Jeff,
Casey's always got the hottest shit.
you're onto something there. No, it's a. I mean, I'm sure Jeff said it too. It's amazing working with family. We love what we do. We love this industry, and we love supporting a good cause like this. Today. It's. There's an announcement. I can hear that, so we're
No,
talking.
you're
Good. You're good. Just keep going, brother.
Ooh, you're in front of the camera.
I'm all over the
He's always
place.
in front of the camera. He almost has his own screen.
He really does. He takes care of himself. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's all about
own
me.
screen.
Yeah.
But the beard probably looks better not with the green screen here.
Yes, the beard is full and in effect today. Yes.
Well, I know you do a lot. You're on the road a lot. You got a couple little ones. How do you balance all that out, brother?
Starts with just having a good foundation at home. I'm very blessed that my wife and kids allow me to do this, and it's not always easy being on the road. I want to be home in my bed with my dog and my family.
Yeah.
Sometimes the dog more than the family, maybe. But put it this way, he's always excited when I come home. And watch it. Always
Think
excited.
about dogs.
Yes.
Right.
No, but I mean, it's that work-life balance. When I'm home, try to be super dad, super husband, and go from there. Spend more important time when you are together.
So you do a lot of events.
Yeah.
Cigar events.
Yeah.
Tell me about South Dakota.
It's a great shop out there, a retail partner of ours, Deadwood Tobacco Company. So I'm out there 3 times a year.
Okay.
One
for Sturgis.
Wild Bill Day, Sturgis, and Oktoberfest coming up. It's a great city. It's not Deadwood, South Dakota is more unique than Sturgis, where they always have something going on throughout the year. Sturgis shuts down when it's not rally time, and they have hundreds of thousands of people coming through all the time. I'm trying to quit.
The garbage.
Just kidding. Thank you. They were delicious.
Oh, I don't eat sushi. I got I'm allergic to eel. And the last time I went to a sushi place, I told the guy, "Hey, no eel," and he
gave you eel.
Did it, and he screwed me up. My lips got swollen.
This is. I didn't have any do connoisseur number 4s.
Or
how about that cigar of the year?
I'm smoking the Lancero right now.
Yeah, nice. I said I didn't have any do connoisseur number 4s with me.
Oh,
No, but I'm smoking the Lancero, baby.
I probably have 1 or 2 in that.
Hey, Matt, you want the rest of mine?
Today, Red gave me a Passport half Corona.
What?
It was just like I remembered.
That's an old cigar.
Yes, yeah. I didn't wait. The cellophane on it was just brown. You couldn't see through it. It's just like I remember. The good part about that is that cigar is on its way back to
we
the
talked
market.
about that earlier.
Love it.
And
Yes.
And the toll is that we absolutely drool over.
Yes, super selection number 1, 2, 3. Those
connoisseur
classic
type
Cuban
Vitolas,
sizes.
yes.
This, I can say it now that it's back. And this has always been kind of my favorite crux.
Yeah. That's what made me fall in love with
since the
Crux.
inception of the company.
Yeah.
I smoke a ton of the Connecticut is every morning for me with a cup of black coffee. I smoke a ton of the Habano now. The Guild is still my most smoked. Guild de Busto. Love that smoke.
Your Epicure Habano is my top 5, bro.
See, that one's more rich, smooth, still that medium bodied, and then the Guild comes in more, with that cedary notes, which I really love. That little bit of Habano spice up front, tapers off to that cashewy, nutty medium with a nice cedar note. So I enjoy that one too.
So, what do you smoke when you're not smoking Crux?
Everything. Everything. So, in my my little Pelican travel case that I walk into a shop with, the first 2 rows are always Crux cigars. The bottom row is never Crux cigars. It is a wide variety of ever-changing brands. I'm not like a chef's not always eating his own meals, and I'm a tobacco lover before a Crux employee, so I really enjoy smoking everything. Some of my favorites, I'd say my most purchased box that's not a Crux would be 1964 Diplomatico Exclusivo. I absolutely love that size. The Oliva V, easy for me to say, Oliva V Milanio, the number 4, that little Corona Gorda. Love that cigar. I think who are some Tabernacle, Manistee, Connecticut, and the Broadleaf Delicious.
What boutique brands are you getting?
I mean, is Tabernacle boutique?
I don't know if it is.
I think
I would say yes.
Foundation's boutique. Yeah,
Yeah, for
absolutely.
I mean, if we're gonna take foundation out, make sure you gotta take sock out of the mix, and he's still he's still boutique.
Remember, we talked about we need a middle ground.
Are we boutique?
See, I don't think so anymore.
Crux is boutique.
10 years, I think 10 years. Yes.
10 years is
10
is
years.
that middle?
Yes.
So we'll get.
And we've had plenty of.
Crux is still a boutique craft cigar brand.
So what defines boutique? I ask people
I disagree with you.
Number of cigars rolled per year.
So that's what a lot of people say. If it's over $1 million, you're not boutique anymore.
I believe if it's, and this is just my
I don't think
belief.
$1 million. My threshold is not $1 million.
What's your threshold?
I did have I did have an opinion, but
So we're not
I'm not gonna fucking hear it.
I still look at it.
Wait,
No,
Raul.
because you're at what 2 point.
We're over 2. Yeah.
So,
All right,
like I
then,
was saying,
it's
there's boutique, there's legacy. We need to have something in the middle. That's where I think Crux would land up, Foundation would land up.
So what do we call this?
I don't know. We've talked about it a few times.
Or is it craft? Is it craft at that point? Is it a craft? Yeah, there we go.
Now I have no alias.
I think we do need a term because I agree with you,
right?
Because we've got legacy brands.
Yes.
And then we got boutique brands.
I think legacy I think boutique. Once you get a certain point, it's craft and then legacy because you got to the top of your craft.
Yeah,
I like that.
I think craft is.
There's only one craft, and that's our good friends Skip and Mike.
So Roman.
Okay.
But I think they're still. If I could be wrong, but I think they're still just below the 2 million mark
I
per
think
year.
Skip says they do, and he's probably watching. So I don't know, but I think he's over.
He probably is watching.
He's a little over 3, I think, because from what he always likes to say,
3 million.
Don't want to grow.
Yeah, they might be 3.
And
so that puts him in that middle echelon that we were talking about.
So here's
Craft.
the word. Here's the word I'm going to say. Established.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll say
It doesn't sound as cool though.
Boutique. We'll say boutique.
We exist.
Established. And legacy.
Okay.
Because established, there's
so your legacy is Fuente, Padron,
legacy,
Davidoff, Rocky,
Oliva,
General,
Perdomo,
Padron,
Perdomo,
Fuente,
for sure.
Oliva,
Rocky,
La Aurora.
Yes, great cigars.
Rocky.
Yeah, Rocky.
How about where's Espinosa?
Yeah.
Espinosa, I'm still. They're at the upper tier of established, just shy of legacy.
Okay.
Just because they've grown so much in the last 3 years.
So fast. Yeah.
I'd say that they were firmly established, but they're just. In my opinion, they're just on the edge of crossing over to legacy.
Okay. CLE, they're got to be legacy, right?
Legacy.
I mean,
yeah, CLE.
They've been in the game forever.
Yeah, that's legacy.
I want to bring somebody else into the conversation that knows a little bit about boutique so we can discuss this further.
So I would say Christian Aroa, definitely legacy.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Gabby Cappy.
Good to see you.
Go and then share the microphone. So we were talking about craft, or we were talking about boutique brands, right?
Boutique versus. So we were talking about tiers.
And this is Dr.
Cigar.
Cappy, if you guys don't know.
Yeah, Dr. Gabby Cappy. So we were talking about what's the, because we feel like there is an in between that we should establish a name for. Of you've got boutique cigars, and then up here you've got legacy brands, and then somewhere in between there is something that we should say there's a name for whatever that thing is. What I came up with was established brands. So you've got boutique cigars, which are really, smaller production, newer brands, and then you've got medium, what I call established brands, which are not massive production like Rocky Patel and Fuente and things like that, but are still, somewhere in the middle. And then you've got the big boys, which are Padron and Fuente and Altadis and General and, Davidoff and that kind of thing. So where would you put it?
Holy shit, what a question, right?
Yeah, right. Welcome.
All right.
Welcome to the podcast.
Guys, it's
just to find what a boutique cigar is. That's all.
well, here, let's that's a very complex question. So if we look at the Boutique Cigar Association, what we did was we established a definition for a boutique cigar company as one that produces 1 million cigars or less a year. Now, we didn't get into the philosophical approach of what a boutique cigar is. What we were doing at the BCA is identifying that segment of companies so that our government officials can come to the realization that not all cigar companies are huge multinational corporations. So the FDA has no clue that there are small family-owned businesses in the industry. They've recently become aware of that. And that's kind of what we advocate for at the BCA. Now, your question, I think the first thing you got to do is, if you're going to analyze a boutique cigar company, is you got to break it down into whatever the company is. Are these guys all in?
Yeah.
Or is this a side gig that they're doing? Because there's a big difference in cigar companies that are all in versus somebody that's kind of doing this part-time on the side. Because the guys that are all in, failure is not an option. Yeah. So you've got to be performing at optimum level with every aspect of not just tobacco, the blends, the packaging, your customer service, but also how the industry perceives what you're doing in the industry. Because to be a part of an industry, you really have to contribute. You don't just make a cigar and sell it. I mean, if that's the case, I'd be selling widgets,
Well, anybody could do it.
Yeah.
If that's all there was to it was hiring a factory and making a cigar and selling it, anybody could do it. So I agree that there's more to it.
You brought up
sound really easy.
Yeah.
You make it sound really easy.
Well, it's just like if you're gonna make ice scrapers for windshields, it's like you could just go find a company to make the parts for you and
Got enough money, you can make anything. Right?
ship it to the US, and it's just there's more with these.
Yeah,
there's more to it than that. Yeah.
So in the 90s, if you think of the main families in the cigar business in the 90s, you think of the old timers like Gilberto Oliva Sr., Rolando Reyes. You think of guys like Carlos Fuente, Jose Padron. These guys started off as boutique. And their businesses grew as the demand for New World cigars grew. But you brought up a question. You kind of defined two segments, right? The big boys, the little guys, and then there's kind of like a missing element. I think the in-between, I think you can draw a line by asking yourself, who does this full-time? Who's in it full-time?
What do you call that group then? We thought craft. He came up with a good. He thought established. What do we call that middle group?
That middle group is the one going through major growing pains. You know? So what do we call that group? People say, okay, you're boutique. Yeah, I'm boutique. But I also consider myself a premium cigar manufacturer.
Oh, yeah.
But
That's no doubt in any of the three we're talking about. Premium cigars. Yeah. It's all boutique. It's all. Premium.
Give me an example of a company that would be in that segment.
In that middle segment?
Yeah.
Robocraft.
Oh, beautiful. All right, beautiful. So
Foundation.
Okay. So you wanna classify them. You want to develop the
To call them boutique still.
No, they're not.
And they're not legacy.
If you tell Skip Martin he's boutique, he'll tell you to fuck off. I love Skip.
Yeah.
I love Skip. Yeah.
And craft to me, it sounds like it could be it because they've mastered their craft after at least, where they've been to get to that point. But true.
Well, I think we're all humble servants.
Yes.
In this industry, we serve the connoisseur. I think to categorize people in certain groups.
Yes.
That's what makes them special. That's why people are attracted to brands like Crooks and Roma Craft and Foundation. Even Steve Saka is in that group. No.
Yeah.
They're like the industry rebels that say, "Fuck, you're not gonna." I hope this is 18 plus,
you're
right?
good.
You're not going to put me in any category.
So we should leave them alone. Why do we got to label people?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
We do.
I still say we're boutique.
Now
And for me, I guess there is only two classifications. Yes. Everybody else, right?
No.
But I also want to bring up the issue of, it's not really an issue. It's just the word boutique has been diluted so badly.
Yes.
Because you'll have Drew Estate doing boutique projects, and they've used the term. You'll have Gurkha advertising the word boutique. I don't know, 5-6 million cigars a year. It's fine. It's good. I love Wani. I love everything they do. More power to them. But the term boutique has been diluted over the past 10, 20 years. Like, I think of boutique, I think of a guy like Paul Garmirian. PG Cigars, that's boutique. I think of how Avo Ubezian started out. When he was acquired by Davidoff, I don't think he was producing more than 50,000 cigars a year. So those were the true boutiques, but they were all in. Was that before the Bud Light commercial?
The best commercials were the frogs.
Yeah.
Bud.
Yeah.
Frog.
Those are- So you're telling me that Pepsi was once boutique? So everybody starts boutique, you're saying?
Everybody, yeah.
Right there.
Yeah. You know, I think you're making me think of the finances of a company, right? I think when you start taking on investors at a certain level, then your whole business model changes. You know? Yeah. And I think that the boutique segment is really, from what I've seen, is really a lot self-financed.
Work more.
Yeah.
See you later, brother.
Thank you, man. Yeah, the boutique segment is really self-financed, so it's also self-limited. Dr. Rodriguez, what's up, baby?
Hey, how you doing? Hey. So we were talking about whole boutique legacy. In between.
I think there's a definitely a definite nuance that the boutique companies bring, you know, because like it's a different flavor. So you're not pretty much just going off of the same things over and over again. You're experimenting with new tobacco. Maybe in some cases, boutique companies will get younger tobacco, but not necessarily a bad tobacco. You know, like there's a lot of, you know, hey, sometimes spam tastes good.
It does. If you cook it right. Yeah, we're fan lovers, so
there you go.
It's from Minnesota. We gotta love it.
No doubt. For sure. It's definitely there. A lot of guys have a lot of different visions, you know, like so it's important to give everybody a, you know, I tell people all the time, I said, the legacy brands are there. They might be the basis of a lot of things, but definitely reach out, try different things, because as they pop up, if they're from a reputable, because there's a difference too. Like if you're just, there's a lot of boutique companies that are reputable, and then there's a lot of boutique companies that are like weird, you know? So I tell guys, you know, if you're too weird, then, you know, we need to like solidify your base a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Wow.
Definitely. Yeah.
But let me ask you this question, right? You can pick up the difference. But if we look at your, let's say the average cigar smoker, you got a guy that doesn't retrohale, doesn't really smoke that often, maybe can't pick up the nuances. Is he really noticing? That's the thing I'm worried. Are they just looking at the packaging, the marketing, the brand identity? Is that what they're smoking?
In consumer, and the person and choice, what are they getting? Are they getting the same thing they got? B, do they?
And what are you more worried about? Us cigar nerds that smoke it and know your brand? Or are you waiting that? Yeah. Or that one guy that comes into the store and grabs that one cigar once a year?
One thing I've learned about this industry is every cigar sells. There's a buyer for every cigar.
True.
But the question is if you're really pouring your heart and soul into making that blend, do you really want your customer base just to be people that don't understand what you're creating? Or do you want those guys that are going after something special? So what we try to do, at least in our world, and I'm sure Dr. Rodriguez can agree, is we try to make people realize that there's options other than, let's call them the mass market brands, where they can really get to know the company, the owners that they're supporting. Like at the end of the day, believe it or not, at the end of each month, it impacts our family, how brick and mortar shops and also connoisseurs support us. You know, we're all in. I don't have any other plans for the rest of my life. Do you?
No.
This is it. So I really love the industry. I think you gotta first of all work with tobacco you respect, and then have a team that can produce blends. I myself, I help in the blending process, but I'm not. You know, I have a team. I depend on Manuel Hinoa at La Aurora to help me create blends, and he's taught me so much. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's true. But see, there's a gentleman that's very quiet at La Aurora, and it's Guillermo Leon. And he learned from his father, Don Fernando, God rest his soul, how to pick up those nuances and how to really appreciate the different tobaccos from each field. But then we've also got a gentleman sitting here whose family's been growing tobacco for over 100 years. So, you know, there's some names that are more well-known than others because they have a broader reach, but we've got tremendous talent in the boutique segment.
Yeah.
I need people like that. Yeah. Yeah.
True.
So there's a company in Miami called Creativas, right? Creative AS. Yes. I mentioned them because the husband and wife duo behind that company, we've met. We've had meetings about, okay, what is the image that you want your brand to have in the marketplace? So there are actually people that are behind creating that brand identity. So we haven't gone there yet, but I've had the privilege to have conversations with them, and they've shown me the companies that they've worked with in the past, and you bet your ass that the plans that they put in place were executed.
Yeah.
And the names that they have worked with, when you really think about what's your perspective of that company, they nailed it. So yes, that with boutique cigar companies, we're missing that element. Now, if you're a road warrior and you visit shops all year long, you can do that yourself. But it really is very difficult to develop an image that truly stands out.
So I want to go back to you, Doctor. Tell our viewers about your company.
About what we do?
Yeah.
So, we started in the Dominican Republic about 150 years ago.
Okay.
My great grandfather selected an area that he had determined to be a a place where he thought that quality tobacco could be grown. After we sourced it, we implemented it, and we started harvesting and doing production. We about 40 years after, we moved to Cuba. A part of us, not all of us, a part of us went to Cuba. So the rest of my cousins, the Rodriguezes, and we're pretty well known. The Rodriguezes, we've got some Key West Rodriguezes, we've got some Rodriguezes in Dominican. We're all the same family.
Yeah.
We even got some Rodriguezes down in New Orleans right now. So if you guys go down to New Orleans, visit my cousins at Don Leoncio. They go, not a pitch, but those guys got a different flavor. But we went to Cuba. We brought the seed over there. Like a lot of people tell me, is it Cuban seed? I said, no, it started in Dominican. We took it there. And then there we cultivated a different type of tobacco, even though the soil is very similar. And then we brought it back. I guess my job as I grew up, I started smoking when I was 12. And then I brought it in and
18, right? 18?
No, 12.
18.
18. Oh, 18, sure.
It was 18.
But back home, it's okay to do that. You know, like we actually understand the properties of what smoking cigars is and what it does to you and all that. So I started to taste different things. My grandfather said, you're going to be one of our blenders. I'm going to teach you to blend. So these are my blends. Because in a blend is nothing more than a base. You know, right. So with us, we're a very traditional, old school, Cubanesque product. We believe in a cigar has to start and then it also has to finish. It's got to be able to be, when you smoke it, I want you to be entertained. I want you to take this amazing journey with us. But at the same time, at the end, we want you to have a clean palate.
Yeah.
You know, we want you to not have aftertaste. You know, so for us, we work very, very hard to eliminate these kind of nasty flavors that some people learn to live with. You know, and I feel bad for them because I'm like, because you really like that, but how do you deal with that aftertaste? You know, like I'm drinking Belvini 30 because then I don't want to mess with that particular libation. So I need something that's clean, crisp. And then here's another novelty. If you smoke quality tobacco, right? When you walk out on the street as a physician, when I go to work, ER, people smell me and they tell me, man, you smell good. So if you smoke good, if you smoke quality, you don't stink.
Right.
When you smoke shit, you know, the lower levels of
ammonia.
Yeah,
ammonia. You can say it. It's all right.
It's
ammonia.
out there. People pick up on that and they're like, oh, you smell like hell.
Right.
Your wife won't make love to you. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that people need to know about what they're doing with the inside of them. But, you know, I like a twist. So I bring you a little bit of old and then I see the trend.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's where we're at. We're not in 1985. Yeah. We're not in 1992 when everybody was smoking mild to medium and nobody was complaining when a Macanudo was the greatest shit on earth. So and it was out there, you know, and not to bash that car.
I smoked a shit ton of Macanudos back in the mid 1990s. Ooh. I mean, Macanudos, yeah.
I've heard you say the same thing about your cigars being a clean finish.
Yeah.
That's very important. Yeah.
So, you know, interestingly enough, I'm also a doctor. I studied biology, chemistry.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have, I think, a unique understanding of what fermentation is.
Yeah.
So when a farmer is fermenting tobacco, let's say in Cuba, Honduras, the Dominican Republic, they're trying to achieve a certain flavor profile, aroma. I'm looking at the tobacco from a different perspective. I actually look at even little things like the pH of the tobacco.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and how it burns. If it's an even, clean burn.
Yeah. Is the flavor like dark?
Correct.
Or is it bright? Or is it acidic? Or all that stuff.
Fermentation, I think the best approach. There's a lot of people trying to rush the process, but it takes time. Really, really good tobacco, you need to sit on it for 3 to 4 years before you can even begin blending.
Yeah.
So I think what separates our company is me. The guy behind the company is I'm obsessed with a certain level of quality. And, you know, I used to have a factory in Honduras. But when I was unable to achieve the quality I wanted there, I shut the factory down.
Yeah.
And I went in pursuit of a factory that could provide me with the tobaccos that I wanted to work with. And that's why I ended up in the Dominican Republic. It's a great country. People don't know, but Dominican Corojo is phenomenal.
Oh,
you know, we've all gotten used to Honduras, Corojo. I get it. It's delicious also. But Dominican Corojo is excellent tobacco.
So I'm not going to name any brand names.
Yeah, of course.
But so think of, I want all our viewers right now and listeners, think of a couple brand names that are like the highest end of the highest end of the highest end brand names they could think of. That they go in and their tobacconist is like, oh, we just got 3 boxes. They're super limited, blah, 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 blah. Dominican Corojo.
Wow.
Quality Dominican Corojo. It's
incredible.
Dominican, there are so many farms around Dominican Republic that have the right soil, the right weather, the right acid, the right rainfall, the right this, the right that, all those things. And that cigar, that flavor, that quality, that consistency, that kind of brightness with just the right amount of spice doesn't have to come with a $40 price tag.
I agree 100%. But you know what's also interesting about the Dominican Republic? So we've been in Honduras since 1901. And in Honduras, they didn't start dabbling in cigar tobacco until the late 50s.
Yeah.
Whereas 100 years before that, they were already growing cigar tobacco in the Dominican Republic.
Right.
So the Dominican Republic has a century of experience.
That's true. Good point.
On top of
very good point.
Nicaragua, on top of Honduras.
Yeah.
See, Honduras used to grow tobacco, but cigarette tobacco for a British American tobacco company.
Yeah, for Dunhill and
because there's a school in Honduras called Zamorano. It's the #1 agricultural school in all of Central America.
Yeah.
And that's where they began dabbling in cigarette tobacco for BAT.
Yeah.
But I would say Julio Eiroa, when he came down to Honduras, he was the godfather of tobacco.
Yeah.
And then Rolando Reyes followed, and then Gilberto Oliva, and then the Plasencias. But the Dominican Republic is a really beautiful country with a history that's very, very deep.
And I mean, when I say what I said a minute ago, I mean absolutely no disrespect to some of the great tobacco mines from Dominican Republic. There's some people who really, really know what they're doing with the leaf. They know how to grow it. They know how to cultivate it. They know how to cure it. They know how to ferment it. They know how to roll it. But there's so much good leaf that's properly treated that doesn't necessarily have to come with that top tier price point.
There's another element that I call it the Chinese factor.
Okay.
Starting in 2021, I don't know if you guys have heard of the Great Wall China Factory.
Oh yeah.
You've also got them private equity firms acquiring Habanos and acquiring different brands of cigars.
Yeah.
So on the raw material side, there's also a lot of competition on leaf.
Oh yeah.
So if for example, when I was in Honduras and I was buying tobacco, we were getting outbid by Chinese tobacco brokers.
Yeah.
And it's happening throughout the whole tobacco industry. So that's an element that nobody's talking about that affects it. It really affects small factories a lot.
Yeah.
You know, the big factories have stockpiles that they can sit on. The smaller factories don't have 10 years of tobacco.
Right.
So that's a big factor that was introduced 3-4 years ago to the industry.
Does your family sell to China, or you strictly keep yours for your own?
You know, I didn't for a long time. I avoided China, but those guys will pay, and they're willing to go overboard. And in many occasions, I've had to let them have it.
Damn, you told them, huh, Doc?
I told them. I told them how I felt and what
a physical exam.
But I had to do something. But they definitely, you know, we grow tobacco. We have, so you know, it's very important. You know, you have A, B, C, and D. We keep A. A just goes to the premium houses. B and C is what we sell at market. You know, D goes to the pipe guys. So that's kind of they've got that secured. But the B and C, depending on its on how it looks, is what we give it. We sell to market. So a lot of companies that are smaller, they have to deal with that, you know, so they have to be very selective. You can buy a whole paca of tobacco and just all you can use is 30%.
Oh,
so it's a range, you know. So I try to tell them, I say, look, that stuff we didn't like it.
Yeah,
you know, it's $15 a pound. Chinese guys come in and they'll be like, "Yo, I see you got some B and C." He goes, "We'll take that B." I said, "I've got it at 15." He goes, "We'll give you 17." You know, and we'll take a couple of tons. What you think I'm gonna say no?
Yeah, you can't say no to that.
No.
You can't say no to that.
No. I got cousins that gotta eat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I love it. So I gotta let it go. So it goes. You know, but I keep the A, and I'm happy with the A, and I start. You know, we put it through the process of aging.
Yeah.
And then once it's ready, we begin the process of creating the blend. You know, and where's the actualization of where we at with that particular blend that we're doing.
Right.
You know, so sometimes you want to add, you know, and I get those little ibby-jibbies. I say, you know, I feel like I'm gonna kick it up a little more. I'm gonna tweak it, you know, just for the South smokes very different than Central America, than the Central US.
Yeah.
The North smokes a little different. The West Coast, you know, everybody has a little flavor. So if you're onto it, and that's why I guess we're so successful. The people from Epic, which are amazing, and Gabby is, we understand. You know, we poll the area.
You create enough different cigars for enough people, different palates. Gabby knows you need.
Dean, get up there on that.
You
mic.
need and you know, Gabby knows this, but and we all do, right?
Yes.
You need to offer our customers, you know, different cigars for different palates, and I mean that's what people. You know, people don't. Sorry, guys. Thanks for having me in quick.
So, Dean Parsons, Epic Cigars, everybody.
But listen, no one more than Gabby knows as well is you know, this is an investment.
Yeah.
In tobacco, in resources, and money, time, and you want to have something in your portfolio that everybody can enjoy.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge. You know, it took me since 2010. I've been building, you know, a portfolio of Epic cigars and different blends. We've got, you know, 10 different cigars now, including the most recently the Bronx Tail. But
yeah,
it's never ending. But when we commit to this, we got to be all in. And you know, I know that Gabby knows that, and you guys as well.
Well, and you can even have, like, you guys, you know, the Bronx Tail, the blends, plural, with Bronx Tail. You know, not only are they good, there's good tobacco, good cohesiveness, good blends, good where the tobaccos work well together. The blend, you know, works well on the nose, the palate, all that stuff. But it also has a good history and story behind it. And you can have, so we've all seen brands that have a good history, you know, or maybe let's say this, they'll have a good blend, a really good blend where all the tobaccos work perfectly together, where the blend is like, oh my God, the retrohale's good. It's good on the palate. There's a little spice. There's a little this, pow, 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 pow. But the story behind, whether it's the branding, the look of it, the box, the whatever, it's like, nope, none of it works. And the cigar falls fucking flat. And it's sad because the blend is perfect. And we've all seen that before. Yeah. So how do we, like, I mean, how do we, is it one of those things it's just going to happen from time to time? We just have to accept it?
Well, you listen, look at Plasencia when they first launched their brand.
Exactly.
They launched in Germany.
Yep.
Before they launched in the US.
That's
back
right.
in the day. This was 2014, 15. And
10 years ago.
They didn't have success when they launched originally, and then they rebranded. I've rebranded recently, and look at Gabby. I'm going to let him speak to it.
You know, talking about the disconnect, I think it comes down to, are you making cigars that you love? Are you making cigars that are going to connect?
They're going to sell, or that you think might connect with other. Yeah,
So
exactly.
We have spent a lot of money rebranding to tell the story. People don't realize Cafe 1901 means that our family's been in Central America since 1901.
Yeah.
And our initial packaging did not really tell that story about the voyage. But nowadays, our boxes have a beautiful, the actual ship that my grandfather traveled on in 1901 is on the cover of the box.
Yeah.
So people start to ask questions. But you got to be persistent. You got to have consistency. Your messaging. I think right now, social media is so important. It really is. Look, here's the thing. I don't care if you get 1 like or 1,000 likes. People see everything you post.
Yeah.
You know, whether they like it or not, it's a different story. But people really see everything. Yeah. When I travel around, I'm shocked that people know as much as they do about our brand. But Also, depending on the size of the company, it's going to limit your reach.
Yeah.
You know, if you got a sales force of 10 people, that's 10 soldiers spreading the word versus 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So we have experienced a disconnect in the branding before. It's brutally painful.
Oh, it's not cheap either. And I know that from not cigars, but from other stuff, but it's not cheap and it's a lot of work. But I know that you guys as brand owners, you see, okay, if we have to realign something somewhere to make it work better for the consumer base, okay, we'll do it.
And listen, there's, for example, like my Project E, the Epic Project E, the one with the E as and the tobacco ban. That has the shittiest packaging. It's a plain wooden box with an E on it, whatever. But that cigar sells.
But the blends,
right? Yeah. People who know that cigar, it
exactly.
Sells. We could package it in a brown paper bag, and that's gonna sell. And listen, there's other brands that look at some of the brands. We all know who they are. I mean,
and
even some. I'm sure, Gabby, some of your stuff. You can package it however, but people know that cigar, and they're always going to buy.
Yeah, put it in a burlap sack.
Yeah, exactly.
People, and that's a good thing that's one of the good things about social media in the last few years is people are a lot of cigar nerds like us. They're getting so good with blends. They're like, okay, I don't care what the cigar looks like. I know it tastes good.
For example, you got Stolen Thrones. They're all parchment paper.
Parchment paper. Some smaller cigar brands. It's like, I don't know who these are, but I know they're working with the good factories. I know those factories have access to good tobacco, and I know the blends taste good. So whatever works, I don't care what it looks like. But man, there's so many, like, the amount of tiny little pieces we could get into are endless, but we love learning from you guys about all this stuff. And so we are.
Hey guys, I'm going to give up my seat to the president of the Boutique Cigar Association.
Oh, fantastic.
So thank you so much for having me as a guest.
Thank you.
It's been an honor.
I think one thing that's really important too is that because a lot of us are boutique, we don't have every facet of the industry unlocked. Like, like we do some marketing, we do some of it, but to be able to analyze what's going on in Texas, what's going on in New York, and we gauge it. I guess we do the same thing. We all just gauge it by how many boxes are moving.
Yeah.
So but unfortunately, that's not really the case. Because you got guys that come up with, here, I'm a traditional company, right? So I look more for, more intricate design on this box. But then I got guys that make a paper bag and they put a picture of a house and they call it, house cigar, and they sell. And you're like, what the hell is this shit? So it takes you to a different. What are we gonna do? Is I gotta be like him?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm gonna step away because I know you, and I appreciate you guys having me in for a minute. But here's an example, and it's so crazy that I'm walking by. But and you guys know Justin and Joe Bond in Canada, so they've been my distributor since 2014. I spoke to Justin on Friday last week. The Epic La Rubia, my Connecticut, was their least selling cigar. They've been bringing it in since I made it, and I think I launched that in 17.
17, yeah.
But we shipped them the new Epic Tubos, which we have Maduro, Habano, Corojo, and La Rubia in the tubes now that we launched, over a year ago. But the packaging right now, the Epic La Rubia is their #1 seller in Epic, in the tube in Canada. Yeah, and they're and it's packaging, right?
Yeah,
the cigar is great. It's always been great, but we repackaged it nationally and internationally. But now it's their #1 selling Epic line, the Epic La Rubia, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So
sometimes it's just about the way you present it to the customer.
Yeah,
it's weird. And you guys, it's got to be like so frustrating trying to find that balance. It's like, where is the sweet spot to put this packaging, to put the price point, the balance, what with the blend, whatever. I cannot imagine what you guys go through on a daily basis. Like, where is that exact fucking sweet spot? It's like, nope. Myself, I have to do that on a daily basis, but what I do for a day job is I have concrete data. I'm like, oh, right there. You guys have to.
It's a moving target.
It's a moving target.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I applaud what you guys do. I applaud
Appreciate
it.
you guys. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you all. Yeah. I'm gonna.
Let's get the president.
I'm
Of
gonna get
Yes.
you in there. I want to get you in there.
we got to get you in there.
Listen, guys, appreciate you. Thank you for all you do.
Oh,
Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
how are you guys?
We've been dying to get you over here. We've been trying to tell you to come sit down for a second.
I feel like I'm having an out of body experience. That was brutal. By the way, before I hopped on, somebody said New York. Were you talking smack about New York?
Not
Thank
negative.
you, brother.
No, they were talking shit about my Yankees.
Our Yankees.
Mira.
All right, I'm out.
Look
I'm
at
out.
look at
No,
my
I-
family.
no, I'll
Originally,
stay.
they're all from
I'll
the
stay.
Bronx, so you have to be.
Yeah, you got
Lower
to
East
be.
Side.
You know
I
what mean?
respect
Where?
that.
Lower East Side.
Oh, there you
Velatics
go.
Projects.
I'm still a Queens boy.
Nice.
I respect that. I do.
Uh-huh.
I'm not. I mean, I'm sad that every year that the Twins make the playoffs, the Yankees beat them. But I respect it. I respect the hustle. You know,
My
because-
friend said it best. He's a diehard Yankee fan, but he said at the end of it all, I'm a baseball fan.
that's
the
what-
Yankees don't make it.
Yes.
They don't make it, but I'm still
Yep.
a baseball fan.
Yep.
So
I say so. My two. Well, God, I'm a sports fan. So I love baseball. Baseball is number one. Like if all other sports went away, I'd be okay.
Okay.
Baseball's number one, but hockey's number two, and football's number three.
Okay.
But so I'm one of those guys that if the Twins lose, I'm a Twins fan.
Okay.
If the Twins lose,
Yeah.
I want somebody from AL Central.
AL Central. Okay.
I'm a Green Bay Packers fan.
Yuck. A lot of my friends in New York are Green Bay.
So
fans.
so if the Green Bay Packers lose, I want somebody from NFC North to win.
Wow.
So I respect the division. That's
a
what
good
I
way
respect.
of thinking. I
So
appreciate that.
let me before we get into what you do for the cigar industry
Sure,
and
sure.
boutiques, I got a question for you.
Uh-oh.
Would Judge go down as one of the greatest Yankees of all time if he doesn't win a World Series?
Yes.
Yeah.
He would.
Yes.
No.
Are you kidding? What?
The New York Yankees are about championships. If you
He
don't win
will
a
be-
championship,
Yeah, that is true.
Even if he doesn't
no.
win a World Series, he will be top 20 New York Yankees.
No, he will be top 20, maybe baseball players, but not
No.
Yankee.
No, Yankees. Top 20 Yankees.
You know what? I don't think it matters much because he's still going to get paid. You know what I mean?
He's still going to get paid. Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So tell our viewers what you do.
Sure. So my partner Val is not here, but he is going to be at the Buffalo Cigar Fest on Saturday. He and I've known my buddy for over 30 years. We've had a love for cigars for over 30 years. So we wanted to get into the industry. So we started DAV Cigars. We've been in it 7.5 years. We were very fortunate to partner with a small boutique factory in Santiago in the Dominican Republic. These days, as my good friend Oscar Rodriguez, GTO Cigars would know, I found my way to the Boutique Cigar Association through Gabby Caffey, the founder of the BCA. It's not just Caffey 1901 Cigars. And what spoke to me was the mission of the BCA, which is to really help small family-owned boutique companies, help elevate them, educate them, assist them in navigating through crazy regulations that they either pass or are trying to pass. FDA regulations. So initially, it was really a matter of even our company having some sort of guidance through all of this. I mean, we got into it when they were really trying to pass the substantial equivalency, the grandfather clause. So what a time to get into the industry. Fast forward, we have a board of directors. I'm currently the president of the board, and I'm very proud of not just what the board, but what the membership has accomplished. We've grown from a handful to over 40 companies. The past 2 years, we've had a very successful pavilion at the PCA Trade Show.
Big time.
Unprecedented. That's never been done. And it was a delight to see that it was appreciated, not just from the PCA, but from retailers saying, aha, finally there's a place for boutiques. And boutiques were also very happy because now they have a voice. They're at the grandest stage of all. You know, these types of trade shows can be very costly, and it's not something the smaller family-owned companies can necessarily, from a financial standpoint, really take on. So the fact that we were able to provide that for them festivals, which we've done. We have a lot of things in the pipeline as far as festival regional events go. But the whole thing is to bring value to our members. We have monthly membership meetings, and we always have guest speakers at these meetings. Whether it's marketing, it's branding, it's importing, whatever the case is. So we have a lot of work ahead, but we have a board comprised of selfless individuals, because if people think this is a money grab, they couldn't be farther from the truth. We don't get a paycheck. We don't do this for money. I mean, it's hard enough to run your own cigar company, but to do what we do in the BCA, for the sake of helping the industry, because of our love for the industry, I mean, that's something you can't put a price on.
Well, and what would you guys say specifically about Cigars and Baseball that keeps you coming back, that makes this event important?
I'll tell you, I was fortunate enough to meet Kirk. He actually reached out because it was at the trade show, I believe. He approached me. It wasn't even BCA where it is now. He approached us, and I attended 4 years ago, and we've been attending since, because my partner and I really, there are some things, and not everything is about money. Some people are solely driven by money. We are not that way. When they said this is a fundraiser for a beautiful cause for disabled children, to have a place for them to play our beloved sport of baseball, I mean, I didn't really need to hear anything else. Right. So here I am 4 years later, and now that I can share and be a part of this with people like Oscar and Mario Caraballo and Gabby, I mean, it's a beautiful thing. And as long as I'm around, I will continue to be at this event.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, we
appreciate you guys being here.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys
an honor.
being here.
I don't use that word lightly. It's an honor.
And this is our 4th year at Cigars and Baseball. We've grown to love it more and more every year that we've been here.
Yeah.
And cannot wait to see how this event continues to grow and grow and grow even more.
I couldn't agree more. And just to Kirk and the whole crew, my hats off, because what they do, this is no easy task, and the fact that they do it lovingly and willingly,
that's right.
It's tremendous, and just to see how we're benefiting these kids, that's the greatest gift, really.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you guys being on,
and we'd like to get you guys on the show too, on a Monday night show.
Yeah, we do a regular big Monday night show.
Yeah,
We'd love to get you guys on.
Listen, you guys are big time now, you know.
No,
but we're not. But
we still love to get you guys
being
on.
here, and all these employees or volunteers are giving us dirty looks, so we got to pack
we got it. Yeah,
out of here.
Let's get Justin.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys very much.
It's an honor. Cheers and best of luck to you guys.
Thank you very much, Justin, John.
Yeah, let's sit down and close it out.
Yeah, real quick close out.
Yeah, I do. Anytime you guys.
Could you get contact info, and we'll reach out to you guys and get. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Brother, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
So, thank you guys. We loved it all.
Thanks again, man.
Brother.
It's a pleasure.
Appreciate it.
Honored.
All right. So Cigars and Baseball 2024 is
holy buckets.
And Raul's right. We are getting dirty looks from all the volunteers. We need to get packed up.
It's all good.
We want to say thank you to our viewers.
Thank you to our viewers.
We have been broadcasting live for a very, very, very long time.
4 hours and 47 minutes to be exact.
We want to let everybody know that the giveaway for Justin, would you please quickly reach up and grab that box of Diamond Crown Maximus?
Yeah.
The giveaway we will announce on Monday on our show.
And we are going to leave. So we are going to leave it open.
On our show.
We're going to leave it open. So for the next 24 hours until 8:30 p.m. on 8:30 p.m. tomorrow night Central Time, we're going to leave it open. So if you can continue to make PayPal and Venmo donations until tomorrow night 8:30 p.m. Central Time. And again, $20 buys you one raffle ticket to win this wonderful box of Diamond Crown Maximus. $100 buys you 7 tickets to win that beautiful box of Diamond Crown Maximus. We're going to leave it open until 8:30 p.m. Central Time tomorrow night, which is going to be Friday, September 13th,
2024, baby.
So continue to donate, and we will announce our winner as soon as we possibly can. Again, this was sort of a impromptu, like, let's do a giveaway kind of thing.
And next year, baby, we're going even bigger and better.
Year, exactly. Justin's right. Next year, we're going to go even bigger and better. John Strange, all the way.
Oh, brother.
You traveled a insanely long way to come to Cigars Baseball. Brother, we are so grateful that you spent time with us today.
No. Thank you for having me. This has been phenomenal. I've walked up and down. I've been speaking to a lot of people. Some I've met before, some I haven't. I have got the worst case of chef's arse possible.
That's monkey ass.
I need talcum powder.
Swass. We call it swass.
Swass.
We'll call that swass. Yeah.
Sweaty ass.
Yeah.
Swamp ass. It's
I've
swass.
got that times 10, but
You
it's been
gotta
worth
use
it.
powder.
Yeah.
And then you make paste.
Ooh.
Powder.
Okay. And then it just flakes out.
Yeah. Gold. In the states we call it gold bond.
Yes.
Gold bond. I'm sorry it's ended on this. I do apologize.
I'll buy you a bottle tonight and bring it to you
Wow, how romantic.
tomorrow.
And Tony, the president of Ashhole Club Minnesota, point that microphone toward yourself. Let everybody know how they can be a part of Ashhole Club Minnesota.
So you can go to
Talk louder.
www.ahbtcmn.com for info on the club and a link to join. If you need more information, there's a link there. Or shoot me an email and we'll get you everything you need.
My name is
All right.
Tony.
Again, you guys can buy. You can go to do raffle stuff until 8:30 p.m. tomorrow night, Friday the 13th. 8:30 p.m. Central Time. Until we see you guys.
Thank you so much for you guys that
Thank
watch
you
all
so
6 hours.
much.
We
Yes.
appreciate you all. Thank you. And
until we see you guys next time, burn cigars,
not bridges.
See you guys. Thanks. Any comments, opinions, viewpoints, or statements presented or uttered by guests on the HBTC podcast, HBTC live video streams, and all other media from HBT Media LLC are solely those of the individual and do not necessarily represent the opinions or viewpoints of How About That Cigar or its parent company, HBT Media LLC, any of our advertising partners, or the premium cigar industry. The primary purpose of How About That Cigar is to entertain and to encourage activity and growth within the community of people who enjoy or want to learn about the enjoyment of premium cigars.